Hey, good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Welcome to Damien, the home of the first ever premier Star Citizen Competitive Combat Club Star Marine Tournament. I'm Captain Flint, and with me is Burakis, and we're going to be analyzing things today. We've got a pretty full schedule. We've got matches covering both the EU and NA region. We're going to have an NA winner, an EU winner, and then those two are going to battle for the world title here on the first day. How are you feeling about today, Grakis?
No, so much excitement. Honestly, couldn't sleep. I really couldn't sleep. Mind was buzzing. We've got more Star Citizen-based esports here, another tournament coming up. Last one well received. Now we're taking it to the ground. We're getting personal, close up, and guns right in each other's faces. Oh, it is going to be I'm just buzzing, just a sense of buzzing, and I'm sure everyone watching is ready to see some of that action.
Oh, absolutely. The organizers of the SC4 tournaments, they did such, like you say, did such a fantastic job with the Arena Commander tournament, the battle tournament last time, the shoutcasters, the production staff. They put on an amazing show, and I'm excited to see that happen here for Star Marine. I think Star Marine has been one of the least watched parts of Star Citizen, especially in the streaming community, but there's so much avenue there for some really intense, exciting action. I think we're going to see a lot of that today.
It'll definitely put on display what the game is going to be putting forth going forward, what the top players are capable of doing, seeing that skill come out. That's one thing with first-person shooters, is it's all their own personal skill. That's what it all comes down to. Just like the flight mechanics, that's why it is so exciting to watch. These players play and play and play and practice to get to the top of their game. It is just like any other sport out there, except it happens to be using keyboard and mouse. Hopefully no control pad for any of these players.
That being said, some people, I'm sure, will be highly adept at using their Xbox or whatever controllers. I mean, some people, they grew up on those things and they have crazy accuracy. So not to rule anyone out who does, but it seems practically that mouse and keyboard is going to win out in any of those confrontations. But hey,
I'm always going to give it to mouse aim. Always got to give it to mouse aim in these situations. As you mentioned, though, Damien, the map that we are going to be running today, you can see it sitting right there above us. So I figured maybe take us through that a little bit, Flint.
Yeah, so this is the smallest of the two maps currently available. Nice, tight, and close quarters. Got some good variety between the 4 capture points. Now, this will be a capture and hold map that we'll be playing. So with the Outlaws starting on the map, the Outlaws start at the bottom of the map, the Marines start at the top of the map. And there's some various advantages and disadvantages for each side approaching each of these points. There's also several EVA sections. So that whole center of the map, you can see, is an open space with some breakable windows up in the north section of that EVA area. But not just there. I mean, this is a chunk of space. People can go outside the map, above the map, below the map. Out there, you could set up a sniper perch just in the middle of the vastness of space. It'd be very, very hard for people to spot you. So I'd be interested to see how people use their 5-man teams, how they split up those teams, whether they stick together, whether they have the one spotter, and how they approach things in this map. I mean, what do you think about this map, Brakis?
I personally think this map might need a little bit of work because the Outlaws are at a slight disadvantage here, as you can see from the map above. With that point D hack spot, it's a little more wide open. If you look at C, it's choked off. It's far closer quarters. Easier to set up a defense with less numbers in that case. So either the Outlaws are going to have to make a hard push for C and really risk it, where the spawn for the Marines is going to be right nearby and time things perfectly, or they're just going to have to let go of that and try to set something up on the sides and just take D back as they need to, holding both A and B on the left and the right sides of the map there, looking at it from the Outlaws' perspective. That point that you made about sitting out in the open, setting up a spotter, a sniper above, that will limit access to that lower side of the map. So there's a lot of different plays, a lot of different strategies teams can use, but we're going to see just how they're utilizing all the different nooks and crannies that they have available to them, and like you said, the openness of space.
Indeed, and we have a quite wide variety of skilled players, but we also have some of the highest skilled players in Star Marine in this competition, and I'm excited to see what people do. So right now, the game is already pretty tactical. It's slower than a lot of first-person shooter games you'd normally see, and I'm interested to see in future patches after 3.0 when they start putting in the when they start putting in the stamina mechanics and the rest of the. Someone's being very noisy. Putting stamina mechanics and some of the rest of the cover mechanics, and seeing how that changes the gameplay. I mean, there's two ways you can approach this map, right? There's the rushing, run and gun style, which could be effective, or there's a slower cover and clear, making use of cover, progressing slowly, backing out when you get injured, and using those health packs, being able to access to replenish those when needed. There's lots of interesting tactical and strategic decisions you can make with this map. I'm really looking forward to seeing how that varies between the teams, and particularly between the more experienced and the less experienced teams.
That is definitely something I am looking forward to on the map. The big thing for me that I'm just looking over all the details here. I really want to see how, once the points are captured, what the decisions are around the defensive setups here, because there are multiple choke access points. However, trying to hold A and B, which are going to be very, very critical to building those points to get the 250 and get the win for that round, those are going to be the toughest ones. If you're looking at it, there is open access all over those areas. So where do they set up cover? Do they just decide to go all out and go light armor and rushing, where they have the option of the armor itself doesn't really provide at this point much of a defense to the player. It's more about giving the player options in their loadout. Do they want to be faster in their maneuverability but less weaponry, less grenades, or do they want to go with something heavier, have that utility? Do they go with the utility set up to hold defense and have someone that works as a flex runner going between the points, or do they go into a more just a death ball of heavier weaponry with multiple options, sniper sitting in the back, more grenades, and just move as that cluster to push through and then hunker down? So that there's a lot of different approaches that you can take. It isn't like a lot of FPS games where to get to a point to capture it, you got 1, 2, maybe 3 entrances. With this, you have dozens of ways that you could approach, especially those 2 critical points on a map. So that's where a lot of the gameplay is going to come in. That's what I want to see out of these teams, so that we can see, just what tactics are working moving further on into the tournament.
Yeah, and there's some opportunity for meta gameplay as well around the respawn clock, because it does a respawn on a specific cycle. So if you die right after a respawn, it could be a long time till you get back in the match. Whereas if you die closer to a respawn, essentially you'll be able to respawn immediately. And then counter to that, if you push and manage to take out an enemy player at the very start after a respawn, then they won't get back into the fight for a long time. So there's lots of interesting decisions on when do I hold, when do we stay in cover, when do we push on a point. So some interesting decisions there. And also, because of the way the mechanics work, and because people, if it's close to a spawn timer and you really don't want to get hit and die, using things like covering fire could be effective in these situations. So having your friend spray down fire while your teammate runs around and flanks them, and come up with those interesting strategic decisions. So I'm hoping to see some of that today. We'll see how these teams get on.
I'm hoping to see some crazy strategies come out as well. Things like a utilization of a suicide grenade, honestly, because you take yourself out at the right moment. You know that you're outnumbered, you're held in that corner like you were talking about, not just setting up the engage and then the push off the engage, but actually deciding to take yourself out of play so that you can reset your spawn to get in with the rest of your team, so that you can time it and not get long spawned. That is going to be a pretty critical play there. Or you can even time it to hold off an enemy team, knowing that you've got the grenade out, you know how long that thing cooks for, so if they approach, they're dead with you, so they can't really make the push on you, and you could use that defensively. That's what I want to see. I've watched a lot of Star Marine play, but I haven't seen that utilization all the time. I have seen other teams and more notable players start to use it more and more. So that's going to be fun for me, actually utilizing your own death as a strategic play.
It could be very interesting. But I mean, it's exciting time. This is the first ever Star Citizen or SC4 Star Marine tournament. There will be more in the future. So then people can adapt things people are using in these matches going forward. But I think we're pretty close to getting set up for that first match. First match being the first bracket of the North American teams. And the first match, I believe, is between Renegade Squadron and SCA Death Squanch. Oh, what a great name. So this is the Seed 4 versus the Seed 5 team. And I think it's going to be an interesting start today.
It most certainly is, especially, I mean, Renegade Squadron's ranked pretty high on the boards. They've got some pretty decent players in their list. Nothing top, 100, but they're known to pull things out. Squanch also sitting there with some pretty good players, depending on who is available and who they bring into this tournament. They have some alternates there. So with that, as you mentioned, I do believe that we're going to be heading over to the caster's desk to get ready for the first match.
Good luck, guys.
I don't know, dude. What's going on? Welcome, everybody. We got myself and Mitachi here. We're going to try and do some play-by-play for you. And hopefully we have a wonderful tournament on our way here.
It should be a good day. First time doing commentating on a tournament and all that stuff, so I think it's going to be a fun day here at the SC4 beautiful tournament of my favorite game mode inside Star Citizen, Star Marine.
Absolutely, the game that I play way too often, and I'm pretty sure every one of my viewers are like, oh God, we're doing this for an hour, aren't we? So Star Marine is my passion here. How can I?
Absolutely. So we're gonna be playing. I think the guys before us there, Mr. Grockies, which I think I said his name right this time. There we go. And Captain Flint, they were giving you a breakdown analyst of what their predictions were for this awesome tournament. We're gonna be playing, like they said, on the Damien map and watching all the action there unfold. Additionally, we're going to be, was it Last Stand mode, obviously. They're not playing Elimination this one. They'll be focusing on the Last Stand mode. Mm-hmm. And Texas, what's the breakdown on how Last Stand usually works inside Star Citizen?
So, we've got your Marines versus Outlaws, of course, right? And, it's 4 rounds. And the reason for that is because the maps aren't 100% balanced, right? So you kind of got to even it out. And so the way that SC4 is actually going to combat that this time, in the case of a draw, a 2v2 win, is we'll actually just go to the points total to determine the winner. So one team will essentially start out on the Outlaw side here, the other team on the Marine side. We'll play 2 rounds that way, 2 rounds the next way, and then hopefully we have a winner after that point. If not, once again, we'll be forced to go to points. So
yeah, so don't freak out if you see it come up at the end of the match and it says draw in any of these matches. It will definitely go to a points total type victory, so we'll see who's going to be a winner, and it will be announced for you on each little bracket stuff. So I'm looking forward to seeing Angel the Warp in action. They dominate many things. They're a fan favorite out there. We'll see if they can carry that through to the tournament, or if there'll be some surprises though.
They are, but I heard that they lost their #1 shitbag player, Drummer Dan.
Ooh, that's gonna be hurt. That's gonna hurt a little.
That's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt. Yeah. No, I'm looking forward to a great tournament here. We have some awesome teams with some awesome talent that has signed up. So it should be great.
Yeah, I think so. So the first matchup we'll see today will be what, Renegade Squadron versus the SCA.
Yep.
So we'll see those guys in
it's
action. Renegade Squadron dominates the skies in many cases on all the Arena Commander tournaments. We'll see how much they dominate whenever they put the feet to the ground, so to speak, and get out of those ships.
They get some boots on the ground, so we'll definitely see how that goes. So I am excited for this matchup, though. It should be, yes, it should be. So I know I had the joy myself of killing Malagos the other day, and in Star Marine, of course, and I was a little let down. I thought there was something else, a little bit more there, no, just an easy kill. So
maybe we'll see if Texas throws his hat in the ring for the next tourney then, and see if
I expect SCA Death Squatch to run all over Renegade Squadron and Malagos.
Predictions early.
I'm calling predictions early. Absolutely. So.
Okay. The whole aspect of after the Renegade Squadron and the SCA match, then we'll see from that bracket, we'll see who goes to play Angels of the Warp next, right?
I believe so.
I believe so. That's what I'm seeing on the maps and stuff. So we'll see how good SCA. The predictor is right now from my call out is like we'll have SCA probably topple Renegade Squadron, given their best shot there, and then we'll see where the Angels of the Warp match with them go. That's the prediction. We'll see if it actually pans out that way. There might be some surprises, though, as we go into the tournament with all the teams shifting around, plotting, planning. There's been a lot of discussion among teammates about different strategies, as we've seen a lot of these teams repeatedly inside Star Marine over the last 6-8 months. We'll see what happens if anybody's getting tricks up their sleeves.
Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you, these are the guys that are playing those private scrims over and over and over again and practicing day in and day out for Star Marine. These are the guys that live and breathe Star Marine. So I'm really interested to see how it plays out among the pros here. So
absolutely. Usually there's been a lot of strategy in Star Marine that's changed over the last few weeks that I've noticed. Natively, we'd always push on C. C's a hotbed of action on this specific map. And then because people like to go right for the jugular of the other team, but A seems to be a soft spot. B will be highly contentious, especially with the changes to the map they made about 3 months ago, making it not a grenade pit. Before it was easy to grenade. Now you actually have to use a little more strategy, maybe flank your enemy, come over the top. So we'll see how that pans out too. Will they go straight for the enemy stronghold of both C or D, or will they try to flank out and really contend for B or A? So those aspects are going to be really exciting to see how those pan out in the game. And I can't wait to see what strategies are employed in that.
I'm going to make a Madden-like... I'm going to make a Madden-like prediction here, okay?
Okay, go for it.
The team that captures the most points will be the winner.
That's probably a safe assessment.
This is what I think. This is what I think. Okay.
I've something with that.
From my mentor, John Madden.
Will we see the lazy sniper maneuver? Will we see the lazy sniper that goes high EVA and tries to clean the clock of anybody that crosses the field? Will we see the turtled shotgunner that hides in the corner, waits for you lurking, and just blasts the face off the next Star Marine that runs around the corner? You never know what you'll see in the action here. And who will troll the hardest the other team will get a special award, I think, from the audience, because we love to see that type of gameplay where they just dominate, they rack up the kills, they do all those type of things. And I think it'll be super, super exciting to see how that pans out.
Should be. Absolutely. So I think what we'll end up seeing is quite a lot of the standard energy rifle that so many like to use. And then, we'll probably have a couple sniper rifles mixed in there, a couple shotgunners and whatnot. But, at least from my experience, these guys are usually running the laser rifle. Who knows? I guess we'll find out soon, right?
Yep. That's what it's going to break down. We'll see what the favorite weapons are. We'll see what the favorite tactics are. And we'll see how it breaks down among the groups. Who's going to be the leader of each team? Who's going to be the sandbagger that might get a little bit yelled at by their team captains? We'll have all that and more here very shortly.
Well, again, I have to say that Drummer Dan isn't in this tournament today, so the default sandbagger.
There you go.
Gonna replace him, right?
Yeah, who's going to step up and fill that role, right?
Who is going to suck at that level? So,
Yep.
A kid.
Absolutely.
A kid.
Yep. All right, we're about to
And
jump
I
into the
think-
action
I think
here,
we're
guys.
going
so
here, guys.
It's gonna be
Yeah.
it's gonna be an interesting. We'll see what happens.
We shall see.
Yep. SC4 live. Oh boy.
It's really, it's just so interesting to watch, though, a public match in Star Marine versus a sort of private match such as this. It's just, it's a world of difference. And one thing that I really love seeing is people that are like, oh, yeah, hey, I'm pretty good at Star Marine, like myself back when I wasn't completely shit. And I jumped into one of these private scrims all of a sudden, and it was just like, what am I doing? It was like 0 kills, 25 deaths or something,
Absolutely.
It's just it's a whole nother world with these guys.
Absolutely. All right. I think we're getting ready to start up. I'm hearing from the booth. We're getting ready to start up right now. So let's see what happens here. Let's see the breakdown. And
Booth. What was that? What was that booth? Booth. Got it.
Yeah. Chris Roberts is sitting on your lap. Oh man, there's some action in the booth that we're not even aware of happening. So
Wow.
It's gonna be crazy
Things in
there.
the booth are heating up.
Apparently so. So we're gonna go right down to the floor. Let's go see what's happening here in the game as we get ready to load in right now. Oh boy, here we go. Teams queuing up.
5, 4.
Game starts
3,
in just a couple
2,
seconds.
1. Start.
All right.
We may be having some technical difficulties here. We should be with you in a moment here.
Pretend the sound of footsteps happening. You can hear it.
Yes.
There we go.
Awesome. All right. There we go. We've got a screen.
Control point
Yeah.
contested.
So quickly, these guys are going to have, sort of figured out their strategy and really determine what their first push, maybe test the waters is. And it looks like, oh my God. They're already taking it.
Looks like you got some people pushing on B already, trying to secure it down.
Control point
Mhm.
contested.
Absolutely. Renegade Squadron already going for the 4 cap. Wow.
Yeah.
Look at this. They've already got C. They've already got them all.
Yep.
There it is. That's the 4 cap.
4 cap
Already.
already by the Outlaw group.
Oof, oof, oof.
They're coming at it hard. Maybe some, maybe some surprises here we'll have to get. They got it. They got, initiating the capture. It's a lot easier to hold an objective than it is to try to go and take one. So we'll see what type of strategy they employ while they camp these out.
Actually, scratch that. I've got news. Spectator mode is bugged. They in fact do not have the 4 cap.
It's just
we
showing
apparently
all 4
cannot
caps
see.
on our screens. Excellent. Excellent. Well, this is typical in an alpha-based game, guys. What we see is a lot of bugs, a lot of different things like that. There's many times I've spotted the game and my teammates are my enemies. So you just never know how that's going to play out.
I was about to jump in there and add though that's quite odd that they 4 capped because I only saw 1 death.
I was
on
like, that was the
SCA side.
fastest 4 cap I've ever seen
Yeah.
in the game. Absolutely.
This makes a lot more sense now that we are in fact bugged. So it does look like Renegade Squadron has jumped out to an early lead and is sort of getting out there. They're definitely winning on the scoreboard right now, but we'll see. So it's still very, very early.
Absolutely.
One thing that I've learned about Star Marine matches, and especially between once again these top tier players, is that you can literally be at the verge of winning a match and the other team will make a comeback. I've had guys 4 capped before and they've come back on us.
And without an actual cap count up there, we're pretty reliant on the point totals right now. Outlaws 93 pulling ahead of the Marines 58. We're seeing them kind of stretch that out, but we have no idea who's capping what except for the point totals because everything's remaining just totally red on my screen. So
I do believe the Marines just got a full wipe, though, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I think their full team just dropped because I saw a bunch of come out of spawn here.
Interesting.
I gotta say this is an interesting bug, and I did not actually expect that.
I totally unexpected, but we are seeing everybody make their typical removers right now. Oh.
We're seeing Malin do what Malin does best, and that is kill people, of course. And he's come out to a very quick and early lead at the top of his team. for Renegade
Yep.
Squadron.
Outlaws are
And,
now pulling ahead 139 to 76. Malin again just dropping people. Looks like Fractal got a kill on Malin right there.
Yep, he did get him down. That is very true. So,
Yep. Can they capitalize on this and come back at this point?
well, you see Renegade Squadron taking A back, so they've already got double the points. This is a tough lead to come back from.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Let's see here. What else we got? So
Yeah,
again,
it-
trying to suppress
promise-
A, it looks like they're trying to hold them at the stairwell, but they're getting just picked apart there. Goes down hard on that one.
Yeah,
Looks like
I
back
almost
over.
I don't want to say it,
decision
but
where
I
to
almost
move
think
on
this lead-
B or not. Kind of being timid gameplay here.
Yeah, they're starting to mount a little bit of a comeback here. I mean, you
Yeah,
see
we're
the
seeing
Marines
it
picking
stack up.
but yep, and A's going down again. Let's see if they can get it though.
Yeah, right there. Outlaws 184, Marines 111.
There it is. They've got A.
Okay, they've got A. Looks like they are pushing to come back. Plenty of time left in this game. It could still go either way. Easy comebacks in this. I've been in excess of 200 points on my team, and still, if you get enough points captured, you got plenty of time on the clock to flip it the other way. But you do have to make that move now with them being down in excess of 80 points now. It's they're going to have to
unfortunately, we
make
do
the
see
move.
all
The
the
Marines are
Marines
not going
on.
to be able to do this otherwise.
So, they all just came back. We saw 3 of their team just respawn. So, I don't know, man. I'm going to have to say that, yep.
It's going to be rough. It's going to be rough. Right now with Malin with 11 kills dominating the board, only 2 deaths, 3 captures. He is definitely the MVP of the Outlaw group. Fractal over there with 4 captures, trying to hold it down, sacrificing his body. He's gotten only 2 kills, 5 deaths. He's taking it for the team on the face, but he is the main capture point for the Marine team. There's a little bit of help there, but they're just not being able to make those maneuvers yet. Type out an aerial just dying a lot.
I hate to
Pretty
say
brutal.
it, but oh man, Malin, he's that
Malin
ace on the
is
team.
dominating on his side. There's definitely just rocking it out. Next round coming up right now, guys.
3
Let's see
caps,
here.
12 kills. He is holding it down for the Outlaws.
Oh my gosh.
So again, for those unfamiliar with the format, we are jumping back, same teams, same maps, etc. I'm sorry, same sides.
Control point.
It will be on the
contested.
3rd round that we actually go ahead and switch sides, where the Outlaws will become the Marines and the Marines the Outlaws. So we'll see, but it looks like once again the Outlaws are jumping out to a pretty early lead, getting almost all 4 captured.
Contested.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh man.
there it is. There's 2 down.
All right, we're starting to
Yep.
see some more teamwork here, some additional captures. They spread the field. Looks like the Marines now have several captures under their belt. Malin's still racking up the kills though on the other side.
Yep. Sorry guys, it's this bug. Oh man, this is a lovely bug. So
Yeah. Yep. Let's see here. So we got all right, defending on top of the objective there, trying to give some suppressive fire, prevent a lot of movement between the different objectives. Just trying to control the field is challenging at best in this. But you can see with these guys' skill, they're at the top of their game. They're definitely utilizing everything, all the different weapons from sniper rifles, close quarter combat, just trying to mitigate anybody from moving out of their spawn and towards the objectives.
this is really where that strategy comes into play, because these guys aren't missing when they're shooting. I mean, there's levels of accuracy between these guys, but they're all pretty damn good shots.
Yep.
So it's really going to come down to that strategy and what they decide to do. Are they pushing all the objectives?
Seeing a lot of laser rifle action in this, a lot of drops on that, a lot of moves towards D, trying to get the Delta capture, trying to control their captures close as their spawn. It makes a team think about, do I go for the close objective or do I try to stretch out and flank and go for the far one? A lot of people want to protect the house. They want to try to get in there, control the D as much as they possibly can. But it can be a distraction if you focus too much on the closest objective and negate the whole field. As you can see here, people rack up points. Marines pulling away 91 to 49. So it could go both ways, but it looks like Malin's been quieted down a bit now with that explosive initial 12 kills. Now he's only gained 2 in this match.
Oh yeah, and 2 deaths to match that. So
Yeah,
he's
absolutely.
we'll see if he can, if the ace of their team can bring them back into the fold. But right now, it looks like the Marines have shut down Malin.
Yep, the Marines have definitely started to press on this one, and we'll see what happens next match, because on the next round, they flip sides too. So that adds a new dynamic. Some people definitely have a favorite side. Some people definitely prefer the upper echelon of being up here where the Marines spawn as opposed to the initial Outlaw spawn. So we'll see what happens when that dynamic comes into play too. We could see some additional game shifts here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's always an interesting dynamic to watch these guys once they start to get those capture points and then kind of get into their rotations where, you know, they're hanging out somewhat around the center of the map and can easily branch off and then go defend. So at this point, you know, the Marines might want to consider, they're going to have to get that third point, really, if they want to pull away with this win.
Yeah,
and,
absolutely.
It looks like the Outlaws have caught him, though. The Outlaws are coming right back. So Renegade Squadron.
They're fighting for this one tooth and nail, that's for sure.
They are, and Malin's trying to get those kills back in. So there he goes. And
somebody woke Malin up. I'll tell you what, he's ringing some bells.
I think he heard us.
He heard us.
I think he heard us. Yep.
So it's definitely stepping up the game there.
Oh yeah.
Malin would now, between the 2 rounds, 17 kills, and that's one thing interesting about Star Marine. It accumulates your total points, your total kills, your total everything. It doesn't give you a breakdown round per round, so you just kind of gotta know where everybody's at. But Malagos also brings a strong support.
Malagos down though.
Yeah, he just got wrecked.
He did.
He got wrecked on that one. Wow.
Malin goes down. We'll see what happens. We'll see what the Marines do with that. So, looks like the Outlaws are capturing both Delta and Bravo though. They're gonna go ahead and grab Delta. Can they get Bravo? And they got it. Oh, that's going to be danger for the Marines. The Marines still have a lead.
It is. It's a very tight neck play here. We're only about 20 points difference between the two teams at this point.
Yeah.
I wish I could see what was captured though. Yeah, we'll be coming back on the next game. We'll come back with a different format so we can actually see what's going on a little bit better and give you a little more accurate commentary on this, guys. So don't worry on that.
Somebody holds the capture points. I can tell you that.
Yeah, somebody holds them at this moment, gathering points right now. Looks like Dallas is starting to take the lead for his team there on kills. He's definitely trying to control the board a little more. He's up to 12 kills between the 2 rounds now. Still dwarfed by both the Malagos team there with total 30 kills in 2 rounds between them. They're definitely controlling the board a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely are. So, but I think the Marine, I don't even think, I'm pretty sure the Marines are going to go ahead and pull away with this one.
Yeah, so it looks like they've got in the bag. Outlaws would have to do a full cap maneuver right now in the closing minute to even have a chance. Yeah. But I don't think so. I think it's going to call this one all day for the Marines right there.
Yep, and there it is. So Malin tried. You know, he made his push there at the end. The Renegade Squadron team, they really tried at the end, but
New round.
The Marines had too much of a lead, and one man can't do it all, right?
Yep.
Malagos wants his Hornet back.
Does.
That's what we need, right? We need a little bit of air coverage with a Hornet here.
Contested.
That would be good, right? Little flyby action here.
So, yeah.
So right now we're 1 apiece on these teams, guys.
Oh,
SCA
and the Renegade
gets
him at Charlie. Look at that.
Around. Oh, look at that.
Right there. That is the danger. That's the danger on the Marine side of going right for Charlie if you don't get good coverage set up. People love to throw grenades right up there, and
sometimes those sacrifice plays, though, you're distracting the other team from actually being able to focus on their capture points. They have to come back and defend. Sometimes the sacrifice plays are worth it because, like we know, this is not elimination. This is last stand, and whoever holds the objectives and can get them first and maintain those will be the victor.
Yeah. You know, I so often actually see the team on the Marine side just send maybe one person to Charlie and then the rest over to Alpha and Bravo. And, you know, kind of let that guy at Charlie fend for himself. It's a
standard maneuver where they try to push forward through that, right? So that's the way they like to go with it.
It is.
We're seeing a lot of very smooth tactics, slowing it down a little bit, making sure they're a little more methodical. I think these respawn timers are definitely in the thoughts of these players. because as everybody knows, Star Marine, the way the respawn timers work is a wave respawn. So if you get put down, if you're at the top of that wave, you'll sit there and just get a couple seconds before you're back in the action. If you are unfortunate and catch the bottom of that wave, you can sit up 20, 25 seconds waiting for that respawn. And at that point, it's almost like a penalty box. You're not there to help your team, and your team could totally get shifted off all the objectives they currently hold.
Yeah, that respawn timer is one of the very interesting things to kind of like, stay in tune with. So a death can cost you mere seconds or almost half a minute. So,
so you
much experience
right there on A, trying to make that cap. And you notice that he didn't focus on the defender. He focused on the capture. And that's one of those other strategies, again, that's special to last stand mode. People will sacrifice themselves to prevent you from getting the objective. Too many times in regular play, we see a lot of people, they'll sit there and worry about their KDR. They're worried about getting the kill ratio. And that's just not how you play this game to win. You have to go after the objectives. You have to focus on stopping and blocking. And sometimes that means sandbagging and taking those deaths.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And these teams, with the tournament on the line, they're not worried about getting the kills. They're worried about getting the objectives, getting the points, and getting that victory. So this is a close one, I got to say. This is a much, much, much closer round here.
Yep, making a move on B right now. Will he get the cap on it? We'll see. Looks like he's gonna. Nice.
Oh, well, they're fighting over Charlie.
Yep.
And he goes down. Diabolus down by Malin.
Yep. Trying to put pressure on C, making the team defend their home is very important in this game. If you leave them alone and you sit back and turtle, then you're definitely just going to be asking for trouble with somebody like Malin on the other side of that.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like Malin is actually just hanging around camping Charlie right now.
Yeah.
You
see him right there. They're basically taking Malin out of the game, making him defend C by constantly putting pressure on it. Will this strategy pay off for him? It is keeping it very close in points right now. They're still within 20 of each other. Over 3.5 minutes left in the game. Lots of time.
Well, hang on. He's pushing out now. He's going for Bravo.
Okay.
Yeah.
There he goes.
Yep, Bravo's being taken right there. So let's see.
Yeah, Bravo's
Can they get it?
Top down. Oh, shot in the back.
Nope. Goodbye, Mallet.
Yeah, right there, waiting
down,
on that move. Mallet's put down, rolled on the ground.
And it remains a close game then. So
yeah, definitely trying to keep everything tied in there and keep everything secured in these areas. Being very methodical with maneuvering.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what it is, like I said, once you capture one of those points, it's absolutely critical to get into those set rotations where you can go and easily defend, easily send 1, 2, 3, however many you need to defend against that push. That push is that's usually coming to Alpha or Bravo points, and just be able to rotate through all those. And it looks like SCA team was doing that right there.
Yep. Absolutely. Some great gun battles along the stairwells, trying to secure the area, protect their teammates so they can get these caps. But people are just dropping. The body bags are getting rolled out right now. People are getting rocked all over the map, trying to knock out and eliminate some key star players on both teams so they can just get those objectives. They can't get enough breathing room to really pull them down. People trying to go, oh, here's a little stealth mode action. He's crouching down, waiting for a victim to come through.
Oh yeah, whatever that slow-paced, methodical action was at the beginning of this round, that has absolutely gone by the wayside, and it is kill or be killed now.
And under the new mechanics, you will see when they go into crouch mode like that, they do disappear from radar. I mean, it's hard to identify somebody unless he's line of sight. It takes them off the radar. It makes players not able to just play off their radar screen and being able to just identify where all the targets are. So they walk into those traps repeatedly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think they're gonna run away with this one though.
Yeah, right now, I mean, they're pulling way ahead. They're over 60 points up.
Up there it is. That's gonna absolutely be the final straw right there.
Yeah.
I think Renegade Squad is gonna run away with this one. I think it's theirs to lose now.
Really didn't know. Pilots and aces in the air applying their trade to the ground at this point. Look at this.
Yeah.
So
I didn't know they had it in them, but
somebody bought these guys some sneakers or something.
Yeah.
They've learned to ground and pound it with the best of them.
There it is. Oof. All right, so we've got a win for Renegade Squadron now.
Yeah. See what happens here.
Final round.
So at this point, with a 2-to-1 ratio, what we're looking at is they're going to have to not only pull off, the Outlaw team not only have to pull off another victory, they will have to supersede the other team in points as well in order to break the draw and be the victors in this. I don't know.
I don't think
can
that's
they do
very
it?
difficult, though, because take a look at the points here, and we see that Malin's killing alone has gotten him to 4,760 already.
Yeah.
And we're just entering the third round or fourth round here.
This is true. I mean, right now, the point totals, just by glancing at them, look very, very close, if not in the favor of Malin in this group of Outlaws there.
Yeah. I think if Renegade Squadron can get this round, I think they're going to have the points advantage just on the sheer number of kills.
We'll see if that plays into their tactics. You know, will they go for more kills? Will they go for more base plays and stuff like that? Team objective captures, because you do get more points for those type of things.
Yeah, absolutely. So if SCA does get the win here, they by default, regardless of the points, win because they've won 3 of 4 matches.
Absolutely.
It's only if it comes down to a draw do we go to the points total here.
That's right.
Renegade Squadron must win regardless to even have a chance to win this round.
And it still doesn't guarantee their victory. They have to get points plus the victory to do that. But right now, SCA could shut them down by simply just pulling off a victory, not worrying about the point totals, going after objectives, playing the slow game. We'll see what they decide to do here in this one.
Yep. We'll see. So, you know,
very methodical creeping up by C.
Yeah, it is, and it's kind of again a little bit of a slower pace to the start of this game, but you know, SCA's definitely got that advantage, and they're getting all those points. So I'm interested to see what Renegade Squadron does to respond here.
They're definitely gonna have to make a move. Malin goes down again. Diablos is definitely trying to hold this down for his team. He's sitting there putting down some of the key players on the opposing side.
Oh yeah.
Right now, Marine's just walking away with it so far. I think that maybe the slow and methodical might be killing the running gun right off the bat here, where they're just waiting for their victims, trying to get some points back, get some captures back, and they're just getting put down one by one there.
Well, Diabolus was doing some work for SCA over here. He was sitting over there with the sniper on Overwatch, but he did just get dropped. So
he did get dropped, but I mean, he got 3 kills within 5 seconds. I mean, he's doing some work on this stuff. So,
Renegade Squadron is getting some caps though.
Absolutely, it's all about these objectives. We're starting to see a little life out of the Outlaws as they pull up to 27, but still dominated by the Marines at this point. Over 100 points separate these teams. Can Outlaws wipe the board and really put some pressure back on the Marine team? I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Renegade Squadron just lost Malin and Templar 1, so they're down a couple people now. Yeah, that is a hit.
So Harry's right there. That'll break you.
They're still able to try and cap B though. Can they get it? Up? Nope. He had to pull off of it. Okay. Up. Fractal got it.
Yep. Will he get it? I think, yeah.
I don't know. They might get it, so they're going for it.
No, last second, those lone grenades. Look at that. Look at them trying to throw grenades at him, trying to take him off the objective. I think
unfortunately, it's not so much of a, sort of grenade pit again.
Yeah, so. Trying to, but the new map changes right there, preventing that.
Oh, Malin and Fractal trade kills there.
Oh, man. Giving it all here at the end of the match, really trying to pull it ahead and get there. Still got about 3 minutes left. I mean, it could still come back, but again, trying to cut down that huge Marine lead. The Outlaws 86, Marines 163. I don't know. I mean, you're really gonna have to do a complete 3 grab at least on this one.
Renegade Squadron is just throwing players at Bravo, and they keep losing them.
Yeah. I think they realize how important that objective is for their dynamic. The problem is if they negate and do not watch the rest of the map, that could backfire on them really quick.
I mean, hey, at this point, they're 80 points down, so they need to do something. They need to find what works for them. And I don't know if fighting over Bravo is really going to get it done for them.
I don't know. Let's see. They decide to flank out. I mean, they really need to press everywhere. But again, with players on the opposing team, like we got Diablos, we got Fractal, we got all these other guys. I mean, it's hard to sit there and take these objectives 1v1. You know, you got to fight the air player plus cap, and there's just not enough bodies to go across the field and push the objectives and do this against some of these defenders with this kind of skill level on the field.
Now, hang on, though. So Renegade Squadron is capping both Bravo and Delta.
Oh, see, maybe they're listening.
And Alpha?
Maybe this could be the move that helps them out right here.
They've got 1 minute 50 seconds left in this round.
Plenty of time to slow it down, because as you know, each point group ticks every few seconds up, and if you control 3, you're getting 3 for every one of the points on the opposing team. I think that they can actually make this happen here, but
they got the defensive Alpha, so Diablo's
really got to hold down all these objectives. See a lot of objectives changing hands back and forth, a lot of blood on the field, people exchanging kills. Fractal kills Malin, Pitting kills Fractal. It's just going back and forth really heavy here in the last few moments of this match.
Yeah, so it's 2 points every tick to 2 points right now, so they are even. With a minute,
even's not going to do it though. If they don't capture a third or a fourth, this game's done.
It's not. I think, dare I say it, but I'm pretty sure this game is going to SCA over here. So it's just not enough time left with 2 and 2 apiece.
They'd have to have a 4 cap right now. I mean, that's really where they'd be at. They'd have to have a 4 cap and shut them down from all points.
Yeah, it's a case of the Cleveland Cavaliers versus the Golden State Warriors. When you got that one man, LeBron, he can only carry you through the first couple quarters. Malin, it was a little too much, not enough.
Not enough yet. Yeah. It's like last 30 seconds of the match coming up here, guys. We only need 3 points over the Marines, and that's it.
It's
that's
over.
gonna call it right here. I think that's gonna lock it in.
It's over.
Yeah, I'd say it's over here. It looks like they've put up a valiant effort.
Match over.
Wait, what? Oh my gosh. What?
Am I completely? I have no idea what's happening. What? Okay.
They're checking at the booth. This came down the wire. We're gonna double check. We're initially calling this for the SCA, but I don't know what just happened there. That was really confusing. Welcome to Alpha, folks. Welcome to Alpha.
Alpha. Confirmed Alpha.
Confirmed
the team
Alpha for sure. Oh my gosh. That was, from our perspective out here, it's definitely pretty crazy. So it's definitely
we have learned though of a fix. So apparently Alpha casters, thanks. Apparently what we need to do is enter the game, then die.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do on the next
we got this
around there. So
no, we were aware of the tiebreaker that 2 and 2 it goes to points. So what we've heard from our booth though, they said preliminarily that SCA won.
SCA won.
Can we get a confirmation on that though?
Yeah.
Okay. We're getting a check here. Why I touched my ear to hear better, I don't know. Because I can
have it. It's like, can I do that too? Can I go double muffs and just say? Yes. We'll go double muffs with that one. But we're getting preliminary results that the preliminary call is SCA has cleaned that first match. We saw some crazy tactics out there, some good stuff. Really, the shooting skill of Malin leading the way for his team in that. But in the end, it's more about who gets the more objectives in the overall match. That's just the way it works,
I think Renegade Squadron might have won. I mean, hang on, the scoreboard.
We'll see what happens.
I can't trust my scoreboard because we're so bugged here. Again, we're dealing with alpha stuff over here.
Yeah.
I don't. The scoreboard. I don't know. I guess we'll see.
I don't know. I mean, we're kind of told.
It's coming from the booth.
Renegade Squadron has won 885. Look at that. So Renegade Squadron coming from the stars down to the ground and taking the victory all the way home. I can't believe it. It's great. That's great to see. That's crazy. I mean, it's just to see these people work together as a team.
Absolutely.
And I have to chalk that one up to team coordination. I mean, that's really it. They work so good as a group inside the element of all the arena commander and all the different ship-based combat skills. They just translated that to their ground and pound, and they were able to dominate over a team that is more focused in the arena of ground and pound. So that was really interesting to see. That's great. that they were able to pull that off. And I'm excited for the next match now. Can they pull that off again? Is that possible?
We'll see, but you know, we've got our favorites, AOTW. We'll see what happens. And now to the
all right, yeah, let's go over to Flint and Greg Grockies and see what's going on.
Thanks, guys.
Yep.
Well, that was a match. Now, quick note to get out of the way, the elephant in the room, there was a bug with the display of the points. It was showing everyone as red and all the capture points as red, which made it slightly tricky at the start. But there is a way to tell which team has how many points, right, Grackies?
There is a way to tell who has what captured. You simply watch the tick of the score in the top center there. So you can see the Outlaws and the Marines both across the top. You just watch the number of points on the tick. If they have 2-2, you'll see 2 points tick for each team, and so on and so forth. 1 point capture 3, so you'll see a 3 and a 1 tick off, or a 4 and a 0. So just watch for those parts of the score and you'll know who has how much captured, and from there you can figure out, all right, this team's taken over.
Yeah.
So, easy enough to work around.
It was some pretty good combat there, and I have to give it to Renegade Squadron, especially because they were a man down from pretty early in the match. But I mean, we gave them a bit of a hard time, saying they're awesome in the skies, but they're probably going to be pretty pathetic on the ground. Actually, we didn't say that publicly, but we were saying it behind closed doors. But no. But they came out and they showed that all of the skills they've learned in Arena Commander, with the teamwork, backing each other up, wingman skills. It seems they applied those in Star Marine as well. We had people covering people as they were capturing points. We saw some pretty spectacular defensive positioning. I think they pulled it through really well, and I think they deserved that win.
Very much so. That with a lot of FPS games, you run alone, you die alone. You run as a team, you can actually pull off the win. Going off on your own, getting scattered, and getting disjointed will get you killed. No matter how hard you try to fight back, you always want to be coordinating, communicating with your team about what is going on. Also, I do want to make note for everyone out there that might be wondering about the score and how that was figured out. It's a total up of those top scores from each round. So if a team pulls the round and gets, say, 251 to like 206, such as the last round, each of the 4 rounds are totaled up in order to break the tie. So it isn't the individual scores from kill death and capturing, it's actually the tick score at the top. That is what is used for the tiebreaker.
Yeah, absolutely. But even so, both teams had a fantastic showing, pulling 2 matches apiece. And that last round, I really thought the Outlaws could pull it back and go for the win. They made some serious ground at that initial Marine push. So there was some pretty intense last round gameplay there.
Very, very much so. I was surprised I didn't see even 1 shotgun in the matches, though. I guess they didn't want the RNG to screw them over there. As people might not know, the shotguns currently a little bit random in the way the pellets might distribute. So you might get lucky and absolutely drop someone quick, or you might get really unlucky and then you're in a very, very bad spot. So they went with something a little bit more accurate, a little bit more controlled, seeing a lot of the laser rifles and the P4 ballistics out there used. Some sniper play also coming out, which you could see towards the end there, the camera got a good shot of it. I believe it was Diablos coming out of spawn and pulled off a quick scope there, it looked like, and just dropped someone. That sniper rifle can be powerful. You hit the chest or the head and you've got that thing 3/4 charged even, that's going to kill someone almost outright.
Absolutely, yeah. And I saw Predetermined also using the sniper. He was doing some pretty good locking down of the center EVA area. Saw him take out Malagos pretty spectacularly one time. So yeah, no, it is interesting because this is the map, if you are going to be using a shotgun, that you would use it, because it is such a close quarters map, so condensed, and that shotgun is really only effective at extreme short range right now. Anything mid-range and higher, you need to have one of the either the ballistic rifle or the laser rifle. But it's interesting. So the current meta discussion around the laser rifle is that the damage output is not effective enough for this sort of gameplay. Yet we're seeing people use it pretty effectively in these matches. What are your thoughts on the laser rifle over the ballistic rifle, Grackies?
I'm thinking a lot of the use of that comes from not needing to reload with the rifle. So if you're in a situation where two people are working off of cover, or you have someone playing the high ground, and as we saw a lot of times in this tournament, for any FPS game out there, high ground is key. However, if you've got a ballistic up against a laser rifle and you catch a person reloading, you're still going to be putting shots into them. You're still going to have more of a chance to drop them while they're stuck in a position where they can't fight back. So it's a tactical decision. Do you go with possibly less damage output but consistent fire, or do you go with something that's going to hit a little bit harder, but if they're good on the cover, if they know how to work their angles properly, then you're going to get stuck reloading at some point, and at that moment they're going to have an advantage to move up on you, get an angle, and finish you off before your gun's ready to go. So yeah. I think that's where the laser rifle play is still coming in.
Yeah, it's also it's much more effective both from hip fire and scope. So the scope is significantly better on the laser rifle over the ballistic rifle, and with the current mechanics around your damage systems as a player, and the severe benefit you get from headshots, if you are good at aiming that rifle, you can drop things plenty quick enough with that laser rifle. But obviously with the ballistic rifle, it balances out skill slightly, so you're more effective with every hit that hits. But again, with the accuracy, if you can lay down that accurate fire, you can be very effective with that laser rifle.
Very much so, especially with only 10 hit points for the head. The way it's broken down, it's 10 to the head, 20 to the body, and 70 shared between all your limbs. So with only 10 on the head, that's a pretty quick death if you've got that dot lined perfect.
Oh, absolutely. And with the sniper rifle, we don't need to charge the rifle. A single uncharged shot from the sniper rifle to the head will kill the target. You just have to be pretty precise with that. I did find it pretty brazen, pretty brave too, for a couple of players I saw who were wearing the light armor. So the light armor, you are faster, but you are limited to one primary weapon. But combining that with a sniper rifle, I found that was pretty interesting. I can't remember who it was who was using that setup, but I'm told it was Diablos who was using that setup. As we saw, he was pretty effective no-scoping that rifle. So, but it's interesting. So we talked previously about how you would set up your team, and a interesting or a good strategic choice in my mind would be to have two pairs for capture and then one sweeper. Having someone with a sniper rifle in that light armor who can move around rapidly will make a perfect sweeper in that instance, and that may be how Diablos was using that with this game.
It as we saw, it was working out to pretty strong effect. Also, as I pretty much predicted, A and B were the contentious points. A little bit of fighting there over C, pushing them back in, forcing someone to stay back and maintain more than I thought they would have to. C can be pretty easy to sweep out. So if that's where that whole staying alone, you die alone situation comes in, a little bit more coordination with your team. A second person shows up, and whoever's holding you back, they're down a player. You time that right, you catch them on a long spawn, and now you can easily sweep out and push in on another point. But most of the fighting seemed to be around both Alpha Bravo, the A and B points on the sides, just because there are so many angles and entrances, and it's pretty much even access from either of the spawns. So you're going to see a lot of the combat going on there.
Yeah. So I think we're going to head back to the booth right now, get set up for the next match. I'm not sure who's in the next round. Is it NA or the EU next? Okay, so we're going to the EU match, which is going to be, pull up my schedule right here. It's going to be the match between Wisdom Marines and AIG Drifters. So let's head over to the booth.
It's Lacey Bards and Heritage, I believe, is the actual stream.
My mistake. Lacey Bards and Heritage. Well, let's head over to the booth and let's get some pre-match for that game, and we'll see you right afterwards.
Okay, so we're back, guys. We're getting ready to do this next match here. And right now, I sit on the. I know we've talked about it being the AIG team. Right now, I'm sitting on the Heritage team, though. I think they're doing the. Yeah, Sibelius versus Heritage right now. We're getting ready to do that in the Group B EU bracket. So.
And I do apologize in advance. I'm gonna butcher this name very many times, but Les Sibillards. But that is my team that I'm sitting on here over here. Like I said, you know, we got Heritage versus Les Sibillards. The Sibillards team, they're a little bit higher seeded, so it looks like according to the leaderboards and only the leaderboards, they got some top tier players. We got, of course, Makudum and Aurelian to look out for on my team. And,
yeah, and the top players are on my side. Looks like we'll be trying to follow and watching Kedril here, and as well as Quantium. I think it's Quantium. So
yeah, Quantium.
Yeah, Quantium.
Crid.
So we'll be watching those guys closely and see who else in their teams on Heritage steps up and kind of brings the pain and tries to really hold this down for the EU. So this will be a really interesting match. So, all right, we're gonna get it underway here. Right now, I'm hearing we're going live.
Loading it.
Right now, guys, loading it up. So just give us a couple moments. We'll get right into the action here. Hopefully, we'll have a better perspective. We're trying this time. We're going to see some caster suicide right off the bat, so we can get some perspective on what's going on inside the match. So don't be afraid of the nadage.
Hopefully we can fix our bugs of alpha, of course.
Yeah, so we can actually see some of that stuff. So CIG, if you're watching at home, help support your casters and let's get some tools in this thing for us. All right.
I like entering around, you know, and just suiciding myself with a grenade right away.
Yeah, absolutely. Just hold on the grenade, hold it tightly to your bosom, and grab it as soon as you can. So.
Yes. You know, I'm gonna end this conversation chain right here, right now. We're just gonna skip on to the round, of course, and there we go. We've got first blood on the side of Heritage.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So it looks like they're holding over. They're checking out the A position. Looks like they're going to try to grab up A right now.
Contested.
So, you know, over here on our side, though, on the Les Sibillards, we've got a guy. He's going up for the sniper. So we see him EVAing over the top platform.
Nice.
I'm not sure. Oh, guys, look, we got to restart. It sounds.
Yeah,
like.
we got some disconnects happening and stuff. Looks like they're gonna have to reset the game real quick, guys. So apologies. We'll get this thing right back into it. Just give us a free moment here, and we will see what we can get done. So
this is you know, unfortunately, what happens with an alpha. So
absolutely, you know, just part of the deal. Part of the deal. But you know, as much as we keep talking about how it's still in alpha mode, this game is just this game mode within Star Citizen Universe is so much fun. Mm-hmm. That's why people are already eager to get the tournaments going. They're already eager to get the aspects going. They just want to display their prowess and skills on the field for all you guys at home. So it's really a fun game when it works. So
yeah, absolutely. So absolutely, and you know, the crashes they're just not very rare nowadays, anyways. So you know, there's a little bit of trouble sometimes forming those parties and getting everyone in.
The 3.0 build, we'll see some cleanup on a lot of this stuff, though. I mean, we got some new weapons and some new stuff coming in today. So
that's crash.
Yeah, crashaholics doing the thing.
Yeah, pretty much. So guys, we're getting reloaded here. We're reforming the lobby. We should be back into the action in you know, 30 seconds, a minute or so. So you know, just bear with us and we'll be there. So and once again, for those wondering, this is Heritage versus Les Sibillards, is what I'm told.
So you're getting better at it the more times.
This is what I'm told. It's Les Sibillards. So
perfect. Getting it up there. So I'll stick with Heritage. It's very Midwestern, and I can do that. I am a Midwestern guy, so I can stick with those pronunciations.
Well, I'm just a stupid Texan, so Les Sibillards was my first shot, right?
Careful. I'm glad the wife's not watching this. She'd get mad right there. Just said those two words together. So.
two words never belong together.
Yeah,
Never,
no, so
never, right?
it's constant battle with us. It's just like what we have in Star Marine, we battle at home over barbecue. So, Kansas City barbecue versus Texas barbecue. It's a constant back and forth in our house.
They both have their place, okay? They both have
Absolutely.
their place. Good old Kansas City, like dry rub wing or something.
Mm-hmm. Good stuff there. Good stuff. Sweet
Yeah,
and rich.
barbecue sauce. Absolutely.
Yeah, Texas a little more hot and spicy down there, but that's okay. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. So just a
nothing
couple
wrong
more
with
minutes, guys, and we'll see Heritage and Les Sibyards.
even you butcher it, my friend.
Yeah, see, I just
Even you.
butchered it all up
Mhm.
right there. So we're getting invites now, so we'll be back into this in just a moment here.
Yep. So, and yeah, the Les Sibyards will be on the Outlaw side, and Heritage will start out on the Marine side. And again, for those not accustomed, each team will play 2 rounds per side. So Heritage will start out 2 rounds as Marines.
Yep.
Then we'll go ahead and switch sides and play our 3rd and, if needed, 4th game. And then based on overall team points, I believe is the actual tiebreaker if 2 and 2 win.
Yep, not individual player points, team points as a whole, even though the base Star Marine mechanics call for draws now, so everybody gets a beautiful trophy if you win 2 and 2. That is not the way the SC4 tournament works. We want a guaranteed victor there, so we definitely go down to the team points should it result in a draw match, like what you saw in the previous one. So we'll see what happens here. And as they get everything warmed up and started, it looks like our roster over on the Heritage sides, and we're going to butcher all these names while we're waiting. We got Adgio.
Have at it.
Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do Quantium is here. Spacer, that's easy. Kodasi is here. We also have Napper 198 and Kidrid, right? Kidrid. So, Napper's the official I'm hearing for the
Napper's the official, but
that's right.
Aurelian, easy. Florentino, of course, for the Les Sibyards team. Makudum, I believe, and we got 63 Titao.
You like how I baited you into having to say all the names on your side? You did. Yeah, that was pretty good. I like that.
I see what you did there. So I see what you did there. Thank you.
Absolutely.
You baited me into pronouncing things I don't know how to pronounce.
It's okay.
That's
it makes me look that much more smarter.
Smarter, yes. All right, guys, we are underway. The match is firing up. We should have the action to you momentarily here.
Yeah.
And hopefully we've got our scoreboard fix in place where we can actually see who's got what captured at any one point in time.
God, we hope so.
Hey.
Yeah. We will see
what
happens here. So
our game begins in 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Sorry guys, just bear with us a moment here. We're just trying to get set up on our end. That ultimate sacrifice of the
ultimate sacrifice of casting Star Marine has begun.
Yes, absolutely. So again, it's going to be interesting to kind of compare what we saw between Renegade Squadron and SCA, and then see what these guys do. See what the first strategies are, and then
first capture's already going down. Looks like Heritage has gotten C right off the bat. Looks like Les is already on B. We'll see what they do with A and Delta here. It's kind of interesting move not to go after
they're moving on to Delta.
The
guy's kind of hanging around the laptop, the hack point at Delta. It looks like he was having a little bit of trouble getting that hack use prompt to appear.
So yeah, definitely. We're getting some more caps here. Looks like it's even. Looks like Heritage has A and C now, but Les has Bravo and Delta positions. Yeah,
we have
like
another reset.
Dying already and leaving. Looks like another reset, guys. Oh man,
this is what happens.
Getting some action there.
It's this. Unfortunately, this is the way it goes, guys. Technical difficulties that happens.
Yep.
Hello again.
There we go. Hello.
You can spend some more time with Mr. Matachi.
Spend some more time. Let's think of some other things we can pronunciate, like P4AR. Some of the other things. So what do you think, Texas, as far as the North American bracket versus the EU bracket? Who do you think is going to come away with all of it in the end?
I've got a tournament favorite in mind. Not my favorite, I'm saying, but one that I think is the favorite to win. I think North America with Angels of the Warp behind them is going to take it.
They are a powerhouse, both
it's tough.
you know, inside the tournament brackets as well as just on regular gameplay. You see them, their name dropped quite often in many cases, and just their gun game is really excels.
Absolutely.
In all the areas and stuff like that.
You know, and if we take a look at the Star Citizen leaderboards, for as much or as little as those actually mean anything or matter, but you know, we look at players for AOTW and we see rank 1, rank 5, rank 12, 9, 13.
Basically filled in the top 50, you'll see most of the roster all throughout there. So they are definitely a statistical favorite in this overall match. They are, for lack of a better term, the renegade squadron of the ground and pound inside when it comes to
they certainly are. So
the beautiful Star Marine game.
They certainly are, but you know, that doesn't mean that they can't be challenged, and that doesn't mean that we're not going to have
absolutely, as we saw with the toss up there, where Renegade Squadron and their team coordination superseded the SCA in the previous match. So that's it definitely can happen out there.
I really actually I want to keep my eye on Lesa VR. I want to see what's going on there. Them and Mighty Squad.
Yeah. All right. So I'm hearing this is the one for the fences. This is the last restart. So we're gonna see if we can get everything synced in and get everything rocking and all that stuff here. So we'll go ahead and see on that. So who do you think? So for the EU. Who do you think is going to go all the way on the EU side that may, let's see, in a plausible scenario, face and give some contention for Angels of the Warp? Who do you think over there?
It's got to be Mighty Squad. If anyone's going to contend, it's got to be Mighty Squad. They're the #1 seed on the EU side. They're going to have to take it. So it's got to be them. I mean, you know, you look at their players, and they've got a bunch of names in the top 50 as well. So I think, you know, if everything falls into place as it should, we'll see a final matchup between AOTW and Mighty Squad, which will be a really interesting game. So
it will
be
be
an exciting matchup.
As we get everybody on the rosters here all sorted on their proper sides and stuff, guys, we're going to get everything readied up here. We'll be going to the floor just in a moment to watch all the action, and hopefully this thing holds together. We got the duct tape and the glue out. We're going to see what we can do.
I think something is going wrong with our grenade suicide in the beginning. I think we're cursing the match since someone's just losing connection.
It could be.
Yeah.
It could be. Maybe too much death right in the beginning outset is breaking the mold, so to speak. So we'll see how it all breaks down overall here. But yeah, I'm really excited to see any contenders that come on board and really give Angels of the Warp a challenge would be good. Not only healthy for the tournament brackets, but just, you know, kind of make them strive to show the best they can do.
You know what? People love to see upsets. That's it.
Yep. That's right.
You watch the tournament, right? The NCAA tournament, and you love that upset Cinderella.
You want the underdog
right?
to come up and topple the champion, you know. So it's that's what it's all about. It's all about making those things, and anything can happen in any match all the way down. You just don't know until you play the game. So we're getting ready to play the game, as a matter of fact, here just in moments. So let's see if we can get this puppy all rolling here to the floor. So
we'll see.
Like it's going down.
We'll see. We'll see.
Here we go. We're queuing up for a match now. So we're going to take it down to the floor and see what happens. We'll get out there and get our eyeballs on the field. Should
have the action for you momentarily.
Yeah, this should be a real good one here.
It should be. It should. So I'm looking forward to this one. You know,
statistically, the brackets where everybody sits as players on both these teams, it definitely looks like it's going to be a pretty even statistic match. Will that translate to the actual combat? We don't know. We'll find out here in a moment, though. Here we go.
The biggest question is, can we get all of the players into the round, though? That is absolutely the biggest question at the start right here.
Absolutely.
So I think we're actually okay. You know, taking a look at the scoreboard here, I see that we've got our 5 players on each team. We may be okay.
Everything's holding together so far.
Control point contested.
Ladies, gentlemen, I think we have a successful start to this round. Let's get the action underway. Let's do this.
Yeah.
See some
Control
death, some
point
blood.
contested.
Yeah.
You know,
Clutch
yeah,
shots. I
Texan
want to see
here,
some stuff
so.
here. Looks like
Yeah.
everybody's just being really strategic here. There we got some caps going down again.
Yep.
Heritage grabbing A and C right off the jump. Looks like Les has got B and D right there. Although they're being contended at their house, Heritage losing
Hey.
Charlie. Right now.
They're pushing. Yeah, we see it right here. Okay.
Oh man, Heritage only holding A right now
And
trying desperately to
defending.
get back.
Look at that. Hey, I told you, watch Makudum.
Yeah,
There he goes. He ran in
didn't
to
work early.
your territory, to Heritage territory.
Yep,
Took
absolutely.
Charlie and then mowed him down. That's going to be big.
Absolutely.
If they can hold that. But they are losing Delta, so we'll see.
Yep.
Now what you see, though, is Makudum, he is rotating over towards Delta right now. They're going to lose that. But if he can get a couple kills over here. Oh, look at that. He's pulling off a little
Yep,
bit. So.
and the Heritage having A and D now, trying to compensate for the loss of their house and see will they go ahead and try. They're trying to get it. They're getting gunned down at C. Will they be able to pull it off? Looks like they're making a move on C now.
They are, but there they are. They came to defend. See, Heritage rolled over. They just rolled over. Sorry, bad word. Rotated over and did lay waste.
Les
to
coming back,
Makudum.
taking their house back secure as
look.
well. Going to grab Delta.
They're going to grab Delta anyways. Yeah, there it is.
Yep,
Florentino grabs it.
Now we're back to 2-2. Heritage 49, less 68 on this one, guys. They are definitely staying within 20 points or less, but there's going to have to be some more moves made, some more stuff held. Right now, they're just swapping objectives left and right. A is the only thing that hasn't been really contested.
Bravo's about to be contested, though, so
Oh, yeah. Looks like
they're going for
Bravo.
it. Yeah.
They're setting up a perimeter right now. Good play on that. Oh, nice defense there.
Oh, though.
Definitely
that
trying to
was
hold
huge.
down the B.
We just had Aurelian completely fumble a grenade throw, though. He tried to get it down the hallway leading
Yeah.
into the building at Bravo and just completely dropped the ball. But there he goes. He made up for
That's
it with the
okay.
kill on Quantium. Yep.
Absolutely. We got some, looks like some sneaky sneak going back in the way of the Delta maneuver again. Looks like maybe Heritage trying to make a play for D there on the backstop. Looks like C still hotly contested. Every objective seeing some action right now.
Absolutely, but I think Sibiyard's about to go for A. So they are making a push for it. And in fact, we have Aurelian hacking
go.
Alpha
There we go.
right now.
Oh, are they going to pull off the 4 cap here?
Oh, shit. Nope.
Oh,
there
looks
goes
like Les,
Delta.
oh, there's the sneaky sneak on the D, but it looks like Les does secure A, does secure C, knocking those down in tangent.
You know, perhaps the sneaky sneak on the D. Not the greatest choice of word. Yeah.
Well, you know, you got to make
Well,
a move.
you know.
You got to make a play for your team. And,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
some
yeah,
people like to sneaky sneak the D more than others. And it's like, no, I don't think
course.
Les wants to give up the D. They're getting their D back right now.
But look at that. Aurelian on D capping it right now for that 4
Yeah.
cap. They are going
4
to
cap
rotate over
secured
to
at
Alpha.
this point, pulling ahead almost by 50 points. Oh, here comes
Yep.
back Heritage. A and Charlie, both Alpha and Charlie. Oh, no, stop!
Alpha saved by Makudum.
Oh, my gosh.
Spacer.
Good
Wow.
play there.
Yep.
Good play there. And it really is. Heritage is just desperately trying right at this point to hold on to their house and make a move.
Yeah, and you know, you
Aurelian
have to
pulling
look
off
at
the
it.
ace right now, getting the ace mode.
Those are the players to watch out for. The
Yep.
Aurelian and Makudum on the Lace of Yards team.
Important to note
they've
for
got
both
the points.
when somebody gets an ace, right? Because that is also a point pony, as I call it. If you put down an ace, you get extra points for your team. So those guys will be definitely watching for their opponents on the field, trying to take those aces out to stack points, because that's playing the long game there.
Absolutely, and I think they are. Oh my God, yep. Final nail in the coffin right here. They're capping C. They're losing A, but they have got a lead. If Lace of Yard can just maintain
Everything
this now,
Heritage
hold
tries to
two.
throw at them, it seems like every time Heritage gets one, they're countering,
Yeah.
maintaining that 3-1 cap. Les is just pulling ahead.
Yeah, and that's the issue, is that they don't even need that now. They need to maintain 1 cap with the score the way it is. So this round is lost. Heritage is going to need to kind of figure out what went wrong in this first round and regroup for the second one. They're
Yeah,
gonna
come
have
up
a
with
shot.
a different strategy for the next one, at least as far as that. They came out strong. They're losing the last one here, and it looks like that Les might pull off this victory with a solid 4 cap at the end, but the last
There it is,
seconds
yep.
ticking down
Wow,
on the clock.
just
yeah.
Round over.
and of course, you know, kind of as you would expect, you see the top players of each team kind of, you know, filter their way,
Absolutely.
find their way to the top of the scoreboard there. Makudum and Aurelian holding it down
Yeah.
to Lace of Yards, Creed on
Very
top.
very comparable statistics on both sides.
Very, and you know, the way that match started, it kind of seemed like it might be a little bit more even. They were each holding two. They were kind of fighting over this. You know, one would take one would take another. But Les Savillard just ran away with it there.
Absolutely.
Control point contested. Control point contested.
Once again, the caster sacrifice to the
caster
armor he
sacrifice.
got. Yes. So
some great battles over A there. We're seeing it. We're seeing him engage and pull back off the rail, trying to keep him desperately off cap and A.
So this is interesting. Les Savillard is going straight for Charlie right off the bat. Completely. Wow. Okay. See, Charlie, it's that hotbed. You know, every single time.
Well, they already have B and D secured at this point. So I mean, why not make the play for Charlie? They're holding their opponents off of A. Heritage is not able to cap A at this point.
Look at the aggressive play going on here, though. Yeah. They are trading kills left and right at the beginning here. We are seeing so very little of the slow play that we saw from
Heritage just now, almost a minute in the match, making their very first cap.
Yep.
Yeah, they're basically, Les is coming in and they played the objective game. They're defending their objectives. They're hitting it hard, and they are not getting Heritage much room to breathe here at all. Will Heritage be able to make a move? They're going to have to go for the 3-play and not bottle up, not go after single objectives as a group, and they're definitely going to have to do something.
They're shaking up. You know, they just need to take a step back, find themselves, get a strategy, regroup around that strategy, and execute. So they have gotten it back to 2-2. They are losing Charlie, though.
They're really Heritage focusing, as you just saw, they're eliminating players that are preventing them from capping in certain areas, grouping up and doing that. That might promote good team play. Unfortunately, if you have to go a 2v1 all the time, you're taking a man off the field. You're not able to cap certain objectives. It is a hard press, especially with these size squads.
Yeah. But there you go. We see him cleaning up. So, you know, they're getting the kills. Aurelian's kind of on the hunt now for Les Savillard. However, it's still 2-2. So, and they have firm control of Delta right now.
Yep.
Of course, Heritage holding down Alpha and Charlie.
But I mean, 2-2 is not going to gain Heritage any ground right now in this moment. Looks like they're trying to make some plays for D, but definitely Heritage trying to make some plays there, trying to loosen up D a little bit. But meanwhile, while they put their best troops forward trying to capture D, they're losing C in the backdrop.
They are. They absolutely are. There you go. We got 63-2.
Right now, Heritage just holds A. Les has Bravo, Charlie, and Delta. Again, a desperate play.
They took it right from underneath him. Right there. Charlie gone. And that's going to just...
You'll see time again, Texas, right here. You're seeing Heritage rally 2-3 players to try to recap an objective. Meanwhile, Les is able to spread the field and keep one guy on objective, just grief a little bit, and be able to prevent multiple players from capturing it back. And that's why right now we're seeing Les start to lose this match.
Yeah. You know, it might be a little bit off for you guys actually watching the spectator view over here, but actually the Les Savillard has a 4 cap currently. All 4 points.
All 4 positions right now. Les is just holding them down. And they're just picking and choosing. While, you know, the play is being very coordinated, very teamworky by Heritage. Unfortunately, when you have to rally the ball, and it looks like right now overall, Les is winning the 1v1 battles all across the map. Anytime 1v1, it's Les all the way. And that is translating to them having more people freed up to take these objectives.
Yeah. Now, you're not seeing as much. You're not seeing sort of the ace status that you saw with someone like Malin over from Renegade Squadron. You know, Aurelian, the top killer over here on Les Savillard's team, he's got 13 kills, but 8 deaths as well. Yep. But they are very, very oriented in their approach here. Very methodical, rotating when needed, sending the right amount of people. You know, not sending all 5 to go rush and defend 1 point so that the rest of the team on the Heritage side can go cap something else. You know, they're very methodical about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're also reflected in the stats, as you pointed out. If you look at the teams, Les is a lot more spread out, even though they do have their dominators there with Aurelian and Magnum. You have all their teammates contributing. Every teammate is positive KDR, meaning they're winning those 1v1 matchups. Meanwhile, you have a couple players, unfortunately, over on the Heritage team that have 0 kills and double-digit deaths. So you have 2 or 3 guys trying to carry Heritage against a complete, more well-rounded team at this point of Les.
Yeah. You know, it's the strategy is there on the Lace of Yards team, but let's see what happens. They are on.
Let's see what happens. Right now,
so
we're on map rotation. That means they flip-flop sides. Heritage is going to get the high ground, which historically has helped a lot of teams out. Will it give them the momentum they need to come back? They need to win 2 matches at this point to even hopefully
points
and the points and even have a chance at like winning the whole thing. So they're definitely behind the 8 ball on this one.
Now, something very important though to note is that on the Marine side, Les Savillard did cap C pretty quickly right out of the gate, and it looked like it was almost uncontested.
Will they try to mirror that play? Will they take their methodical play of what Les did to them and try to flip it on its head?
Hang on, we see Makudum going for Delta. Hang on, he pulled back. He pulled off of it though. So, yep, he's rotating over to Charlie now.
Yep, definitely. Okay, so Heritage is taking Charlie, but Les answered right back with the Delta cap. So, really close in this match.
We'll see. So Makudum has come back to Charlie. He's defending. He's trying to get those kills. He's got one. He dropped
That
Quantum.
was an interesting maneuver there. I just saw from Quantum's perspective. Someone jumped up the railing.
And Kodashi. There it is. They're going to grab C back. Charlie will belong to Lace of Yards.
Saw jump up from below over the railing. I've never seen that before.
Jump up from below.
Over the railing.
Interesting.
Yeah, might have to go back on the record and check that out later.
Look at this, going for the 4 cap, Alpha and Delta.
He stifled today though, stopped in his tracks at that one. Definitely got the
he
D,
wasn't.
though.
So that was Makudum at Alpha, right? He peeled off of that to go get the kill on the Heritage member.
The D is a fan favorite with both teams because they are just fighting over this like crazy.
Yes. Both teams love the D.
Love
Confirmed.
the D.
What's that booth? Okay. There it is. Delta is lost, but the game it appears close. But I don't know. I feel like with sort of the disadvantage of the Marine side that you sometimes see, I have a feeling that Les Savillard is going to come away with this game unless Heritage can pull some miracle, some sort of crazy strategy and rally behind it as a team.
Right now. Ed Gio is just he's being a hero. He's holding D. He saw all his teammates fall around him. Will his team be able to start to make a push on something else?
Hey, I'm watching them toss grenades from the.
Yeah, they're not making it past the door though. They're sitting right inside the door. Not quite the grenade bounce they're looking for.
Yeah, but you know what it does do is it's containing them.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and they're falling for that bait right now. Heritage is just sitting back. They have at least 2 of their members sitting back on Delta, guarding Delta. Yeah, Heritage not making any moves. They're sitting back.
Heritage needs a 3 cap. They need a 3 cap to even be able to win this round.
No, if they don't apply pressure, they have 2 guys sitting there, and really Les is able to just throw 1 or 2 people at D, keeping half of the Heritage team back on their objective.
They need a team wipe, and they got close for a second. They killed off Florentino. They almost got there. They killed Florentino.
Quantum is trying to make a move on Bravo right now, and he's getting a little bit of support, but unfortunately, again, all Les has to do is wait for any members that come off of Delta, off of the spawn, eliminate them, and they're containing the entire team.
They've got a full contain. They're set up here to defend. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to say that this round is over. Maybe it's a little premature. Sure, there's time. There's 3 minutes left, but with a 100-point lead,
can't make a move on the 3 cap. It will be over because at 3 points per cycle ticking here down. And they're just racking up the points right now. Les is just hitting it hard. They're containing. They're shooting well. And we're seeing some heroes try to come up for Heritage, try to make something happen, just desperately trying to break the mold. But when you're playing the objective and the other team just has those type of killers on it, they're just putting them down left and right.
Yeah, and unfortunately, when you're 3 capped like that and down so many points, your only real option is to get a team wipe on the other side. You got to get them down, get them in that respawn timer, and go get your points back. And unfortunately, Heritage was just unable to do anything. Yeah. They got a couple kills. They began that push. You can't play defensively. You got to run out there, like I said. You got to get.
See here on the stat board right here with Les having at least 3 players in double digits KDR, and just Heritage barely breaking more than
yeah.
one player in that. It's really they're getting dominated in multiple things. Only one player, Quantium, is positive on the entire team at this point.
You know, but the nice thing about it too is if you look at the captures are very spread out on the Lace of the Arts.
They are. They're definitely trying. Both teams really trying to give it all. Really trying to do that stuff. And it looks like Les is going to be hands down the winner on this one, dominating not only in points but all 3 rounds. All 3 rounds going directly to Les on this one.
And we're gonna ship it on over to the booth for the post-round analysis.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks again, guys.
So get that thing going. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think the play on that was just dominating. They spoke out. Yeah, and they knew exactly what they were doing. They just had a game plan. They executed well, and there you go. Heritage definitely trying to do some team play. Definitely trying to spread the field there. Mm-hmm. And you know, they got some great caps, but on those 1v1s, again, if you have to dedicate more than one player to an objective to stifle their defense, you're losing out on the other end. And a lot of times it just comes down to straight gun game, as we saw there. And Les had more killers than Heritage did in that specific match.
So what a round, though. Awesome round to see. And I'd really like to see where Lace of the Arts takes the rest of this tournament. Look forward to their next match. So.
Yeah, it'll be interesting when they come up in the next bracket. So,
yep,
good stuff. All right.
Well, I believe we'll be going to the booth momentarily.
Yeah, as they get prepared over there.
Yep.
So we'll see what happens there. We'll get some beautiful analysis from the amazing Captain Flit and the more than
and
sexy,
the so-so Grockies, you know,
so amazingly sexy Grockies. They'll be coming up here in just a moment.
All right, guys.
Here we go to the booth, guys.
And we are back after that punishing victory by Les by the team that starts with Les. I'm here with the infinitely more attractive Grackies.
That's a lot.
Yeah, so that was some interesting, like, team-based gameplay we saw there. So I don't know what's out for you, Grackies, but for me, watching the Laysib team, they seem to be much more proficient individually as combatants. So what we saw in the first match was a lot of, as soon as you engage in the fight, just stay and spray as many bullets as possible till one of you dies. And that was typically what we saw in the first match. But with this match, we saw the Laysib guys engaging, laying down some fire, taking some damage, but then disengaging, using their medkit, then re-engaging. Not bloody-mindedly trying to get the kill, but thinking tactically, like, how can I win this fight but also survive? I think that's really cool.
Besides that, the big thing, and this is with any shooter game out there, positioning. The Laysib team, their positioning on the map every time was designed to give them an advantage in 1v1 especially, but eventually Heritage was overcommitting. They were throwing 2-3 bodies at one person on the map and losing 2 of their people to drop 1. So having to commit that much just because they took a tactical position was absolutely destroying their ability to get to a point and actually to set up the capture to get what mattered, which is the ticks at the top.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. We saw that. We saw that with one part. I forget which round it was, but we had one Laysib guy who was hiding behind those containers out on the landing pad outside in the space area, and we had 3 of the Heritage Marines coming in trying to take that guy out. He was able to tie down all 3 of those people and do so in an area where they were so exposed. And we saw at the end, the Laysib guy obviously got killed. We saw at the end those Marines dropping like flies as the rest of the Laysib team came in and took out the guys who were out exposed on the pad. And of course, while all that's happening, points being captured, points are being scored. And really, this is the difference between this sort of competition format and you just playing with your friends in Star Marine to get some rec points. It's not about your individual performance. Your score literally means nothing in this match setting.
Yep.
It's all about those capture points and getting those team points and using solid teamwork to do so. And we saw a lot of that from Lacib. They did a fantastic job there.
Yeah, Heritage was stuck over engaging, and I can't say that enough. If you have to send 3 bodies to 1, and like I said, you saw it at C at one point where they should have been able to take a 1v1, but they called that one person was at C, and you saw them over engage. All of a sudden, 2-3 bodies start coming in from Heritage, but while you got 3 bodies there, they're not off doing something else. And you almost got a sense as the game went further and further on, they didn't trust their ability to take a 1v1 or a 2v1, which would have been advantageous. If you can't take 2v1s in most situations, you're not going to do well. It's just the fact of the matter in a tournament like this. You have to, at the very most, be able to take them 2v1 to knock that person out of position, take the position yourself, know that you can hold it with one person while someone else sets up for the capture, and they've got someone, as was said by our other casters, on Overwatch, sitting above and getting ready to hold that position for them, cover them while they get the point, while they capture. So when that started to happen, you could feel the hesitation, and that's when they started to get rolled more and more. You have to have the confidence in your ability to take a 1v1 or a 2v1.
So let's hear about. So we have some other games happening alongside these. These are televised games. What was the latest game score come through, Grackies?
The latest score coming through, the Outer Rim Coalition took down the Bloody Explorers 3-0 in their rounds. Also, we had a previous game that came in, which was the Wisdom Marines versus AIG Drifters. Wisdom Marines taking that over AIG Drifters 3-1.
Yeah. So far with the EU region, we have the Wisdom Marines sitting on top, and then Lacey BR that currently sat on top for the EU region, which means they're going to go through. We have 2 more matches for each region before we get through to the winners rounds. Coming up, we'll have Angels of the Warp versus Renegade Squadron in the second round for NA. And then Mighty Squad versus Wisdom Marines for the second round for EU. Now, Angel of the Warp and the Mighty Squad, they're the top seed teams, so they got to pass through to the next round, which means Renegade Squadron and Wisdom Marines really need to pull out the bag for this one to try and stay in the competition.
Those are going to be some excellent and amazing games to start watching, to see if those teams play together, and also to see these top seeded teams, see what they do, what they bring to the table, what other teams might watch and look at, just to pick up ideas on the fly to try and hold on to keep themselves alive and see how they can counter it, how they play against it, and how they adapt. Adaptability is a huge part of these games.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we should point out that all of the people playing these competitions so far are highly skilled players. Now, we shouldn't take away from the skill of the Heritage team. It's just they were outclassed by some next level play by Lacib. And honestly, for me, I think Lacib, with that performance, they could be the ones to watch.
I'm definitely going to have my eye on them now at this point in the tournament. That was some well set up play by them. You can't say enough about it. Really, it was highly coordinated, despite the fact that they seemed scattered. You could see them pull a player over when they needed to, but they were able to communicate when they knew they had their 1v1, 2v1, or 1v2, 1v3 matchups, and know when to back out or when to take a death, to hold on for that last little bit. You didn't see them getting long spawned very much.
Yeah, and that's another factor that we're not able to see in this format. That's the communication, and that is so key in these setups. How you keep that team kind of tied together and allocate your resources where they're most needed. I would love to be a fly on the wall of the communications of Sibley Yard to hear how they were managing that gameplay.
Any of the teams, honestly, I'd love to hear how they're doing it. Even if a team might have dropped out at that point, to be a fly on the wall and hear how they're taking it on from that moment, to see how they might spin it and push forward and hold on to keep going, to build themselves back up and not let that defeat in that time get to them. because when it gets into your head, with anyone who's played sports or been in competitive situations knows, you let it get into your head, that's when you're in quicksand. You start to sink, you start to grasp, and the harder you struggle, the worse you fall. So you have to shake it off and keep moving. So hearing that.
Cool. So so I believe the next match is going to be Angel of Warp versus Renegade Squadron. I'm be interested to see if Renegade, because they have played a match already today, if they modify any of their tactics for this particular match. They know they're going up against a very tough team, and this is their opportunity to get back in there. They're essentially had a warm-up match. They've shaken out what worked and what didn't in that. I'd love to see what changes in this next matchup.
And with that, I do believe we're going to be heading over back to our casters on the floor. Back over to me.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back, and
this is going to be an interesting matchup here.
It is. It is AOTW versus Renegade Squadron. Of course, AOTW is helped today by the lack and no-show of drummer Dan, their worst player. So I think that actually improves their odds here. We'll see. So AOTW.
Cutting the boat anchor off the boat sometimes gives you a little more speed. So we'll see
right?
what happens.
I mean, you know, a team is only as good as their worst player, and drummer Dan being the worst player of AOTW, not here today. AOTW significant boost in their chances of winning today. So,
absolutely. We'll see if
we will see.
we've already seen one showing there from Renegade Squadron top lane the SCA. So we'll see if Malin can continue to dominate the field. Will he continue to pull off those nice shots and suppress the enemy, or will the legend that has become the Angels of the Warp suppress this rising Renegade Squadron and put them back into the stars, make them go running to their spaceships? We'll see what happens here. It's going to be interesting.
We'll see. I mean, you look at the lineup over here of AOTW, and you see names like Maduin and Nellerath and Reebok, Sabine Silent. Like, these guys are shooters. These guys, when you come across them in a public round of last stand or elimination, and you see their name, you don't even have time to run. You're dead.
The mythical kill streaks of Sabian. We all know that from just playing public. It's like you won't see anything, and then you see a chain of Sabian tags come up there. We'll see what happens there. I really think Melon has a shot here. It definitely depends on how Renegade Squadron could pull together with the team play. Can they win their 1v1s? Can they hold on to objectives and get out the gate early? All this is going to matter, and we're going to see right now as we start to load into the game here. We'll see what happens.
We'll see. Hey, Renegade Squadron is not out of it, So by no means, they've got a very clear shot. They showed that. They proved that against SCA in their first matchup that they came here to contend.
And they're warmed up. Something to be said for getting that warm up off the jump. So
they are. So hopefully we have a smooth start here and don't need to do any resets. We will, of course, see. We should be going here momentarily.
The ground cast a suicide.
Yes, the once again noble ritual of sacrifice of a caster. So, and guys, unfortunately, we're getting word from the booth that it is actually a crash reset. So, we are going to rewind and reform that booth.
Back it up.
Give one more shot. So,
and we'll get it going all again. So, not much else could be said as far as the whole North American bracket. I personally, in the beginning, before we saw Renegade Squadron win their last match, I didn't know how they perform. I haven't seen a lot of those guys in action. Obviously, Malin's been a standout inside, the overall Star Marine hallways, so to speak, and all that stuff. But the rest of the team really pulled together around him and was able to capture that victory in the last one. Be it pretty close. We'll see what happens here.
100-point differential, I think it was, right? I know we had some scoreboard issues from the spectator mode, of course, but
absolutely.
If I'm not mistaken, that match came down to 100 points. Yeah. It's Renegade Squadron that's always recruiting for, when you hear Renegade Squadron, what do you think of? You think of flying and dogfighting.
Yeah, immediately Arena Commander, dominating the skies,
absolutely.
Those type of
things. You see Malagos in game, right? And he's in a ship, and you are instant afterburned that way, right? So again, So it's can they translate that teamwork really effectively to the ground game against AOTW. Some excellent shooters. So we should see. Guys, we're back in it. We're loading in. The game should start momentarily here.
Hopefully this will hold together well, and we'll be able to get this thing going.
Yes.
Get in here, and we'll try to give you the best updates we can. We realize that to spectate, you guys are looking at the brackets are not always accurate as far as the capture points, so we will try to continually call those out and do what we can to make that happen for you.
Absolutely.
Right,
so I think we're actually underway. If I'm not mistaken, we do not have a crash restart. And actually, yep, I think we're all right.
Oh, yeah.
So, you guys should have it on screen momentarily here, and there we go.
There we go.
So,
we're switching up to it right now. Yeah, it looks like Renegade Squadron grabbing D, both Delta and Bravo, and it's a 2v2 capture thing right here. So out the gate, very close, 2v2, both on objectives, making moves as we speak. So we'll see what happens here.
Charlie taken though, so it's kind of it's a very even matchup right now. Each one has got a wing, and each one's got their sort of home capture point.
Yeah, absolutely. No, we're not seeing any super aggressive play quite yet. People feeling each other out, kind of playing a zone game. Actually, is what we're seeing. People setting up in their perimeters, looking for things, starting to make some moves, and we'll see right here. I think we're going to have some movement on D.
Yeah, it looks like AOTW is making a move on Delta, so we'll see if they're going to be able to capture this though.
Absolutely.
So the grenades are out. There we go. Sabine kills Pidian, but then CTFT from Renegade Squad and drops Sabine. But here it goes. We've got Reebok and Silent cleaning up 2 Renegade Squadron players.
Some smart gameplay from both sides right here. Really trading kills, trying to target the people that are really the playmakers on both sides, suppressing their ability to push too much. And again, doing that. Oh, we're seeing a move on Bravo right now.
Yep.
Here we go. And it's stifled. Stifled right there.
Each team still playing very cautiously and just kind of trying to feel each other out. But
again, coming back to Bravo again, we're seeing here Sabian putting down CTFT, just trading kills. But it looks like
there it is. Bravo's taken.
Yeah, Bravo's taken. Renegade Squad has lost Bravo. They are now holding Delta. Will they be able to counter?
But hang on, they're pushing Delta now. So we see Maduin coming in, approaching quickly. Sabine takes down Pity, and Templar 1 down. Maduin is now hacking Delta.
Oh, man.
Here it is.
Yeah.
Oh, the 4 cap already. Let's see. They're taking fire. Oh, okay. So Maduin had to retreat from that. It's a smart play, right? Don't just
but are they going to fall in the pitfalls of what we've seen with Heritage match? Are they going to fall in the pitfalls where they get contained on Delta? And fight for Delta. And right now they're losing Delta.
Happened. Yeah, it's gone. Yep, they successfully peeled off the hack, defended, and then got back on the hack. And now we've got AOTW with the 4 cap here.
Yeah, 4 cap starting to pull away and making significant changes right here. And this is where you'll see Angels of the Warp really stretch out their game. They're very good shooters. They're going to be doing the long shots, defending objectives, and we'll see if the Renegade Squadron can crack the mold at all and capture anything back, because their zone play for Angel of the Warp is amazing zone play.
It is AOTW, once these guys get into their groove, once they get these caps going, get their 3 points, we do see Malin just dropped Maduin though, a little contested rivalry there. So but then I don't know. We'll see. So, Malin's a great shooter, but a lot of these AOTW guys are shooters, and they know how to rotate. They know how to work as a team and effectively control those points. And they are maintaining this 4 cap still, coming out to a staggering 100 point.
It really looks also like 2 of the best players on Renegade Squad, Malin and Malgus, are being suppressed hardcore. Malin with a single kill on the board and 5 deaths. I mean, we're seeing the KDR just fall quickly, as expected, with these very professional shooters on the opposite side.
Absolutely. And Sabine, he is not to be underestimated. He is cleaning up there. He's got that sniper rifle out, and he's making good short work.
Look at that. Look at Maduin with the triple kills right there within moments of each other, just putting them down. Typical. It's always seen their skill like that, but it's one of those things where it's hard to come up and over that. Once they have you down, they will keep you there.
This is just brutal right here. So that was and they do this from the Marine side.
Great showing in the first 2 minutes of the match, and then of course we have an ATW just wrecking them throughout the rest of the Renegade Squadron. Just will Renegade Squadron be able to make the plays early and hold on to them? I think that's the strategy they have to go with. I think they have to get those objectives down. They have to zone play, and they have to be able to like just hold it back like that. If they go after the other team directly, I think they're going to have a miserable day.
Yeah. So we see kind of the same strategy right out of the gate. You know, of course, AOTW grabbing Charlie.
Trading zones right off the bat.
Yep.
Renegade Squadron grabbing that A faster in the airtime.
Although, hang on, well, look at that. Yep.
Yeah.
So AOTW grabbed Alpha the first time, and they were unable to do so. They did defend Renegade Squadron.
Oh, no.
And there it is. Look at that. Bravo and Alpha both going down.
Recap
to
already. Already by these guys. Yeah, there's Renegade Squadron not getting their objectives off the jump. They tried to. They were just stifled right in the beginning. Will they be able to hold deep? Will they be able to come back on the other ones?
And so
I don't know. What kind of gameplay would you employ here, Texas, on this match?
Well, this is what Silent 331 does really well. Is he kind of sits there with his sniper rifle. He loves that thing, and he just sits back and he was sniping down a D. So they have now rotated into Delta,
and now Delta falling.
Look at that. Yep.
Yeah, Delta is falling. Yes, Renegade Squadron has lost all objectives. They are now.
Oh my God, that's a team wipe right there.
Something out. Yeah.
That's a team wipe. Between Sabine and Silent 331, they've gotten the team wipe. They've got the 4 cap. Renegade Squadron has some work ahead of them if they want to come back.
It's got to be disheartening too. And team motivation is critical at these points.
Oh my God.
You got to rally the troops. You got to push something. And yeah, they're holding them at their spawn on the stairwell over by Delta.
Yeah.
They're not getting out that way.
And then of course they get 2 more kills right there. So and Silent's back on the sniper. He's controlling the upper area of Alpha.
Yeah.
Rough.
Renegade Squadron trying to just get some kills to get some momentum, but they're really playing some soft back play right here, and it seems like, you know, Angels of the Warp are just bringing it to them on every avenue.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of when you're in this position, right, that Renegade Squadron is in, you kind of just want, you feel like you need to get something at this point, right? You just need to get that one piece of momentum. You know, it's very disheartening, but again, I've seen teams come back from this, and it is entirely possible.
Scrolling through the players here on Renegade Squadron, we're seeing the entire team really try to press on Delta, which, again, they're falling in the same pitfalls what Heritage did. They're trying to get their main home objective.
Oh my God!
And it's just when you got a skilled team of shooters, it's just not going to work. It's
not
head against the wall.
But it's not, you know, and again, it's not only the shooting too, right? It's simply that these guys practice, right? They practice day in and day out. They do this all the time. And they know how to rotate. They know their positions. They know their cover points.
It's not only the shooting. If you watch when they jump up, they're jumping up, they're crouching, they're using their hitboxes, they're manipulating the field every aspect they can to get every significant advantage. Angels of the Warp just has this play down. So if you think you're just going to bring your gun game, you need to have the motion, you need to have the skill, you need to bring it all to put these guys down. And you know, right now, this is not the strong suit of Renegade Squadron. They are hardcore pilots. They do great team play, but right now, gun game is dominating any type of teamwork that's happening on the field.
Yeah. This one's over. So it'll be interesting again to see what happens when we do switch sides in the third round coming up.
Get some different positioning up and stuff like that. You know, maybe get some momentum there. But again, they already put 2 back down. I mean, at this point, all they need is one more loss. Renegade Squadron's done on this bracket of the thing.
You know, and even so though, AOTW started from what I consider to be the worst the worst side. So you know, I feel like they might have the advantage in their side now. And oh man, so this is gonna be tough. It's possible.
Tough to recover from. Nothing's impossible. Maybe some Angels of the Warp guys could fall asleep. Or something could happen here, but at this point, I think Renegade Squadron's like, just desperately trying to get momentum. It's so critical they get the caps right off the bat, and we're already seeing Delta captured. C is just now being captured, and
no,
he had to
C
pull off.
Being contested. So this is actually a strategy.
Sabian coming in, putting him down at it.
Yeah. Well, this is a strategy that AOT loves. Is they like to send that one rusher into Charlie.
And when
they
bring
love
somebody
to
bear like Sabian there, as you can see, they finally put Sabian down. But when you bring him to bear on that, and he's able to put down 2 or 3 of your cappers, you're not going to get momentum.
Yeah. You know, and this is the issue, right? What you see is that when AOTW is so great right at the beginning, right off the bat of contesting those initial captures, so you can't even get your 2 and 2 points, right? And you saw that they neglected, they declined Charlie, and now they're taking it for themselves, right in the Outlaws' home territory, right in Renegade Squadron's home territory.
Yeah, they're just right now. Renegade Squadron's just looking for anything. They still have lots of time, lots of points available, but if they are being essentially spawn camped almost at this point, there's no perimeter they can come from and get anything done.
Yeah. Well, one Renegade Squadron, you know, Malagos, he gets the kill on Maduin, and Revok immediately follows up and kills Malagos, and that's just that's the nature of the game.
Trading
for this
kills,
round,
but
boys.
trading kills will not get them the objective momentum they need. They need somebody to push on Delta, spread out this team, try to do something. Who's going to make that move?
Yep.
They are spreading the field. They aren't turtling back on D now. I am seeing some movement, so we'll see what happens here.
Yeah. They need to try and get something going for them, right? They need to branch out, get the fuck away from C, get away from D, go get one of those points on the wing, and then move from there, right? So
yeah, absolutely.
This is gonna be tough. This is gonna be real tough.
We're seeing Malagos. He's making some sneaky maneuvers back here. It looks like he might be trying to pull that D cap here in the background.
Yeah.
Nice.
And you see Silent employing what he loves doing best, and that's that sniper rifle charging that shot in close quarters combat. You get that shot off, that is a one-hit kill, fully charged on a sniper rifle.
Down will he get it? No. And yeah, looked like his gun bugged up to me. But you know, it's the whole aspect here. Again, these guys are at least learning the lesson of previous matches, and I do encourage all the teams to watch this because this is going to be able to employ these tactics, and you do have an advantage being later in the tournament because you can kind of see how these guys play their game, how they zone out, how they get super aggressive on things, and that can be a great trap for some teams. You know, you bait them in, you pin them down early, they got a long respawn timer, you can sweep the field.
Yeah, and what you see is, you know, a couple sparse kills on behalf of Renegade Squadron here, but for the most part, this is just a one-sided round here. So this is 193 to 0 right now.
Yeah, not even letting the initial cap go off. They're just, it's brutal. At this point, they're just looks like just out of frustration, just going for the kills and trying to do something, trying to break out of spawn. I don't think they really have much opportunity to do much else.
But you know, again, AOTW is really not even spawn camping though, right? They're playing their standard defense game. They're playing their standard, you know, get your cover points and then rotate.
You know, and historically in FPS, spawn camping is a dirty word, but I call it objective play. If you're trying to suppress your enemy and win the match, you are doing what needs to be done. You know, there's no, hey, sophomore stuff where it's like play fair, do all this stuff. No.
Wow.
You go for the jugular, you put him down, and that's what Angels of the Warp have done here. They have crushed their opponent and all that stuff. So it's just absolute bloodbath. As predicted, Angels of the Warp, good sports of Renegade Squadron coming from the skies down the ground and showing a great showing, but as predicted, Angels of the Warp crushing.
I mean, let's just run through this. 19 kills, 23 kills, 17 kills, 15 kills, 13 kills. You know, AOTW absolutely dominating in that match. You know, Renegade Squadron, they put up a fight
for their money. I don't know. I mean, these guys are just.
It's got to be Mighty Squad. It's got to be Mighty Squad.
Yep, Mighty Squad.
If anyone can do it,
best chance.
So it'll be interesting to see. But hey, you know, good play on Renegade.
Absolutely.
Absolutely great play. But AOTW, they're just too damn good on the ground. Renegade Squadron is probably screaming to themselves, "Let's take this to the air, boys."
Yeah, probably right now. It's like, we'll get you on the next Arena Commander tournament.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But absolutely great game to AOTW.
Good teamwork. Unfortunately, again, the gun game of Angels of the Warp is just amazing. They just they drop people left and right everywhere.
Absolutely.
It'll be interesting to see as the game and the universe of Star Citizen continue to expand and we get more fresh meat into the grinder. Who will contend against these guys in these tournaments? Who are going to try to break it down? And gosh,
you know, it's a tough one, right? Because it's kind of like a self-fulfilling deal. Because, you know, again, AOTW, they recruit for FPS combat. This is what they're about. This is their game right here.
They're one of the few groups that actually recruits for FPS so heavily too. That's their wheelhouse. That's what they do. That's that's where they live at. So,
and you know, I had the pleasure of playing a couple private scrims, you know, not too long ago with these guys, and you know, and Malin too coming in sometimes, and you know, a couple other works, and it's just like, you know, I'd be the guy, I'd go out there and I'd maybe get first or second or third, you know, a couple times in Star Marine public matches, and then I'd you know, play with these guys and just was like 0 kills, 30 deaths, 0 kills, 30 deaths, and it's amazing the level that these dudes are on. So
yeah, they definitely day and night practicing, putting work stuff. So
yeah.
So guys, we're hearing over there. We're gonna go pitch it back over to Grockies and Captain Flint for the analysis and the whole breakdown of what we just saw. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Wow. All I'm going to say is, wow, I did not expect a shutout today. I did not expect that at all. That was
domination.
Yeah, that was domination to the extreme. AOTW, I mean, I took what Texas was saying with a pinch of salt when he was talking about how good these guys are, but they just showed some insane skill right there. And as he was saying, so they recruit specifically for Star Marines, for Space Marines. And if in the PU they have an organization where they contract themselves out as soldiers for hire, I would hire those guys, because that was some serious next level gameplay. What stood out for you in that one, Graphics?
The big thing that stood out for me was their positioning defensively in a forward position, where they knew the angles where they could hold it down and still be aggressive at the same time. Being able to push forward onto the enemy team and put them on the backs of their heels like that will throw them off mentally. And as you saw, Renegade at the very end there just started almost rushing into the fire.
Yeah, desperate acts by desperate people right there.
Yeah, there was opportunities where they could have just taken a breath, grouped up, and actually pushed as a unit, but they didn't. They made them feel cornered, feel desperate, and when those emotions start hitting and you're in a tournament scenario, it can get the better of you. And AOTW knew the psychology of it as much as they knew the gameplay of it. Yeah, that's the big thing with doing something like that. You get inside the other teams, the other players' heads, and you start to play with them.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, we were talking during the match about them setting up a murder ball and essentially coming out as a large single unit and being able to dislodge one or two of the AOTW defensive positions. But I mean, that's what it is. Like the AOTW guys, through the first couple of rounds, they were doing well, but you could tell that they were kind of adjusting to the play style of their opponents, and that's a big thing in these prolonged matches. Understanding how the opposing team works, figuring out their tactics, and locking them down. I think that's exactly what we just saw from AOTW. And like you said, they were so familiar with the map, so familiar with the layout, and with how they could predict that Renegade Squadron would respond to their positions. They were able to dig in, cover all the aspects, and really, Renegade Squadron at the end had zero chance.
It became total domination at that point.
Yeah.
A complete shutout is not something you normally see, but every once in a while, a team pops up and goes, this is why we're #1 seed. And they come in hard to prove it, not just in that match, but to anyone else coming up, just to show what they're capable of.
Yeah,
and you could see that positioning, the areas around the stairs at sea, and how they were setting up all of their angles so that one or two guys could hold. Again, messing with Renegade Squadron. But if any other team's paying attention out there, if they had taken a breath, come out into that death ball, 5 guys, there's only 1 or 2 guns sitting up there. That's enough fire that if you just lay it down on that position, those bullets are eventually going to drop that person. And it's going to be too much fire for them to stand up and really throw anything back at you. So at that point, you have to look at what's going on and start working cohesively instead of the scattered running out one at a time down the tunnels and getting dropped because you're alone. even though you're sort of coming out together on the timer, you're still playing alone.
Yeah, absolutely. But there is that psychological aspect. It was such this impressive showing that the next team they come up against, the Outer Rim Coalition, they have to be really worried right now.
Worried or excited? I don't know. Some people like the challenge and can really rise to it. So if they're competitors, maybe they saw that play and said, no, we can do it. We can take them. And they've got their adrenaline up from seeing that play, and they want to face something that tough to prove that they're better than even what that best showing was.
Oh, absolutely. And it's also good to see from the AOTW, because we saw a lot of the views from their gameplay as they had Renegade Squadron locked down that last round. They weren't complacent with it. They weren't just sat camping, watching doorways and things. They had people locked down, but they were still roaming the map. They had, we saw a very impressive swift EVA all the way around the map by one of the guys, just making sure nobody's slipping through, and doing those sweeping maneuvers, and really being ready to respond to anything that might happen from the Renegade Squadron's team had they managed to make something happen coming out of that spawn.
Yeah,
So I think the next match we're going to go through is going to be Angels of the Wob again against the Outer Rim Coalition for the semi-final of the North American round.
What we were just talking about.
Yeah. So this could be interesting. Hopefully, on behalf of the Outer Rim Coalition, they watched that match and were able to glean something from the Angels of the Warp tactics. Angels of the Warp are warmed up, ready for this match. I think it's going to be an interesting matchup.
It's definitely going to be. I'd say keep our eyes on Bent Vision and Mesmeister in that game from Torque, the Outer Rim Coalition, to see what they can do. They're two highest ranked players on the boards, at least, and they might be able to pull something off. Look to see also what they've got in store, how they coordinate, how they organize, and how their captain Mez really pulls his team together at that point. That's going to be really on the captain's shoulders to keep them together and come up with some sort of strategy to play against that impressive play from Angels of War.
Yeah. But we shouldn't shut them out, though. I mean, Outer Rim Coalition did do a 3-0 shutout in their first round against the second seed. I reckon it's going to be a good match. So I think we're about ready to move over to watch that match now. So have fun.
Back over to Matapi in Texas.
I mean,
what's going on, y'all? Here we go.
Back.
We got Angels of the Warp once again versus the Outer Rim Coalition, I should say.
Yeah.
So
we're at the semifinals time now, so it's time to step it up, bring the A game, see if the Outer Rim group can knock Angels of the Warp out.
Do you think they stand a chance, Mitachi? Do you think they stand a chance?
I don't know. After that last bloodbath showing we saw with Angels of the Warp, I think, again, anybody's team play will have to, they'll have to play their best game, and I think that you'd have Angels of the Warp would have to play their worst game to make this a competitive match, in my opinion.
It's going to be interesting. So, but here we go. We are launching into the game once again. Bear with us. We'll see. Hopefully, we have no crashes when we get right into the game.
Absolutely.
You guys the awesome view of the action, but alpha problems, right? Let's see what happens here. So,
I think we'll be okay. I think we'll get it down. I think we're starting to get a rhythm now, and I think the server gods are being nicer to us. So we'll see what happens here as we get everything set up.
Yeah, we are. So
ease into it, so to speak. So.
If all goes well, we should have the action to you in just a moment here. So let's see.
Absolutely. All right, here we go.
Good. Into the action.
Into the action right here, guys. All right, we see both teams coming out of their spawns, making moves right off the bat. No objectives captured yet, but they will be on them momentarily. There we go. Home capture points for both teams getting sought right there. C and D.
It's what you would expect. They're going after the beginning ones.
First blood right
Oh, my
there.
God.
Angel of the Warp putting down the C cap off the
I told
jump.
you.
You are not going to have this. You are sat
They
down,
contend
son.
it. They
Yeah.
contend C every time. They will not.
Well, they
let
will
you
now.
have
They
it.
got their warm-up round in, right? They're ready. They're on fire now. They're going right for the jugular. Angels of the Warp. Oh, losing D. Angels of the Warp. Are they going to try to counter them here? Outer Rim.
You know, just watch though. Again, this is the beauty of Angels of the Warp is that they will rotate to it. They're going to make a decision here. They're either going to say we don't care about Delta just yet, and we're going to grab. See, there we go. They're getting Bravo.
They're grabbing Bravo.
I expect to see them grab Alpha in a second.
I
here.
like this bold move, though, by Outer Rim, going right for the jugular and Angels of the Warp. I think it set them back a little bit. They're a little bit surprised by that move.
It is, but they were down 3, so we just had a 3-person respawn on the. Outer
Okay,
Rim
they're
side.
recapturing now. Now all's right in the universe, and Angels of the Warp starting to cap back, but Bent Vision putting Nelrath down with that shotgun blast. Like
Ben
what?
Vision's the guy to watch out for here.
Yeah.
So it's a guy to watch out for.
It's good. Good to see some life out of this game so far. Let's see here. So right now, Angel of the Warp holding both Bravo and Delta, making the move on A now. Outer Rim's holding C. So that's where we're at.
They got Charlie. They got their home point. We're seeing
Stopped on A.
we're seeing some kill trading here. So.
Yeah, we're seeing some good life there.
Although
but down
Reebok.
better. Yeah.
But hey, mind you, this is much the same as how Renegade Squadron kind of came out of the gate in that first round, and it
This
was
is
kinda,
true.
2-2 evenish. AOTW got back into their game, got into their groove, and found a way to get the job done.
Right
and
now,
when I say get it done,
Yeah.
phew.
We're seeing them start to secure also around the C area. We're also seeing, Outer Rim capturing A. Nope, stopped in their tracks again.
Now, Theta 1 over for the Outer Rim just killed himself. So that is not going to help. Those types of mistakes, you can't fumble like that against a team like AOTW.
Yeah, you give them
need
any type of
perfection.
room, and there we're seeing it the 3 cap against Outer Rim. Definitely holding it down. So making some maneuvers, trying to get that. Hopefully, we won't see Outer Rim fall in the same pitfalls of trying to defend their home base. And they'll
Well,
make
they've kept C down, but I think that they are dedicated. Oh, no. I'm wrong.
Oh,
look at that.
some
They're going
life
for
on Bravo.
He's going to get it.
He might get it, but will he be able to hold it for any amount of time? I don't know. And they're losing Charlie right off the jump.
They are. So it looks like AOTW said, you know what? Let him have Bravo. We'll send maybe a guy over there, but let's grab Charlie.
Yeah, we're watching Nelrath try to make some moves. And yeah, right there.
Look at that. Team wipe right there.
Yeah.
Yep. Outer Rim has been wiped.
There it is.
And the 4 cap.
There it is. And now they're going to do the signature seal the deal move.
Yep, exactly.
4 cap
Now
on them. Now they'll go to zone control formation, and they'll just sit back, drink some Kool-Aid, and control these objectives. Let's see what happens here. Can they break them off of this?
That this is where they shine, right?
Yeah,
AOTW.
absolutely.
When they get that 4 cap, they're not gonna let go.
Well, like in mini sports, just holding zones is, if you can do that type of play and you have that kind of powerhouse where you can zone control, I mean, it really is going to dominate the match.
So look at this. Outer Rim going for Delta, but
they are going for Delta.
They're gonna rotate and then they're gonna get murdered. Just watch. They may get it, and they do in fact get it.
They'll
here.
get that.
So
now would be the time. Yeah, they need to press some of the other objectives.
There you go. Nelrath drops whips. Sabine Wren drops Theta.
Yeah.
There you go. Delta's contest.
Those flanking maneuvers by teams against groups like Angels of the Warp, you really have to follow it up. If you're going for Delta, you're making their team shift from a zone to a protection type detail. You need to be also having a secondary person. You need to communicate with your team and multi-cap at the same time if you can. And in this case, it's just not paying off. That might be even what Outer Rim's trying to do, but they are unsuccessful. Again, we're back to the 4 cap. 205 points for Angels of the Warp to the 58 of the Outer Rim Marine Squad right now. And this first round is
it's brutal again.
Had some early surprises.
Just killed himself with a grenade in his own spawn. Look at that.
Yeah.
So
there's some brutality, maybe a little bit of rage going on there. We'll have to see what happens.
Yeah. You know, I'm hoping for a little bit more of a competitive match in the next round. Again, we'll see. They did spawn I say they, Outer Rim did spawn as the Marines. So let's see if maybe, you know, once we switch sides, they have a little bit more of an
They
advantage.
still got a whole round to get through before we get there, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens for this guys.
Maybe I'm writing them off a little too early here, but
Yeah,
we
maybe
will
so.
definitely
I mean,
see, so.
that first round, though, they showed some good life. Outer Rim needs to capture that life cycle of what they were trying to do, push it forward, make sure they communicate. I'd even be tempted to break up into two-man squads, trying to flank some multiple positions. Try to break this Angels of the Warp groove up. You got to throw something different at them. If you let them capture everything and then go to zone control, they're going to clean your clock. And that's what we're seeing here early.
Okay, so Outer Rim, they jump out to get Charlie this time.
And they're taking the initiative. They've got it. They've got C. They're going after A.
Yep.
The question is, will they be able to hold them down? Can they play with B a little bit? One thing you can do to Angel of the Warp, because even though they're some of the best gunners out there, that ego sometimes gets at them. And if you contend them at B, you can keep them tied up there for a long time. While they
now look at that, though. The Angels of the Warp did just kill 3 Outer Rim off.
They did.
Right off the bat. So there it goes.
See, there's some trade-offs.
So, well, actually, yeah, you know what? They're doing those one.
I'm telling you, you know, if you can get Angels of the Warp baited in a little bit on us up there and really contended, they'll ignore part of the map. That's the only flaw in some of their design of what they do there. If you can get them eager after something, they do rally to the ball, and it can be distracting. But once you start losing all your objectives, it's a mute point. And right now, heavy contention on A right now. There's back and forth. Angel of the Warp trying to get it, but the Mesmizer he's putting him down. Nelrath took care of that action, though. He knocked his.
You know, again, though, they're still trading kills quite often.
Trading kills.
And honestly, Outer Rim is doing something different. So maybe they just got their game faces on, but they're contending this round. And in fact, they still have the lead. It's 2-2, 50-41 Outer Rim. We'll see
I would still be very tempted to at least send solos off to go try to press an objective. Don't let Angels of the Warp evenly match you on these objectives, and you know, keep that up there. Maybe pad it a little bit. If you can even get a single cap, even if you lose it right away, don't let them get comfortable. Don't let them sit back in the cut. Make sure you're pushing all these areas. Make sure you're covering your choke points. And right now, this 2v2 they're really holding it through.
They are. So, and hey, you know what? You hold this 2v2, you win. They've got that 9-point advantage.
Oh, they're playing A.
Yep. A's going down. Sabine and Silent both rolled over.
Saving grace. Their Angel of the Warp has secured A. Now they're going to come back here. They got a 3 ticks to 1 versus Outer Rim. So Angels of the Warp holding Alpha, Bravo, and Delta, with Outer Rim only holding on to Charlie at this moment. We're going to see here, and right there's the tick up where they pass them 84-83, and it's going to.
But hang on. Look at this. Bent Vision and Whips taking down Nelrath and Madowin of Angels of the Warp. So
all depends
this
on
is going to be the critical moment right here.
Yeah.
Well, you know, like I said, this is the critical moment. So if the Outer Rim can pull through, get a cap back, maybe get that points boost, you know, maybe they got a shot. It's all going to come down to this. We see some action over at Charlie, of course.
Yep, absolutely. And again,
AOTW wants that 4 cap again, right?
I think what's happening again is we're seeing once again Angels of the Warp trying to force them to defend Charlie, make them contained, make them bottled in on Charlie, and if they can do that and force them to play their game, it's going to be a downward slippery slope.
Well, I'll tell you what. Unfortunately for the Outer Rim, they've got no players alive. They just respawned, mind you, actually. So
yeah,
they've got 4 fresh players, but that was a full respawn. So
yeah,
there it is again. The 4 cap. Charlie's down. Sabine Wren becomes an ace. Knocks out Jack Axton. Reebok killing Theta off.
Absolutely.
It's probably going to be the turn.
Bent Vision bringing it back over to Sabian though, putting him down.
Yeah.
It's just
and he's dead.
Up for teammate and putting him down back, right? You know, it's just a single trade off.
Yeah.
And again, I like their strategy they've deployed early in this round, though. I think Outer Rim had a good strategy. They spread them out. They didn't bring the man-to-man gun game to them, trying to fight them on that level. They used more of a spread tactic formation, and I think it was really smart and it worked really well.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing people like Nelrath, who's behind enemy lines, waiting for him to come up out of spawn, just mowing them down.
Look at that. And look at Reebok coming in. Like,
they are.
That's a full team wipe right there.
They're on their spawns. They're wrecking them right now, so they're just waiting for more meat to come out of the grinder right here and just put it up.
Yeah. Good luck. Reebok is just literally cleaning up at this point. They've got him camped in right here. Reebok doing what Reebok does best, and that is just mowing him down. So he's got grenades that are, the Outer Rim is walking out of their spawn into Reebok's grenades.
Yep. Yeah, I'm watching over here from Milrat's perspective, which
that's
they
gonna be
finally just put
around.
him down. But he had the entire flank suppressed during the entire last minute of that match. There was no chance.
I mean, look at that. 22 kills, 6 deaths right there for Reebok. 4,141 points.
Absolutely
he is dominating.
Wrecked. Absolutely getting wrecked. All right, well, this is it. This could be the nail in the coffin for the Outer Rim group. We'll see what happens here. They did switch sides. Will the side switch make any advantage for Outer Rim? I don't know.
It's gonna. I don't think so. I don't think getting 4 caps now twice in a row. I don't think the side switch is gonna give them enough of a kick, enough of a boost to actually pull through. Unfortunately,
they are coming back with a 2-2
you never know.
cap. We'll see. We'll see. Well, they're definitely trying to press on that.
Yeah. Each team has their home cap point. Each team has a wing, Alpha and Bravo. It's you never know. We'll see.
Yep, we're seeing some flanking going on here. Oh, nice put down there. We saw Silent putting down Bent Vision, and then we saw the Miser, the Mesmeister. We gotta check out his stats. He's
although Delta, they're losing Delta though. It's going down. Okay, they defended.
They defended. Okay. Good defend. Good hold up on that.
And they're losing it again. So
Outer Rim's trying to contain this stuff.
Nope.
Nope.
The Outer Rim is going to lose Delta right there. Yeah.
It seems like even if you put down one member of Angels of the Warp, they immediately, within a 5-second interval, have another player able to contend against that objective.
100%. And that's what makes these guys so good. Screw their shooting. They're excellent shots. But it's their teamwork that I really admire.
The player rotation that you cited, Texas, all these elements coming into play here where they work in a symbiotic relationship where they're just constantly feeding you with one killer after another in your face, and you have to be able to either control them, throw them off their game, or you're just going to eat bullets. That's just how it breaks down here.
And so, you know what? And this is one of the things that I like watching AOTW do, is they capture Delta. They wait for the team, for the Outer Rim here, to respond and cap Delta together in force. And then look at that. They go out and get the rest of the points.
Yeah, and they look for that team wipe.
With Delta left.
They do. How many times you've called a team wipe in this one match, right? I mean, they bait the team in, teams that rally together, trying to press and take an objective because they feel like they need to put multitudes of people out there. They wipe the team, then they go in for the easy cap. They just constantly do it. They use their gun game along with their team-based skills to just control zones. And
they do. And here's what you see, though. Like, we see Jack Axton from the Outer Rim. He is religiously camping Delta right now. And that's, that's what AOTW wants, because screw it.
Yep, they're containing Delta. They're not even going after Delta. We're watching people control zone. They're playing between the B and C game over here. We're seeing Nelrath just hold his ground, kind of look around, making sure no contenders are flowing through. They restrict your travel. And with that, he's just going to continually hold them back there. You can have
Reebok doing work. So here we go. Outer Rim just had 4 players respawn. So that wasn't quite a full team wipe, but it was damn close.
They are going after Bravo pretty heavy, but
they lose Delta.
Yeah, they lose Delta.
With the team wipe, they lose Delta. Boom.
They don't even pull off the B cap.
Yeah,
it did not work.
It's gonna go as expected, I think. And,
I think so.
Yeah.
Some interesting tactics employed by Outer Rim though through the beginning parts of this match, throwing it out there, trying to put a little bit of mix up in the game. But in the end, the tactics of the draw and pause, the draw and quarter of Angels of the Warp works every time. They draw you in, they cut down your entire team, and then they just walk in for the caps. And they get it.
Yep, exactly. So. That's exactly what it is. And the teamwork and the shooting, the pure talent and the pure aim from AOTW side is going to end this one for them. So we've got a 4 cap, 210 to 67.
It'll be interesting in the coming months too. Texas to see what the new guns, new weapons that they're going to be adding into this game, if it changes anything.
You know, it will, and I remember when you know, the shotgun wasn't the greatest, right? When everyone was rocking around with the P4AR or the Gallant Energy Rifle, and now, you know, things change, right? So
Absolutely.
the shotgun is so awesome, but then you know, I don't know. It's going to be very interesting to see how
It's
the
so
dynamic
awesome, but
changes.
you're still seeing Angels of the War really favor the P4AR and sniper rifle those type of weapons. So
Yeah,
definitely,
absolutely.
again,
So.
just firmly handed to a match ends. Outlaws Angels of the Warp 17,442 points to 6,638 points, but that wasn't even contention. 3-0 Angels of the Warp defeat and crush the Outer Rim, pushing them out to the outskirts of the universe once again.
I'll tell you what, though, the Outer Rim put up a little bit more of a fight than Renegade Squadron. So those last two matches were fairly competitive for a little
glimmer
bit.
in their
So.
eye, both in the first and
They did.
third rounds, where they really tried to make some moves there.
They did.
I do appreciate the fact that they tried to change it up and do some things, and that was really
Mhm.
good. Great on their part. You know, just trying to hard to beat perfection though in so many elements.
It is.
There, so.
It is. And AOTW has their role players, right? They've got their snipers, they've got their shotgunners, and then they've got their,
Each,
you know, just
each
assault
man knows
men,
his
right?
role and knows it well when it comes to the
They
Angels
do.
of the Warp
They do.
side. That's definite. And that will complete the semifinal match for the North American group, and that will
Mhm.
firmly put, as predicted, Angels of the Warp into the group finals. So we're still going to get information on who they're going to face there, and we'll see. Still other matches running in the background. We still have to see the results of those, and we'll be here shortly moving it over to Captain Flint and Grockies here.
And we do see Mighty Squad, of course, advancing throughout the bracket as expected. So, that's the
very
matchup.
well,
the
your
one to keep an eye
prediction,
on. We'll see.
Mighty Squad versus Angels of the Warp is highly probable in this case. So we'll see what happens
so.
there.
Hey, Lacey BR may put up a fight against Mighty Squad, though. So that's also another match to take a look at. So
Absolutely.
we shall see.
We will see.
We shall see.
It's going to be interesting.
All right, guys, back to the booth.
All right, guys, back to you guys over there, Flint, Rockies.
Hello and welcome back. Yeah, as Texas School, the Outer Rim Coalition definitely put up a strong fight there, but again, outclassed. There was some pretty next level tactics shown off in that game. I know, Graphics, you were telling me about some of this stuff during the match. You want to tell us a little bit about it now?
One of the best things that I saw being used by AOTW there, which was going a little bit further next level, was jump peaking, essentially taking a jump around a corner at the same time as they brought aim down sights in order to get elevation. So as they come around the corner, they're going to take shots more to the arms, chest, torso, less likely to die, while they have a shot almost straight down onto someone's head. And if you're using a shotgun for that and you know where they are and you've got that radar locked in on them and they're point blank, that's going to drop anyone. So they were using that extremely effectively there. I actually didn't see a ton of that. I saw more crouch play in their first match. With this one, they were pushing up and being aggressive as they noticed the play of Torque was giving them a little trouble just very early on. But adaptability, once again, they were able to adapt to what was going on, change their tactics just a little bit, and used what was exceptional skill to just start to outclass them. They tweaked a couple little things, found out how Torque was playing, and just went right against it and started to roll over them once they figured it out.
Yeah. It's exactly what we talked about in the first match for Angel of the Warp against Renegade Squadron. The first couple of rounds, just feeling things out, learning the tactics of their opponent, and then adapting their approach to end up completely dominating. And again, I have to stand with Texas now. I don't know how anyone without an equal amount of focus on true squad-based FPS gameplay could even come close to some of the gameplay we're seeing from Angels of the Warp. But it might happen. It might happen. Who do we have coming up next against the next match?
Looks like in the next one, we're going to be having Mighty Squad and Les Sibyard with the EU6 semifinals. That appears to be marked as yes for streaming.
Yeah.
That one's going to be a big one to watch because those two teams going to give each other a tough fight coming out of the EU, and whoever comes out of the EU on top it's looking at this moment like it's probably going to be Angels of the Warp against whoever's coming out on top on EU. And
Yeah.
that might be the best chance to see someone possibly topple what is a juggernaut currently.
Oh yeah, I mean we saw the Lay Sib match previously, and again, there's a team that showed great team play, great one-on-one. So being willing to disengage from a fight before winning it, so they can heal up and re-engage. Some real good kind of tactical gameplay coming from that team. And by all accounts, Mighty Squad is also a very solid team. So I'd be very interested to see how these two fare up. And then once we see this match, we'll be able to have a better way to kind of estimate how they're going to do against Angel of the Warp in the international final. But no, I think it's going to be a pretty interesting match anyway. But we did see a lot more shotgun play in that last match.
Oh, a whole lot more. It looks like they weren't afraid of the RNG of the gun. They were trusting in the fact they could get the position and use their skill in order to land the shots in where they wanted them to go. Torque, it looked like they were attempting to use the shotgun sometimes effectively, but when AOTW was right up in their face, they caused them to miss their shots at key critical moments. It put pressure on them, and they couldn't collect themselves and get those close range snapshots off and land those critical hits in order to drop them. They learned their pressure point and used it effectively.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we saw a lot more corner-based gameplay in this match. A lot more of these close quarters. The previous matches, most of the engagements seem to be mid to long range, firing across that EVA section, firing across the landing pads outside. This time, there were lots more kind of corner chokes, trying to make your way upstairs or into rooms. So they had lots of lockdown on those kind of corner settings where the shotgun really shines, because at that close range, you're pretty much guaranteed the hit and you're pretty much guaranteed the kill. So it's an interesting tactical approach there.
And once again, it was position as well, as the casters talked about and fed to us here at the desk. It's very much about the zone control. It's position in any of these games. Getting the high ground, getting the angles where you're forcing enemies to come through a choke point. And when you do that, you can press a bit of an advantage, and you can put them on their heels. You can get inside their head. You figure out how they're playing. You rattle them a little bit, and they start to get off their game. So keep calm, keep collected, and know the map, and you're going to put yourself in a position to win.
Absolutely. So it looks like the next match is going to be that EU semi-final round between Mighty Squad and Les Sibyard. Mighty Squad have already gone through against Wisdom Marines and defeated those. We haven't seen Mighty Squad fight on stream yet, so it's going to be interesting to see how they approach this match.
I'm very interested to see that, seeing they were top seed. I want to see how they're playing.
I know that Texas is familiar with the team, and he speaks pretty highly of them. So I think it's going to be a pretty interesting match. So, I mean, is there anything that we haven't seen yet that you would like to see from the teams, be it tactical-wise or specific use of the tools that are available?
Honestly, something I've used to great effect, though it seems ridiculous because I specialize in the ridiculous when I play, is a lot of people don't utilize what is essentially a suicide grenadier. You put someone in light armor with a grenade where you know a couple of enemies are clustering up, and they're going to be able to outmaneuver those shots fast enough that if they pop the grenade before they come around the corner, if you know you're choked off and you know they're camping you and they've got a position locked down, you put someone fast in there that's going to absorb a couple of bullets. But if that one guy goes down as a trade for two, because in order to hold the choke, they're going to be positioned closely enough, that's a sacrifice play that you might be able to make. And when they get knocked back on their heels, sometimes you got to throw out the ridiculous in order to, put them off their game. Like, oh, okay, didn't expect that. And how do you counter it? So the odd stuff can sometimes work when they're expecting normal play.
Yeah, but no, that's really interesting, because when it comes to grenades, the seasoned players, they are so attuned to the sound of that grenade hitting the ground, seeing the indicator, and even kind of expecting and seeing that grenade in flight so they can respond to those. Or if you have a guy just crazily running at you, all of that kind of goes out the window. You focused on taking the guy down. You've killed him. What you don't realize is there is a half-cooked grenade that just landed on the floor, and it's completely unexpected. So I'm not sure how you would counter that scenario.
You have to have someone ready to shoot him the moment he runs out, and cross your fingers that you land your shots, or you're probably going to explode. It's just the same as when AOTW was getting in the faces and stopping the shotgun play by playing that aggressively, except a little bit more suicidal.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
far less RNG on that damage, because if that grenade's next to someone, you're both going.
Yeah. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that when throwing grenades in the EVA, they pretty much go in a straight line. Is that correct?
Yes, when you toss them out, it's a bullet shot with the grenade.
Yeah, because in the gravitational affected areas, the grenades, they have an arc. You have a certain limited range. I think it'd be interesting if some of the outs in the EVA space could essentially sniper shot some grenades into some areas. You wouldn't be able to see it coming because they'll be able to be further away. I think there might be some interesting room for some tactical play there, especially with some of those areas and capture points that are open to the air. Like, I believe it's where's my map from? I think it's Bravo or Alpha. So yeah, it's Bravo. So Bravo Point is pretty open to that EVA space in the middle. So a well-placed sniper shot grenade could be pretty interesting in taking out anyone trying to capture that Bravo Point.
There's a few boxes in the way over there on Bravo. Before it was actually more of a grenade pit, but they've blocked it off a bit, so you can't do it. There are still some angles where you could land those shots. Alpha, a little more so if you know just where to approach it from. There are spots where you could do it. It looked like earlier on some teams were trying to do those long range grenades and just not quite landing it, getting it stuck on the edge of the door frame, just not having quite enough practice. But good grenade play can actually turn a match.
I think we're about ready to move on to the next match. This is going to be the EU semi-final, and that's going to be between Mighty Squad and Lace Billiards.
All right, we're back. Awesome. So,
hey, we got an exciting round coming up.
I'm actually really excited about this matchup. I think this is going to be really interesting. So we have Mighty Squad, and then we have Le Cibialis. We'll go with. I'm terrible pronouncing names. Sorry.
Le Cibiard, I think. I could be still butchering this to this day. But I was excited by the way the Le Cibiard play that I saw.
It was good.
Of course,
they were
Mighty
really
Squad.
solid.
It really was. But Mighty Squad, man, with those leaderboard rankings, we'll see. So this will prove to be a good match, I'm sure. So an entertaining one at the least.
Absolutely. I expect great things from both sides. We'll see how they encounter those tactics, and if anybody starts to steal some ideas from Angels of the Warp scams. So
maybe. I mean, those are from what we've seen. They're a contender, and they're here to play. They're here to win. So we'll see if either of these teams can emerge as the victor and perhaps challenge AOTW in the finals. So we are launching, guys. We'll be in the game momentarily.
There we go. Yeah, as you said, Mighty Squad, if anybody's going to give them a chance, you think Mighty Squad's the one to do it. So we'll see what happens here.
I have to think so, but we've yet to see them play. So obviously they've won all of their rounds up to this point. Those, of course, have not been in this presentation yet. This is the first time that we actually get to watch Mighty Squad play. So this will be very interesting to see, and I'm very excited for this matchup.
And it looks like 2-2 right off the bat. Mighty Squad versus Atlanta. They're getting right after it.
Absolutely, 2-2. There we go. So each team with their home cap points. Once again, Charlie and Delta. Each team with a wing. So kind of a typical start, right?
Yeah, typical start. 2-2, filling each other out, kind of filling the field. Great exchanges on the field. Lieutenant Pi dropping a couple key contenders right there, right off the bat. But we're seeing pretty even exchanges in the KDR already. People playing the field well.
Yeah, and there you go. You see Makudum knocking out bonus 1K. Makudum, man, he's a player on Le Cibiard to watch out for. Although their expander takes him out over at Charlie.
Yep, we're seeing some movement as people start to flank onto the back of D there, and then B. And heavy gun battle on Bravo, putting him down. Oh, just countered out.
Yeah.
Not rough, but-
So it looks like Mighty Squad is trying to make a play for Bravo. We'll see if they can hold it down. HRTG Expander of Mighty Squad is over there. He just killed 63 at Bravo. No one's on the hack yet, though. There he goes. Okay.
No,
HRTG
people are being
Expander
very
going for the hack.
cautious. I think after seeing how bad Angels of the Warp like his decimated teams, they're very cautious about the squad wipe and how much of a game changer that is in each match. So I think
Yeah.
everybody's
absolutely.
playing a little bit of zone. We're seeing a cap there. Looks like Mighty Squad took Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie now.
They did, but Delta's going down. So, oh,
Yeah.
yeah, look at this. We may have a Mighty Squad 4 cap in a moment here.
Yep.
They're on the hack. Can he get it?
Maybe so. We'll
Uncontested
see
thus
what
far.
happens here. It looks like Angel Dust containing the field for them, making sure they're going to maintain this core 4 cap. Are they going to go to a zone control like what we see Angels of the Warp do? Is that the kind of play here?
That's the critical piece here to the whole puzzle, right? Is if they can get in that sort of zone control defense and really get on their rotations amongst all 4 cap points and defend, then Mighty Squad's going to have this round well in hand if they can.
Yeah,
So-
right now Mighty Squad pulling ahead by double the points actually. We're at 116 to 57. Mighty Squad holding everything down. They're trying to break out of their spawn towards Bravo right now. They're pushing about 3 people down that way.
Yeah, there you go. And we saw one guy come in from the Lace Yard team to try and cap Delta, but he instantly got put down by Lieutenant
Yeah.
Pi. So
Yeah, and then Mighty Squad just immediately dropping all the lay guys right there as they come out. They just keep coming out of their spawn, trying to push on Bravo, and they're just dying one after
Yeah.
another.
Aurelian gets the kill on bonus 1K, but Lieutenant Pi quickly comes to his teammate's aid, drops Aurelian, Expander
Here we go.
dropping
They're making a move
Florentino.
on Bravo now.
Don't let them take the control
See if
point.
this actually holds. Will they be able to get it?
Well, I don't know. We see Lieutenant Pi rotating over to Bravo now, so
Yeah.
they've of course lost it, but I have a feeling that Mighty Squad is going to recap Bravo very quickly here. So there you go. You see on fire Angel Dust knock him out.
Yeah.
Back on the cap, back defending. Storide
Absolutely.
down. Goodbye, Bravo.
Yeah, pretty quickly too. And we're seeing much in the pattern of what we did in the Angel of the Warp match. We're seeing Mighty Squad pull ahead in KDR quite significantly, starting to edge up there. The highest death ratio on all of Mighty Squad's team is 3, whereas we're starting to see maybe Lay go into double-digit deaths here shortly. So just being very cautious about the squad wipe. I think Lay is making a slight mistake here, and they're just not getting the objectives that they would really want to get.
They are going for Bravo, but it's just a matter of too little, too late in that round. 250 to 63. Mighty Squad takes the win, round 1.
Yeah,
We'll
double
see what
points
happens.
on as well.
Oh yeah, that was that's that was a beatdown. So
It
if
was.
I've seen one, they had more than 0 points, but
Yeah.
this is still a beatdown nonetheless. So
Still plenty of time. Still plenty
there
of time.
is.
We'll see what happens
There
here.
is.
Move forward through the next cycles and stuff.
absolutely,
Right
again,
there,
I've been down before.
grabbing Bravo and Delta out the gate, getting the jump on Mighty Squad.
Okay, now Mighty's getting Charlie though. Mighty's grabbing Alpha. Again, to note, Mighty Squad is starting in the Marines. In my opinion, I think some other people's opinion, a little bit tougher side to play from. They did manage to get Charlie, but they were contested at Alpha, so Alpha remains uncapped at this point.
Absolutely.
Lace of Yard can grab that. That's going to be critical for them.
I'm seeing 63 he's going for the shotgun maneuvers here. He's controlling the field very well around here with the shotgun, and he just gets put down.
Yeah, there it is. Now
Expander
they're going.
just drops him. He drops his buddy too. Yeah.
Yeah. So Mighty Squad went for the cap on Alpha, but he had to pull back, and in fact, he gets killed. He gets dropped on the hack. Lieutenant Pi, though, now with the hack on Alpha, halfway there, 75%. He's going to get it. He's going to run away
He's
with
gonna
that.
lock this down. So we're back to 2-2. Again, Lay does have a significant lead right now, about 17 points. Let's see if they can maintain that and maybe expand on it, or will Mighty Squad come back, do the 3 cap, and slowly grind away their lead once more?
Yeah, it looks like Mighty Squad is really good at also what AOTW does, and that's okay. Let's kind of settle into the beginning of the round. Let's let things play out. So be it. We get the 2-2 cap. we'll deal with that. And then they're very good at regrouping and kind of coming up with a strategy to execute on after that, get the 3rd capture point, and then ultimately get that 4th capture point. And we'll see if they can execute on that here. So right now, hey, Lei, they got it. They're on top.
They're on top, and they're trying to maintain that. We're seeing 63 hold some zone control over Bravo, try to make sure that none of the Mighty Squad guys come up here and do everything. He's got that shotgun at the ready. He's watching the zone, and he is camping this thing. He built a damn log cabin here. He's got this thing.
He is not leaving.
Down.
he is
waiting for.
He is not leaving Alpha here.
Yep. It's like Lei maybe trying to make a push on Charlie. They're focusing a lot of personnel in the center of the map, moving on the home zone of Mighty Squad, taking the pressure off the other zones. Very smart play there by their team.
They are, it's almost night and day just from the first round already.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that snowball effect. One thing goes wrong and then Mighty Squad grabs a 3rd. And then, you kind of maybe overcommit to get back a point because you feel like you're down 1-3.
Looks like a
Delta's
chink in the
down.
armor of Lei here. It looks like Mighty Squad is exploiting the fact they took out their D defender, and it looks like they're going to now will Mr. 63 with his shotgun be able to hold down Bravo as he's getting fire from both directions? I don't think so. There he goes down. Right there.
Goodbye.
Yep.
Mighty Squad taking Bravo.
Yep. Going for the 4 cap right here. Oh, a little bit of stoppage.
He pulled off, so he didn't die. He pulled off because he saw the guy coming. Let's see if he gets the kill on him though. So there he is. They're playing Ring Around the Rosie here. It's a standard
rallying some troops. We're going to see some more troops pour into this little firefight here. Right now is the point when you got to be capping something else too, though. You don't want to funnel all troops on one objective. Obviously, Mighty Squad at this point, they can afford to. They have the rest of the zone, but if they focus and turtle and get too much tunnel vision on one objective, you know what that leads to.
Well, what you see, the sort of play that you see out of Mighty Squad is they controlled Bravo. They got the kills at Bravo on Lei, and then they left one guy there. They knew it was safe, and they immediately rotated over to Delta and other points to defend there. So, very smart play on their end. Very good strategy as far as, teamwork goes. And here we go. We see all of Mighty Squad collapsing instantly on D as it was being capped by Lei.
Yeah.
And, of course, they did save it. So here we are in another 4-cap situation, 2:40 to go, and Mighty Squad on top by 60+ points.
Yeah. I'm saying they're starting to break out. They're starting to spread out the field a little bit more. Will this help out? Will they be able to pull it off? No, not there. By securing A again will not allow that to be captured. Playing the zone control game.
And we see Angel Dust on the wings cleaning out D, not allowing Lei Sibiards to take Delta. So,
and Lei is just getting mowed down over there when they try to go to D. I would definitely ignore that, be pressing the rest of the field, trying to do something else.
Yeah.
It's not working out for him in that move.
They are, and then you see the 2 best players on Lei just get dropped, Makudum and Aurelian, all at Delta. They really made a big push, and they kind of overcommitted just for Delta, and unfortunately did not work out for them. And
at this point, it's late in the game. They're just continuing pushing. There's more death and destruction in the main hallway spawn, moving to Delta, and that's going to wrap that round up right there.
Absolutely. Look at these kills. Expander 12-4.
Yeah.
Lieutenant by 15-3, 11-5. Mighty Squad. These are the guys to look out for. So.
Yep, they're definitely holding it there.
Yeah.
But don't count Lei out yet. They did some great maneuvers. They actually pulled off some nice stuff. They took an early lead. They did get ground away at the end, but I think they had some great zone control stuff in the beginning of the match. Let's see what they do here in round 3 with the spawn switch.
They did, and like I said, they held their ground, and in fact, they held the lead for a large portion of the beginning of that round. But it's that snowball effect. The sort of play that I see coming out of Lei here is they're very good at holding that 2-2, but once they lose one, I feel like they start overcommitting to try and regain that.
Very much
after
so.
They're 3-1, and I don't think that's just going to work out against a team like Mighty Squad. They're going to win those battles. They're going to put you down. They're going to team wipe you, and then they're going to get the 4 cap, and you're going to be in a worse spot.
We're seeing some great gunplay by Mighty Squad. They're starting to get in their rhythm. But Lei fighting back tooth and nail, pulling it back to 2-2. Very tight match right now. We're having the Outlaws here of Lei hold Bravo and Charlie with 18 points. Mighty Squad still inching ahead at 23. So let's see who caps the next one.
Yeah, and hey, once again we see it. It's 2-2 to start. Bravo is now being contested again by Mighty Squad. So he got the hack off. There we go.
Definitely
On
secured
fire.
that one.
Oh yeah. So again, is Lay going to make the fatal mistake that they made last time and overcommit to try and regain one of these points? They need to maintain, a calmness here, not freak out. The round is not lost. It's still very early. But if they make a critical mistake here, they're going to get 4 capped, and then that's going to be the game.
Yeah.
As you see it, Mighty Squad is collapsing on Charlie. They're about to get the hack here.
And the pressure's on again right now with down 2 rounds already and getting about to be 4 capped here by the looks of everything. Really, Lay is just on their heels. They've tried a lot of things, and you got to be demoralizing for that team at this moment.
It is, and you've basically got the entirety. Look at Expander just taking out 3 of them. Angel Dust finishing off the 4th. I think that's a team wipe if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
they're in a bad spot here. Nope, this will be the team wipe right here. Lieutenant Pi knocking out Florentino. That's the team wipe. 4 capped, everyone dead. That's
the minute you can shift back with these type of professional Star Marine players here, where you see them can sit back in the cut, they can sit in these choke points, and they can just sit back and zone control. It's really hard to break, and you really have to have somebody flank out. And if you aren't afforded that opportunity, the match is pretty much a nail in the coffin for you.
Yeah. At that point, when you're down like that, you either need to kind of spread out tactically and just start with a point, regain 1, or you need to get a solid team wipe on the other team, and then you can spread out and get the rest. And unfortunately, Lay is just unable to do either here and get any sort of momentum heading their way. And God, they're here already at a 120 point lead with 3:41 to play.
Yeah, we are seeing some life from Lay here. I see some flanking. They are making some maneuvers around. We'll see if it pans out for them. I think they're going to make a play on Delta here. We'll see if anybody picked up on that on radar and if they try to contest and do that. Yep, pulling off. Oh,
they might.
And the exchange. Florentino almost pulls it off, but the exchange goes down. Valiant effort by the man trying to get back there and get Delta, but it did not pay off for him, unfortunately.
It was. It absolutely was. But unfortunately, I think that was their last hope in this round. And as we see Mighty Squad closing in on 250, 213 points to 42. 3 to play. This round is not going 3 minutes.
Yeah,
this will be over soon.
And I have to say, some of the things that I haven't seen Lay do, that I've seen them do in previous matches, is really continue grenade play, try to break the zone control, and use these choke points, and their grenades are just not landing, and it's not going to do it for them here.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see Expander over here. He is just on fire this round, dropping the other team. There it is.
Absolutely. The numbers speak for themselves, folks, right there. We have, again, Mighty Squad dominating 3-0 to Lay. But valiant effort by the guys. Really trying to do their thing. Yeah.
That was tough. That was tough to watch, Mitachi.
It was tough to watch. I have to say, again, beginning life there, but once you can drop back into those choke points, into the cut, and you can sit there and you have that zone control, once you control the objectives, it's done. There's not a lot of recovery, and we'll see as the dynamics of the game change as it develops. Maybe there's some ways to break out of that. We have not found a team able to do it yet, though.
We'll see. So, anyways, wonderful round between the two players. Congrats to Mighty Squad with the win, and back to the booth.
Back to the booth.
And we are back. That was another fantastic show. We know that Les Sib are a good tactical team, but still, they were outclassed by the Mighty Squad. They lived up to their billing. What do you think about that match, Grackies?
I'm going to coin a new term here, the dive zone. It's a zone control method that they were using there where, as they positioned themselves, they were ready to dive onto any of the points possible as a unit at any given time. You saw it with their maneuvering and the way they were set up. So that if someone started to move in, or if they started to move in as a group, they had 2 or 3 ready to come in as backup to at least delay the cap or just completely shut it down, as would happen, trade the kills off, and once they had control, just snowball. It just became a snowball rolling downhill against them.
How do you position for that? Because it's a pretty nebulous track to get around that map. How do you cover all the points?
The way it looked like they were setting up to cover it, they had someone sitting up on the EVA pads of D, the corners of A and B, and C is a little bit tougher with those chokes, but at those positions, you can dive to A, B, or D quite quickly. And then C, with its heavy choke points, if you're funneling people there, you could leave one person back. You could let C just alone, because they're going to have to come out, and more than likely they're not going to be all the way back there. Or if they do, you've got the 3 other points. You can just leave it. If that's your spawn point, you leave it back there, or you choke them in there and you hold up on A and B and get ready to move in, depending on where they position. So there's several spots on the map where if you hold the sides with an extra guy on each, they're ready to move in. And I mean, it's clever girl. You got the guy in the front, and then whoosh, from the sides.
Good old pincer movement. Yeah. Well, while we're coining new terms, I want to coin the murder flop. So there was a hilarious point partway through that match, and it was on the cam. So for those who aren't familiar with Star Citizen, it has an interesting mechanic when you land, when you transverse from EVA to a gravity situation. If you are vertical or within a certain amount of degrees of standing up, you land gracefully on your feet and you continue running. If, however, you are off angle in any way, your body goes into a ragdoll flop and essentially rolls, settles, and then stands up. Ordinarily, that would be devastating in this FPS situation because there's not much you can do. But hilariously, I don't know which player it was, when they landed, they were full guns blazing. So essentially, they were ragdoll flopping around with bullets spraying everywhere. I think that could be useful in some situations.
Yeah, the Last Starfighter. It's the Death Blossom maneuver.
Yeah, right. Or I forget the movie, but the gun catter. I'm waiting for someone to be on point with their weapon, just start dancing with the gun, spraying everywhere. There needs to be a gun catter dance.
Oh, definitely. That would be the ultimate of taunts too. Just fire off the rifle while dancing around.
Yeah, absolutely.
Getting a kill like that would be an even worse taunt.
Right. So anyway, so it looks like Mighty Squad's going through to the group final for EU. Les Civiard missing out. And we also know that we have Angels of the Warp through for the group final for North America. And we just need to wait to see the winner between the Outer Rim Coalition and Renegade Squadron for that final place in the North American final. I believe, is that the next match coming through? So that will actually be our next match. The North American, the winner of NA7. So this is the losers bracket coming through. So the Outer Rim Coalition and Renegade Squadron, this is their last chance to make it through to the group final for North America.
Yep.
So what do you think about that matchup, Crackies?
It's going to be interesting because from what we saw out of the teams, I mean, Renegade Squadron, it came down to the wire for them before, and it came down to the wire again in their wins in order to get to that point. The Outer Rim Coalition, we didn't really see them mix up against Angels of the Warp, and we saw Renegade Squadron in that situation. So both teams, I hope they've learned some lessons, basically, from their AOTW matches.
Yeah.
Where they can improve, where they can switch up some tactics, how they can utilize a better attack against some of those zone defenses or using them themselves, and see how this play comes out, because they're going to have to use this match to get to the absolute top of their game in order to even have a chance against, once again, that juggernaut that is AOTW.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you say, their previous matches we were able to watch were against the likes of Angels of the Warp, where they were essentially so heavily dominated, they didn't get a chance to get into their stride to show exactly what they were capable of. They've come through now. They've won a few extra matches to get here. Hopefully now they'll have a chance to really to get moving as a team, to show off what they're capable of and find their groove, ready for whoever wins to go through to that NA final.
Yeah, it's gonna be a down to the wire. I'm hoping get a little bit of excitement in there, get something for the viewers that are out there, and really show us what they're capable of at the same time. There's just so many different ways they could approach the game, and that's the fun part about the map and what is Star Marine, especially with those EVA movements.
Yeah.
And maybe we'll see the murder flop come into play. Maybe it's going to be a new tactical play.
I'm calling it now, just because I coined the name.
The murder flop meta.
The murder flop meta, next meta. So, I mean, we've seen quite a few matches now. Are you seeing any commonality with like which points are the most critical to hold and which are the more difficult?
From what I'm seeing, the most critical is to hold your home point initially, because a lot of teams are playing aggressive and going right for the throat and trying to knock a team back on its heels. So stopping that initial rush and dropping what is a critical component of their team. You put them a man down initially because they went for that hit, and you still cap without losing anything back, expecting it to happen, you're gonna be up and then grabbing the sides immediately.
Yeah.
So playing against that, playing a little bit more defensively as these aggressive teams push in, using that to your advantage, and then pouncing. Let them move in, let them go for the cap, let them try to position themselves, and then pounce on what they've got set up. Take your time with it. You don't have to sprint to every single scenario. You can take a moment to figure out what they're doing. Those caps are not instantaneous. There is a time that it takes to tick that up, and that's a time where someone's locked into that terminal and is an easy pick. If you could get a sniper in the right position or a gun in the right spot, that's going to drop a player off their team that otherwise could have popped off the terminal and started shooting, putting them even further back. So taking the time to actually analyze the situation would be quite useful, and that's going to be where it's critical. Hold your point, analyze, then attack.
Yeah, no, I agree. And as we saw with the Angels of War, to quote the country song, you gotta know when to hold them, know when to fold them. And that's critical. You have to know when, if somebody's capping one of your points, when you have to defend that point, or when maybe it's better to let that one slide before moving on and picking another point. But I think we're almost ready for the next round. So this will be the North American match between the Outer Rim Coalition and Renegade Squadron. Let's move on over to the casting booth and see what they have to think about this match.
Are we moving over, or is there a delay on that?
Oh, no, I hear we're a little bit of delay on this one. Just waiting for an update right now.
Well, let's see what he's got on screen. Oh, it doesn't have the map on.
Okay, seems we do have a bit of delay getting set up for this match. But that's fine. You get more time with myself and the wonderful Graki.
You two are wonderful. But something we didn't actually talk about on these maps that I noticed getting utilized, that's a very important tactical part, is knowing exactly where certain components of the map are. Ammunition and heal pads, especially the heal packs.
Yeah, we saw that in this last round. A guy rushing around to find the med kit to give himself that heal because he was bleeding out and really need to grab that new heal pack. Now with the bleed mechanics, if you get hit in a certain area and you start bleeding, you will constantly take damage on that piece of your body until you eventually die. The only way to resolve that is with a med kit. So even a glancing blow could put you in a near-death situation. So knowing exactly where you are in the map, knowing where you need to get to find those health kits, grabbing those health kits and doing those heals is so important.
And that's under position. We're hearing now that it looks like we're ready to transition back over to the Shoutcasters. So we're going to be going back to Texas, Skulls, and Matachi.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the action. We got, of course, the Outer Rim Coalition versus Renegade Squadron, lower 3, Group A. The winner advances to the Group A finals. So let's see what we can do here. An exciting match for sure.
Yeah, I think this one will be interesting. We've seen both teams, how they stacked up against Angels of the War, but let's see how they stack up against each other, because it's actually sometimes in these tournaments, the lesser match is the one that's more interesting than the championship. And this maybe
the one that perhaps goes to a draw and a points-based win, right?
It could happen. Let's see who's going to do this and who wins the second chance and second shot to Angel of the War.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, whoever of course wins this gets to get beat by Angels of the Warp again. In the next... I mean, I kid. Gets to fight and face Angels of the Warp again. My mistake.
Maybe Angels of the Warp will get tired.
Yeah. Maybe so, and
wear out.
You get the action. Yeah,
absolutely. Let's see here. All right, we're seeing everybody go for the objectives right off the bat there.
Yep, absolutely. So there we go. We've got 2-2 almost.
2-2 right off the jump.
They did. Okay, it's very important. They got Charlie.
Very aggressive right off the jump there. We're seeing kills just traded all along A front. Let's see. Oh, are they going to go? Looks like they're going to go up the spawn.
So far, so yeah, I'm kind of interested at what their play here
are they going to try to press Delta from the spawn up? That'd be interesting.
I'm entirely unsure.
On Bravo.
Hey, as far as we got right now, though, it's even. So
here we go. They're breaking that 2v2 right now. They're going to go and get that third objective.
Control point.
And they got it. There it is. That's the 3v3 on behalf of the Outer Coalition. The Outer Rim, excuse me.
Yeah. Renegade Squad fighting back, though, trying to get crapped at C.
Control point.
There we go. We're back to 2v2. Oh, Renegade making a move on Bravo as well.
But Delta is going down to the Outer Rim.
Contested.
Absolutely. Oh,
and we're losing Alpha. Look at that.
Crazy objective trading all over the board.
I know. These guys are just kind of like circling each other, right? Hey, you take one, I'll take one. So
trading kills, trading objectives, pretty ferocious.
Absolutely. We see some heavy gunplay down by Delta though.
Yeah, Renegade Squad definitely trying to go for 4 caps, but it doesn't look like they're going to let them at all.
Yeah. So what it seems like to me that we're seeing here in this match is just kind of again this big ring around the rosy play, right? One team goes for one and the other team just goes for another. But Renegade Squadron has come out on top thus far.
Definitely not seeing a lot of zone control yet. Seeing a lot of maneuvering, a lot of just trying to trade and get it up on the objectives. Right now, Renegade Squadron with 3 cap points versus the 1. They're at 92 points versus 68. So
going for the 4 cap right there.
Yep.
But mind you, we got some of the Outer Rim over at Alpha.
Yeah, we'll see.
There we go.
Now, enjoying a few seconds of a 4 cap is a significant thing to kind of boost their lead. They are moving to A, trying to respond as fast as they can.
And getting Charlie back, which again, Charlie's like that stupid choke point of grenades and sniper fire, right?
Yeah.
But they do manage to get it. And Bravo, look at that.
Yeah.
From a 4 cap to a 3 cap, the Outer Rim.
But here comes Renegade Squadron right back, trying to resecure A. Will he do it? Looks like he's going to grab it. Now he's got it. There it is.
There you go.
Back to 2v2. But Renegade Squadron enjoying a significant lead here, over 45 points ahead.
Yep, and that's what that's the benefit that 4 cap that they held for even just a couple of seconds, even 30 or so seconds, that puts them squarely ahead, 40+ points on top of the Outer Rim. It is not overcomable, not overcomable, I should say, but the Outer Rim definitely playing on their heels.
Absolutely. Well, right now they've come back with a 3 cap though, so Outer Rim is trying to get back into it. They're sitting there, they're grinding away at the lead of Renegade Squadron. We're seeing Renegade Squadron, the only defender of A just went down.
But we also lost on the side of Renegade Squadron. Malagos and Malin just dropped, and look at that, they're losing Alpha. Delta is falling to Renegade Squadron though, so we'll see if the Outer Rim can go ahead and rotate and recap
the Outer Rim has overall turned the tables though on Renegade Squadron right here. They're now enjoying a 3 cap themselves. Pretty
They are,
evenly matched
absolutely.
teams. This is a very good match.
Absolutely. Renegade Squadron is all over Bravo. I'm sorry, Alpha. But unfortunately, Whip knocks out Malagos and defends Alpha.
Alpha's still following over
Scratch
there.
that. It is
Renegade
still
Squadron.
falling.
Yeah. It's capped.
And
It's capped.
lost.
2v2. Look how close this is. Only 3 points separate these two teams at this point. Any play, any kill will make a huge difference in this moment now. Only 2 minutes left of gameplay, too.
Absolutely. And see, this is the exciting gameplay right here. This is the absolute exciting gameplay that you see
Absolutely.
versus two very evenly matched teams.
Yep. Looks like you're
Now
seeing a
again,
play on
again.
A right here. Trying to get that 3 cap restored. Trying to get any leg up on their opponents right here on A. Will he be able to hold it down?
I think he's got it. And that
There
may
you go.
actually be,
There
if they
you
can
go.
hold
Nice
that,
play
even
on
just
that
for a
one.
little bit. That's it right there. That gives the Outer Rim the lead. 1 point over Renegade Squadron.
Yep,
They're
Renegade
losing
Squadron trying to
Bravo.
come back on Bravo, though.
But they're going to need a 3 cap to win at this point, and they've only got a minute and a half to do
Every
it.
3 cap
Granted,
matters. Every 3 cap matters
It
now.
does. It really does. So they lead
So
by
good.
9 points. They're going to need a 3 cap on Renegade Squadron's side here. They're going to absolutely need
Oh,
a 3
and
cap.
they're making the play for it on Charlie. He's got
are.
backup too, securing the area, watching for anybody trying to stop the Charlie play.
They have full control. in fact. I
Oh,
see.
last second stopped.
And look at that. Malagos and Malin. Boom. 3 kills on the side of the Outer Rim. 3 Outer Rim players down. Malagos and Malin putting in some work for their team.
Still,
Unfortunately-
anybody's game
Oh.
right now. They have to make a move if Renegade Squadron wants to capture this first round. And they're making that move on Alpha right now. They're trying to do it. They're pulling it down. Will it be enough? Is there enough time on the clock? I think there is. If they can hold these
Yeah.
positions, I think they could actually pull this back off. We're within 3
Oh,
points.
man.
Watch the
It's
next
gonna,
tick.
it's gonna happen right,
right
here.
here.
1 point.
They're going to make the move.
Wow. Renegade
Oh,
Squadron
yeah.
takes the lead.
Lead
Too
goes
little, too
back
late.
to Renegades. That's so good.
The Outer Rim needs a play, and they need it now. They've got
All
less
right.
than 30 seconds left. 2 versus 2. They're not going to be able to pull this one off.
No, they're
Renegade
not.
Squadron
Lead-
at the end comes back. Wow.
Nice.
Over.
Nice play on both sides. Look, pretty comparable. Scores may be widely different, but Renegade Squadron holds on for the victory in the first round. Pretty
Wow.
awesome stuff. Pretty awesome
See,
stuff.
and that is the exciting matches right there.
That's
where
the good
it
stuff.
it comes down to the end, absolute end, and Renegade
Yep.
Squadron
And you
does
see that
come
lead exchange back and forth at least 3 times. It was so good through that first round. Let's see who's going to have the stamina to last and make those type of plays in this round here.
Absolutely. So here we go, though. Look at this.
Yep.
Okay, yep. No one's got anything yet. Charlie's contested.
Oh,
Wow.
wow. Oh, man. We're seeing nobody completing their caps yet. Who's going to get it first? Outer Rim gets
There we
A
go.
and D. Yep.
Yup. Outer Rim, A and D. Charlie heavily contested as per usual.
Wow.
Unfortunately, Renegade Squadron does manage to get 1 cap on Bravo,
Yeah.
but they're going to need a little bit more than that to maintain.
Yeah, that Delta didn't pull off. Somebody flanked right across, brought it to Delta, and made sure they didn't get that initial cap. Although they are recovering it right now.
Yeah, but then look at this. I mean, then they lose Bravo, and Charlie's being
Yep.
taken. So
And
you know,
it's going to
we're
be a
seeing
3
much
to
of what we
1
saw.
cap.
It is, and we're seeing a lot of what we saw at the beginning of the first game, where everyone is, all these points are being traded very rapidly, until finally, we settle into sort of a 2-2 pattern. We shall see,
Nice.
though.
But is this Outer Rim going for the 4 cap? It looks like they might get it.
I think they will. We see
There it is.
Bent Vision with the Outer Rim.
Oh,
Half
and
complete.
even though they're losing, they saved A even. They're going to join a nice 4 cap, stretching their lead out to in excess of over 30-point lead. Now
Yeah.
54-17 for Outer Rim.
And again, mind you, right, Renegade Squadron is by no means out of this round. It's still very early.
No.
But it's going to come down to, can the Outer Rim properly rotate and defend these positions? Unfortunately, Malagos drops Bent Vision over at Delta. Malagos is going to get that hack down, unless the Outer Rim can get there to defend, and it does not look like it.
No, I think they'll get this one, but this is just one piece of the puzzle. They've got Delta. They've got to press on Charlie. They've got to press on Bravo. They need to get these objectives quickly, spread the field, because every second they hold that 3 cap against Renegade Squadron, they're stretching that lead out.
Yeah, and so what you see is a Templar 1 from Renegade Squadron sitting on platform outside of Delta, and he is just mowing people down that try to hack Bravo, hack Alpha. And there you go. Now he's pulling that hack on Bravo.
Yeah, we're seeing some of that zone control defense kind of pop up, but they still need more. They still need more on Renegade Squadron in order to come back over and supersede the Outer Rim.
Malagos just mowing people down right now.
Absolutely. Catching people at the health box, trying to get repair, trying to get health back, and just blindsiding them. 2v2 is not enough, guys. They're going to have to pull it over.
Hey, we've got some heavy gunplay over at Bravo, though. You know, Malin, Whips, Ben Vision. Ben Vision finally gets the kill on Malin, though. So there it is. Like I said, Bravo dropping perhaps to the Outer Rim. Can they get it 75%? It's capped. There's that 3 cap. And, dude, the Outer Rim is going to maintain that point lead. They are squarely in the lead, almost 100-point lead over Renegade Squadron at the moment.
Contested.
Yep. Well, here comes Renegade, trying to get the 2. Not able to get it yet. Had to pull off the objective. Still has some opportunities there.
The Outer Rim, they I don't think they were very happy with that late first-round comeback by Renegade Squadron. Whatever they did, they decided they're not losing this round, and it's now 178.
And it looks like some of Renegade Squadron's getting a little bit baited off objectives into more 1v1s and stuff of that nature. So they're not defending the zones when they're getting their caps, and that translates to them not getting the plays they need right now.
Absolutely, and we still see a lot of kill trading, you know, and again, it is 2 versus 2, but you know, about 115 points here down with only 250 to play at 196. It's just, you know, it's going to be very, very, very tough. Renegade Squadron needs a 4 cap.
3 caps you keep seeing out of Rim gain. Basically, that's what Renegade Squadron needs right now. They need to be pulling 3 caps, maintaining the 2, and pulling 3 caps all the time in order to gain any ground to chisel away this double lead now that Outer Rim has, and they're crushing it. So
this round is sacrifice. We're gonna go into the 3rd round with a tie here, 1-1, I'm sure, and then we'll see when the team switch sides. We'll see how the strategies evolve and develop throughout the match.
Absolutely.
But, absolutely entertaining games to watch so far.
Yeah, definitely. Like you, I feel like this is definitely going to be a full 4-round game. This is going to go all the way in order to get any type of victory. So,
well, you know, hey, that's interesting. You know, it's got to go 4 rounds at this point, right? I feel, but dude, the Outer Rim, they put the pedal to the metal today in this round.
They did.
So they decided they're not losing again. They're not giving up a lead to Renegade Squadron. No more.
I just think that they don't want to lose to some pilots at this point, right? They're like, I'm not losing to pilots, so they're a little bit putting the pressure, feeling the fire there. Although Renegade Squadron, even the last moments, even though it's insurmountable and they're not going to be able to come back from it, they are trying to press the last caps, and that's it for that match.
There it is. So, guys, we're moving on to the switch sides phase, round 3 of 4. We are tied 1-1. Renegade Squadron getting absolutely crushed that round by the Outer Rim. So we'll see what happens in round 3. We should be into the action momentarily. Let's see who's going to come out to an early lead here. I think I'm actually bugged again. Unfortunately, I cannot see who is taking what. There we go. We see it. All right.
Sorry. Well, right now we have Renegade Squadron capping A and C. We have B. It's a 2v2 again. We're at Bravo and Delta over 4. Oh, no, stopped at Bravo. So right now, Renegade Squadron has both Alpha and Charlie, and Outer Rim is only holding Delta right now. Still heavy contention on Bravo.
I think Renegade Squadron put their foot down and said, we're not giving up Bravo this time. We're going to go defend hard. So, and they are now taking Delta, except the Outer Rim, of course, is going to defend and save that Delta. There we go.
Whips comes in there, and Pittsmala goes down at the cap point.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, with the kill trading, though, you know, Renegade Squadron gets a kill, the Outer Rim gets a kill. It's very even, it seems like, in the kills, but the Outer Rim's strategy has just been a little bit better. Allow them to pull away that last round.
That being said, right now, Renegade Squadron is enjoying, again, a 3 cap over the Outer Rim. So showing how evenly matched these teams really are. And they're pulling ahead with a double lead right now. We got a 46-21 in favor of Renegade Squadron.
Yeah.
Although we're seeing some terrible grenade play, but Malagos is there for a moment as he lobs a grenade.
It's all right, Malagos. We forgive you. You put a missile in his hands, right?
Yeah, there you go.
No. There you see, though, you know, Templar 1, Malagos, CTF, getting some kills on behalf of Renegade Squad. And
well.
There's 3
That's how
down.
they've been playing. They've been practicing.
3 down, and we've got a Renegade Squad at Delta. He's not getting the cap yet. Is he, oh, there he goes. He's going for the hack.
Oh my gosh!
Is this going to be the 4 cap?
Four cap by Renegade Squadron coming in.
Yeah,
Look at
it
this.
might be.
He's got it.
There it is. I do hear the grenade. And up. Actually, look at that. Pidian from Renegade Squad and getting the kill. Malagos
Nice.
dropping vent vision. They've got the 4 cap.
Look
and
at this
the player
lead
count
they're
lead.
stretching out here too. Outer rim right now. It's a triple lead. They're 111 points to 36, and they have all the zones, all the control. And can they sit back and do the thing, or are they going to jump around and
Yeah. Whatever we saw out of the Outer Rim in the previous match, Renegade Squadron has mimicked and done better. They said, we are not doing this again. Nope.
Yeah. A little bit of life from Outer Rim as they try to get C. Doesn't work out for him. Gets
But there
put
you
down.
go.
They're going to get after it.
From Outer Rim down.
Here he goes. Can he maintain it? Does he have his buddies back up?
Does it matter anymore?
Oh, secured. Outer Rim had some significant gameplay late in the match. I mean, if they're going to make a move, now's the moment to do it, though. They cannot sit back. They cannot wait. Renegade Squadron has woken up.
Yeah, but look at this. Renegade Squadron taking back Charlie. The Outer Rim
They're
pushing on
beasting
Bravo,
on
but
him right now.
back on the 4 cap. Defended. And there you go. You see, wow. Okay, look at that.
Yeah.
The Outer Rim got some kills. CTFT,
Yeah.
of course, coming back in and dropping to
Definitely, just like you said, kill exchanges throughout the match. But right now, Renegade Squadron, surprising domination of the zone control and all the perimeters, just putting down any player that emerges out of the Outer Rim spawn. All right, we see somebody broke loose
they
to
got put
Delta.
back here.
Looks like they're
They got put on their heels here, and Renegade Squadron, their strategy for rotating through has just been too good in the end here, and unfortunately, it's going to be it's a little too late for the Outer Rim for this round. They do, of course, have one final round to play.
Yeah. And this game is
Maybe
definitely
it's
going
a
to be a game of points.
Yeah. Well, maybe it was a side switch. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I'm really interested to see how the 4th round plays out here. So, of course, with 245 points, it's over for this one.
Yeah.
So, Renegade Squadron will take the lead 2-1 over the Outer Rim, going into round 4. Here we go.
Yep. Point totals are interesting at the bottom. We got 17,605 for Renegade Squadron, 15,194. Only about 2,000 points separate these two teams. So this game is going to be critical. Points are going to matter. Even if Outer Rim pulls off the win, they got to be thinking about that 2,000 point deficit they got to overcome.
Yeah, they've got quite the point deficit, but after what I just saw out of Renegade Squadron and without switching sides again for this final round, there you go. You see Templar 1 jumping right out of the gate, dropping Mesmeister from the Outer Rim.
Yep.
Templar 1 now dropping whips
first. Who's going to get the caps?
He dropped whips, so we've got 1-1 thus far, but there's some heavy gunplay at Alpha and Bravo. And there you go. You see Renegade Squadron getting Alpha right now as we speak.
They're grabbing down. They're about to secure Alpha.
Yeah.
And they've got it. They've got it. And still no cap on B. That means 2-1 on the objective play right now. It's changing some kills between Malagos and the Mesmeister. So they're both put down.
Hang on. We do have the Outer Rim with some life in them, hacking Bravo right now, trying to get that 2nd point. They've got backup too, so there's 2 players there.
A is left exposed with Malagos going down over there. I don't know if they have any other defenders currently at A. We'll see if they take advantage of this brief moment in zone coverage.
Yeah. We're kind of in a lull right now. I think everyone's kind of trying to feel each other's strategy out. And it looks like Malin drops whips.
Yeah. Nice grenade play
again.
there by Malagos.
Kill trading. Although Malin coming back in, getting a kill on Mesmeister. Told you, Malin is one to watch out for. His aim is on point. And, if he catches fire.
They're cleaning up A. So they're doing great zone control on A, not allowing anything in there. Supporting Delta right now, too. So that way they have that area and affords them a 3 cap against the Outer.
Yeah. Well, they've got players. So it looks like the Outer Rim has 2 or 3 players hanging out around Bravo. Of course, they own Bravo, and they're really unsure, it looks like, of where to go from there. They're kind of on the defense, and CTFT comes into Bravo, kills Jack Axton in their home territory. They're getting the cap on Bravo as we speak. We might see another 4 cap on behalf of Renegade Squad.
I think we are, and there it is. There's the 4 cap. And they're playing zone control. They're sitting back in the cut. They're taking a page out of the Angels of the Workbook, and they are definitely just controlling these areas as they enjoy a significant boost on points to their lead, leaving Outer Rim in the dust at 51 points, just stretching it out now.
But and at this point in time, it's very, very critical that the Outer Rim at least gets one of those capture points around. The longer that Renegade Squadron sits with this 4 cap, oh man, that deficit is going to grow quick.
Yeah.
And we're already seeing it approach 70 points here. So, and there you go.
Yep.
Renegade Squad up by 70.
Yep, and we're seeing the Mesmeister trying to make a play in A, trying to break some lines. We'll see if he gets over here on an A cap or not. Delta, the home cap over there of Outer Rim, getting capped back right now. So we'll see what they could do. If they could break out and get 2 different positions started capped at once, I think they could change the momentum a little bit, but they have to make those moves right now. If you see Renegade Squadron go up to 200, this is a done deal, pretty much.
Yeah, absolutely. You do see Malin down. So they got a very critical kill, but then Malin goes to cut, of course, for Renegade Squad, comes right back in, gets the kill. They are grabbing Bravo, so we're back at the 2 cap. So, unfortunately, a 2 cap's just not going to hold it. In fact, I don't even know if a 3 cap's going to get it for him. At this point, with 174 to 63, they're going to need a 4 cap, I think.
Control point contested.
I think so.
And look at this, of course, Renegade Squadron hacking Bravo. We've got pity in for Renegade Squad.
Wrong team getting the 4 cap for any changes in this game.
Nail in the coffin, folks. Nail in the coffin.
Right here. I think, as they stretch their lead out to 200 points for the Renegade Squadron and only 70 points for the Outer Rim, I think they've got this one sewn up pretty strongly now.
Absolutely. The only way to come back from this is a 4 cap and to maintain that for the rest of the game. And unfortunately, I just don't see that happening on behalf of the Outer Rim. They played well. They kept it, pretty competitive in the first and second rounds. But man, this 3rd and 4th round, Renegade Squadron has been all over it. Do we attribute it to a strategy change and maybe they locked it down, or is it the side switch? I'm going to lean towards saying the side switch has really helped Renegade Squad.
For such evenly matched teams, I think what really came into play here we're seeing is how Renegade Squadron was able to supersede being on the inferior side, and once the side switch came in, they just dominated.
Well, they snuck a win, out of the inferior side, and then they were able to capture both wins from the better side. And so, unfortunately for the Outer Rim Coalition, this round goes to Renegade Squad. Congrats to them. An awesome game to watch.
Yep, 3-1. Renegade Squadron, 22,919 points to the Outer Rim's 18,768 points. The totals speak for themselves, folks. There you go. I think that's where we're at with it. So.
Yeah, another congrats to Renegade Squad, and they'll of course advance to face AOTW in the Group A finals momentarily.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. Hi guys.
Yeah. Oh.
Hey. So, anyways, what's going on?
I was just gonna say
that.
Do you think that is enough momentum boost for them? You think that's enough momentum boost for them in order to go forward and actually put up some contention against Angels of the Warp?
I don't know. It's interesting to see, but let's have our booth take it up, and
let's see what the guys up top think here. Let's go backwards there.
Okay. So that was a really good match. Now, we've seen some very spectacular domination, but it's always the closer matches that provide the most interesting gameplay. Renegade Squadron come back with a 3-1 victory. 1 round by the skin of their teeth. A fantastic
Very
comeback.
much so. 251 to 249 on that first round.
Such a good round. Let it slip a bit in the second round, but they're coming back for 2 solid rounds for a victory. What's your highlight on that one, Graphies?
Honestly, the highlight is that first round, showing that they could eke out that victory on the weaker side of the map, because whether we, like it or not, Damien does have a stronger spawn point and a weaker spawn point with your access to different portions of the map and being able to defend. So if you can eke out a win when you're on the weaker side, sitting over there, you're going to have a much better time if you push as hard as Renegade did during the second half after the spawn flip happens. And they really showed that they can pull it out. So hopefully they got a little bit of momentum here and they can take that into to a rematch, basically.
Yeah. So we're coming into the final rounds now pretty soon. Let's have a look at what teams got through. So Renegade Squadron now have fought a bloody long battle going through, dropping into the lower tier, fighting through many matches. And now they're into the group final, Renegade Squadron versus Angel of the Warp, which I believe is going to be the next match. We'll see. But on the EU side, so they had a bit of turbulence over on the EU side. We saw SCA Death Squatch against Bloody Explorers. SCA went through. Then they're currently facing off against the Wisdom Marines. The winner of that match will be moving forward to fight against Mighty Squad, who we saw in a very dominant position against Le Sib.
Slight correction, SEA Death Squanch and Bloody Explorers were the NA side. It was the AIG Drifters and Heritage.
Oh, sorry, AIG Drifters, my bad. Thank you for the correction, Grucky. So AIG Drifters against Heritage. So AIG went against Wisdom Marines, and their winner is going to go against the Mighty Squad. For the group final for EU, I reckon it's going to be a pretty interesting side. But we are now confirmed the group final for North America will be Angels of the Warp facing off yet again against Renegade Squadron, and I think it's going to be a pretty scary match for Renegade Squadron. But maybe they build some confidence from that victory then, and maybe they've come up with some new tactics against Angels of the Warp. What do you think the chances are like?
If they've got their confidence on point, they're going to have a little bit of a better chance, though it isn't an amazing one if Angels of the Warp brings an even tougher game, because I'm not certain we've seen their full game out yet. That might be something that'll be coming out more in the finals here. So we're going to see if Angels of the Warp was using everything they had, or if they've kept something in the back pocket. And I have a sneaking suspicion they've got several things left in the back pocket.
Yeah, absolutely. And I did get an update that Angels of Warp are indeed a mercenary marine outfit that you will be able to hire for any of your most aggressive marine requirements in the burst. So keep your eye on that name. I think they've already proven themselves. And if they don't go through to the finals, I'll be very, very surprised. Not to discount Renegade Squadron, who have fought a very, very strong battle to get through to this point. Obviously, going through the lower bracket, you end up playing a lot more matches with a lot more chances to get knocked out. But it's definitely their game to win.
Very much so. We'll see if Angels snatches defeat from the jaws of victory with this one.
Absolutely. And it'll also be interesting to see if they switch anything up. I mean, Angels of the Warp, they've won decisively their previous matches. Be interesting to see, like you say, if they are holding anything back, if they go for something, if they go for like a cocky novelty build, or if they're just going to keep doing what they're doing. I think they're going to be just showing off their A game right now. I don't think they have any reason to be cocky. They're so close to winning this thing.
At this point, I think the game faces come on a little earlier. Maybe they try some things out, goof off a little bit. Maybe not completely in try-hard mode, but the end is in sight. So this is the point where you don't want anyone messing around. You want full professionalism from your team.
Okay, and we're just hearing that the EU qualifier AIG versus Wisdom Marines has finished, and AIG have pulled out the win. So they're going to go straight through against Le Sib in the next EU match to find the person who's going to go through into the EU final against the Mighty Squad. So I think they're getting pretty close to the preparations for the NA group final, Angels of the Warp versus Renegade Squadron. I'm sure we'll hear about that soon. But yeah, I think it's going to take a couple of minutes on there, but I think so far we weren't quite sure what to expect from this tournament. This is, like I said, this is the first SC4 Star Marine tournament, and I've been very, very impressed with how things are shaking out here. The quality of the matches, the casters, by the way, are doing a fantastic job keeping an eye on all of the things that are happening. Hopefully, as I said, with future iterations of Star Citizen, the tools we get, spectator tools, will improve. So we can give you more interactive and exciting footage of what's going on. Maybe like a map overlay would be awesome.
Built-in tournament lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. But no, I think this format's working really well as well. So okay, so yeah, it sounds like we are pretty much ready for the North American final. So again, this is Angels of the Warp, the current favorites, against Renegade Squadron, the underdogs. Let's see who you vote for, and let's move over and get started with this match.
And we're back with Renegade Squadron and AOTW in the Group A finals. This should be an interesting matchup. Rematch, I should say, and I'm very excited to see it. So
yeah, will they take advantage? Will Renegade Squadron take advantage of their second opportunity at this? Have they learned anything? Has they grown as a people? Will we see if maybe they've taken some of the tricks of trade from the Angels of the Warp and have been able to apply those here, or will it be another face pounding?
Maybe they had a little rust on them, in their first meetup, and from what we saw in that last round, they got momentum behind them, and they really got on those defense rotations, and they were able to capitalize on 3 and 4 caps. So let's see if we can see at least a more even match between Renegade Squad and AOTW here. So
yeah, absolutely. I was kind of surprised by the gameplay of the last match where we saw the Outer Rim and Renegade Squadron coming through in the 3rd and 4th round so forcefully and really just putting it to them, just really handedly. It was so even in the very beginning, but once they got a rhythm down, Renegade Squadron, they just started tromping along, and they really did very, very well. I'm actually kind of hopeful for this match and seeing maybe some life out of both. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, I think that we'll absolutely see some life out of Renegade Squadron. I think we're going to see a lot of the good that came out of that last match that they just played. Angels of the Warp, they've been sitting, they've been waiting for a little bit, right? They've had a little bit of a chance to cool off. Renegade Squadron is coming right out of the gate, right fresh from a awesome win over the Outer Rim. Like I said, let's see if they can take that momentum and really, carry it and at least put up a good fight against AOTW. So. And here we go. Momentarily, should be jumping into the action. So.
Yep, any moment now we'll be switching over to the field. But yeah, I hope they do. I hope they really are able to harness on that momentum, at least in the early rounds, and really capitalize on it. Try to put them on their heels. Try to mix it up. Try to give them a game that they're not expecting. Yeah. Don't play the game the Angels of the Warp want you to, because if you do that, they're going to win every time.
And the issue with the Angels of the Warp here is that every single one of their players can hold it down one-on-one. And so I think that Renegade Squadron is going to need to avoid those one-on-one and really get the advantageous fights over Angels of the Warp. If they try and play this one-on-one and man coverage, of course, and I think it's going to be a
squad wipe would really make a huge difference, to be honest. If they could get one squad wipe on an Angels of the Warp, I think it could put them on their heels for the round and do something really nice.
So. And the game's getting underway, so here we go. We should be switching to the action in just a second here, and good luck to both teams. Let's see who the winner. Absolutely. So, and again, be very mindful that AOTW is without. Oh, guys, we're getting it in from the booth. We are going to have a reset here. Unfortunately, crashed. Yeah. I want to call attention to the fact once again, as we bring AOTW back into the fold here, and as they're in the NA finals, that they're without their works player, drummer Dan. And so again, I think that really puts them in a distinct advantage position to win, because drummer Dan is not holding them down in their team. Unbelievable. Drummer Dan sucks. Anyway. Sorry,
I've heard of this mythical curse of drummer Dan, and I think with shedding the shackles of the curse of drummer Dan, I think it's really made them project themselves over to the next level and continue to be able to bring it home.
Absolutely. You know, he's always been viewed as a negative force of any team that he's been a part of within AOTW. And they've always tried to find ways to shed themselves of that problem. And fortunately, they're able to by planting an explosive device in his computer, setting it off before the games today, rendering his computer unplayable. Again, increasing their chances to win just unbelievably. So,
Absolutely.
you know, sneaky play on AOTW.
Yep.
So,
as the invites go out to get everybody in the mix and get everybody in the match here as they reset it all, we'll be giving you coverage here in just a few moments. But again, from this step moving forward, we're seeing some of the EU brackets shape up nicely, and I can't wait to see the winner of this match who's going to do finals and all that stuff, because that's where we start to see things like server latency and all those things kind of come into play.
Yeah.
All that stuff. So.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see what happens there. So, and you know, of course, we have Mighty Squad in the EU finals, and of course, we're playing that lower bracket semifinals right now as we are playing this match. And so, you know, that will be our next round that we broadcast, and looking forward to that one too. But in the meantime, AOTW, Renegade Squadron, the guys on the ground and the kings of the skies, right?
Right now, yeah. Let's see what happens. Let's get your bubble gum, duct tape, and super glue out. Let's see if we can hold this match together. Give you some live presentation here.
Yes.
Come on, baby.
Yes.
Go Alpha.
Absolutely. So, all right, here we go, guys. I think we're in the round. I think we're okay. We'll see once again, you know, if there are any technical difficulties, we'll reset. Let's see. So I think we're okay. We are not okay.
We are definitely not okay with all the left markers. I think we are dumped out once again.
Yes, unfortunately, this will be another reset. So once again, we apologize.
It's all right. We just want to make sure these rounds, these teams are evenly matched up, as fair as possible. We don't want anybody saying, "Hey, this happened, that happened." We try to do these things, and as more and more tools come on for Star Marine, we hope that they'll placate some of us and allow us to have these type of tournaments. So I'm excited for that. You know, as you remember, Texas, the spectate mode didn't even exist before the community asked for it with CIG. So that's really cool. They're putting some of these tools in.
It is, and you know what? I bet you CIG is out there watching things like PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds and the unbelievable spectator mode that game has. And CIG's, you know, they're not stupid. They're out there watching, and I bet you that in time, when you know the priorities are set, and when it's, you know, when they have the resources, I bet you we ultimately get some awesome tools like that in Star Citizen, in Star Marine, and Arena Commander. Some really cool spectate tools. So that should be neat and would really help, you know, promoting things like this tournament, you know, beyond what we can already do.
Yeah.
So, and I also do hear, hang on, what breaking news? They have replaced the hamsters in their server wheels. We have new hamsters for
fresh
the CIG
hamsters.
servers. Yes, fresh hamsters. So all should be well in this next round. Yes, fresh hamsters for all.
Yeah, we definitely like the fresh hamsters. I believe these are previously they were imported hamsters, and buying domestic hamsters, I think they're going a lot better off. They're going to have a lot better content and hopefully run the servers in an aptitude that really will mitigate all these issues moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. So we should be good. So we're just, like I said, getting the lobby fixed up right now. We got all the invites out. Momentarily, we should be attempting to jump in game round 3. So
yeah,
Renegade Squad AOTW.
Third time's the charm, we hope.
Third time is a charm, right?
Yeah.
Domestic hamsters, as you said.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Paired up there. So what do you expect to see in this round? Who do you think are going to be the standout players on each side?
You know what? I'm telling you, I'm seeing some crazy streaks from Silent 331 with that sniper rifle. I have a feeling that AOTW is going to fall comfortably into their defense rotations. Silent going to be sitting out on top of one of the platforms over A, over B, and I think he's going to get some snipes and comfortably control Delta, Charlie. I think AOTW is going to run away with this match.
Yeah, I think maybe we're going to have a little bit of momentum shifting. I think you're going to see Renegade Squadron put up a good fight, at least round 1. We'll see what kind of momentum they can get. I really hope they just try some different type of plays. I mean, what do you have to lose? If it goes the other way, I'd come back in the following rounds and just throw some different looks at them, even if it's a full squad rush to objective.
Yeah.
Whatever you got to do, you really just got to shake it up and try to do something different. So yeah, we're looking at maybe they might have to be making some alternations on these teams, right?
Uh-oh. Okay. Yep. We may have to swap a player here. You know, so the thing about it, here's the thing. Renegade Squad is starting at the Marines, right? So they're starting with the disadvantage. And so, you know, this kind of tells me I have a feeling with as much skill as AOTW has, starting as the Outlaws too, they're going to run into this thing, and I think they're going to run right out of the gate 2 wins to none. And I think Renegade Squad is going to be playing from their heels throughout. Renegade Squad's got some talented players, they really do. But when you take a look at the players on AOTW, they are absurd. They are some of the best of the best.
Not only the rankings, but the number of hours played in Star Marine is astronomical. I mean, you see them night and day. You can join Star Marine almost at any time of day, and you will see, you know, Angels of the Warp members somewhere playing something, doing something incredible on the stream.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting gameplay. But I agree with you. I think especially starting the Marine side, I think you'll see the Outlaws of Angels of the Warp go directly, try to cut the jugular over like the C and D maneuvers, capture both home points, and just like milk it from there. So we'll see what happens. But that's really the way I feel like it's probably going to go to overall the match.
Yeah. Well, you know, we've seen it several times now. We see AOTW. They love to contest Charlie Point. They absolutely love it. So they'll probably come in, they'll drop someone to get D real quick, and then they're going to send one player to go harass at least at Charlie. And even if they're not capturing it, they're going to harass Charlie and not let Renegade Squadron cap it right off the bat. So meanwhile, they'll ship players out to the wings, probably either a full rest of team rush to Bravo or Alpha, capture that point. At that point, it's 2 to maybe 1, and then they're going to settle into their comfortable strategy, and they're going to fucking dominate. So that's my theory here. We'll see. I
agree with your theory. I'm trying to think in my head of counters to some of their gameplay and stuff like that. Really, the only thing we've seen even be moderately successful up to this point against Angels of the Warp was basically getting on objectives early, trying to hold those positions, not allowing that 3 and 4 cap, because no one team has been able to recover once they get capped out from Angels of the Warp. They're very good at zone control, and the minute you give that to them, the game is pretty much in their hands. Unless they just disconnect, you're going to have some problems. So I'd love to see them do that.
That's absolutely the case. It's so much easier to defend a 4 or 3 cap once you've got it, right, than to actually get to that point. And if you let AOTW settle into that point, your chances of winning are very, very, very low at that point. So, you know, Renegade Squadron needs to do everything that they can to at least maintain that 2-2 balance, and then fight and push tooth and nail to get that 3rd cap, even just briefly, to get those points and hang on. And if they can do that, and if they can play comfortable, not rush, not get into those one-on-ones versus AOTW guys, Renegade Squad will have a chance. So
I'd also like to see some looks of maybe employing the shotgun and stuff like that, because you'll see as hyper aggressive as you see Angels of the Warp being on objectives when they don't have the full cap. I think some shotgun close quarter play would make a significant advantage to people that don't have the same level of gun game as Angels of the Warp. You know, they run into the objective, those shotguns are very powerful. You can basically put down a superior fighter pretty quickly with just a single burst applied to anywhere on their body. So I would like to see some of that type of gameplay. It's basically choke point heavy areas like Charlie or even Bravo played right. You can, a shotgun difference, as we've seen in some of the previous matches, can hold down an entire team.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and here we go, guys. We are launching into the game now. We had to unfortunately do a player swap on the side of Renegade Squadron. I think we should be okay again, barring any technical difficulties that crop up as far as crashing at the beginning. We should have some action for you here in seconds.
Absolutely. Okay.
I think we're okay.
I think we're doing well so far. Bubblegum is
have action. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got
action.
action.
Yeah.
Nice. We've got a game. All right, there you go. So, you know, like I said, Renegade Squadron, they're going to drop one person down. They're going to get Delta. It looks like they're contesting Charlie. Charlie's untouched to this point.
Yeah, at this point, Delta is the only thing secured by any of the teams in the field.
Yeah, but you do see some kill trading, though, on the side of Renegade Squad.
Some A-cap right now go down.
Yeah. Yup, and there we go. You see Sabine Wren coming in, killing Templar 1, dropping I Play Hojack. Drop Silent 331, dropping another.
Yeah, we're seeing the board on this side of the ball just go red with the blood of Renegade Squadron so far, and we're seeing a B-cap now.
Absolutely. And what you see Renegade Squad trying and holding down Charlie, but CTFT from Renegade Squad gets murdered there.
Yeah,
and
but they're
guess
not even
what?
able to hold
AOTW.
down something they don't have captured yet. It is, you know, I think your prediction was right, Texas. I think we're seeing like go right for the jugular early and just put it down in this final.
Yeah, this is that chokehold that AOTW puts on their enemies. And right here, this is so hard to come back from if you're facing AOTW, because this is where the dudes excel. They sit there, they get, again, into those defensive rotations, and they respond. When they see something capped, they've got good teamwork, good communication, and good movement. You know, you try to take Bravo, they're going to roll over to Bravo. Revoc and Ace already. This is lopsided already. Again,
just looking at the stats of these players, Texas. We're sitting right here. Revlock 6-1, Silent 3-3-1 at 4-0. Mad's already at 1-0, 4-1. We're seeing all across the board just people immediately just getting wrecked on the side of Renegade Squadron, and their kill ratio is just dropping through the floor.
Absolutely. And again, you know, bear in mind that Renegade Squadron did start from the more disadvantageous side. It is a little bit more difficult to play as the Marines versus the Outlaws. So AOTW does have an advantage to start the game. So it'll be interesting to see when we do get to that team swap. But I'll tell you what, Renegade Squadron going in, if they are down 0 rounds to 2 during the team swap, that's going to be a tough challenge to come back from. Absolutely. There you go. You see Silent 3-3-1 clean it up, getting a kill on both Malin and Templar 1. But I Play Hojak comes back, does kill Silent 3-3-1 over by Charlie, and it is now contested.
Absolutely.
There we go. Up, and Revoc comes in, gets the double kill on I Play Hojak and Malagos.
Did not hold water there. Didn't even get halfway through that cap point before he got put down.
Absolutely. That was denied. Revoc said, no, not today, not in my backyard. Charlie is ours.
And so far, not any life from the Renegade Squad has been quickly snuffed out repeatedly at this point. I mean, given we do have some rotational players in, and do keep in mind we got some cold players coming right off the bench, but they are not being forgiven. Although
so watch this.
Here we
Here's
go.
the rotation, though.
No.
Silent, he has that sniper rifle out, drops Malagos. Sabine drops Templar 1. They say, nope, not today. You're not getting alpha from us.
It is crushed right there. And we're seeing this go to a total 0 to 232. I don't think anything's going to stop these guys. Not this round. Maybe not in the next preceding ones either.
So we have Revoc 11-2, Silent 8-2, Maduin 4-2, 6-2, 4-2. Oh man, this round has been a bloodbath.
And that is round 1, folks. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. They just that was a sit the fuck down moment if there ever was one. So
right?
We'll see what happens in this next go right here. But gosh, I don't know what to tell these guys. Call a priest. This might be that deadman fucking team here. So we'll see what happens.
In their last rites. Here
That's
we go.
right.
Yeah. So back in the action, guys. Round 2 starting. Once again, we don't swap sides until the 3rd of 4 rounds. So once again, you have Renegade Squadron on the side of the Marines with the disadvantage. Hopefully they can pull something out here. We'll see.
Right now, haven't even capped their home spawn yet. Already we're seeing Angels of the Warp, Crush, and Delta, followed by Bravo, Alpha getting capped now. C is the only point of contention, and we're not seeing any Renegade Squadron putting down hardly anyone except just dying, faces on the floor, blood gushing out everywhere.
You know, I gotta say, I Play Hojak using his pistol here. It's a bold move, Cotton, but he's going for the pistol.
He's going for the pistol whip at this point.
He's going for the pistol kill. So,
all right. And there goes the
looks
final
like Renegade
objective.
Squadron is forfeiting. Bold move, absolutely bold move.
Yeah, it looks like Charlie is dying, and there it is, 4 cap, and pretty much sit back, make a sandwich, whatever. At this point, it's getting pretty rough out there.
Yeah. I'll tell you, what are you doing? Are you doing a club sandwich here? Are you doing ham and cheese, turkey and cheese, maybe some chicken?
I don't know. I think
beef?
at this point, I don't know. These are the moments that make you wonder why you logged in if you're on Renegade Squadron side, where you're
Yeah.
just going, this hurts so bad. I guarantee there's going to be some angry pilots after this round.
Yeah, there's gonna be some forum posts. Let's take this to the air, boys, right?
Yeah.
Let me show you what me and my Hornet can do.
Yeah.
So,
gonna go that
hey,
route.
make no mistake, Renegade Squadron in the air are not to be messed with. They will put you down.
I would go one further. I'd say Angels of the Warp probably better watch out as they're flying the not so friendly skies of the PU, because I feel there's going to be
exactly.
reparations for this applied to them on the other end of
This
the
tournament.
game.
The outcome of this match alone can have repercussions into the next 10 years easily.
Yeah.
Renegade Squad hunting down and shooting every AOTW ship out of the sky.
Yeah.
Ruthlessly. Civilians die in mass.
Absolutely.
Renegade Squadron, no cares.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I don't know what to say about this current KDR ratio.
There's nothing to say about it besides
there's no. I don't know how you even say anything about that. They're getting crushed. I mean, Malagos is valiant effort getting 1 to 2 kills there, pop and stuff. But when you're facing the entire body of the other team and you're seeing complete squad wipes and respawns, 3 kills ain't gonna do it. You got to kill all 4.
It just won't.
And
so
that's more heavy lifting than I think even Malagos, as good as he has within him.
Yeah, like I said, Renegade Squadron has some shooters for sure. Malin can definitely hold his own with a gun. All of these guys can hold their own with a gun, but unfortunately, the combined teamwork and the combined skill and prowess from these AOTW guys is just gonna put Renegade Squadron out of their league in this match.
Yeah.
Again, we do switch sides, so we'll see if there's any life when Renegade Squadron does play and start from the side with an advantage, being the Outlaws.
Yeah.
But I really don't expect much to change.
No, not this raid. Really, you're playing on your heels already. You're seeing teammates like pull their pistols out and whatnot. And I think at that point, it's
The hell did I just witness? That went
That's a beatdown. That is tough to watch.
The brutal in-game descriptions from the audio guys in there are like pretty point on. When they talking about they brutally disassembled your entire team. That's pretty much what happened on the field.
Yeah, that one was tough. Can Renegade Squadron get a cap? Can they capture 1 point? Is the question.
I don't know. It would be nice to see some sort of life, because I mean, if you we stress it every time. If you can't get your initial caps, you're not going to win against this group.
They tried for Bravo, Mitachi. They tried.
I saw they got a quarter away, and that's about it. The hero cap won't cut it. You're going to have to go in a team. You're going to have to go in and secure the area and do it. And unfortunately, when you have to use 2-man play in order to cap a zone, and you have Angels of the Warp where 1 man does it all on each objective, how do you counter that? I mean, how do you really do it?
That's the fatal error though that so many people fall into, is that when they're behind, they feel like they need to go, sprint out and grab this hero cap. And unfortunately, all that does is put you down. Think of a MOBA, right? You don't want deaths, because then you're, it's a 4-on-5 or a 3-on-5. And, it's not nearly as critical in Star Marine as it is in a MOBA, but still, you can't afford those deaths. So hero caps aren't going to work when you're down. We do see, however, that after the 4 cap, all of the AOTW guys have now gone pistol only. This is a bold move once again, but here we have Sabine. they are pistol only. So
I think the troll has been engaged.
Yes,
I think we're now the utter rubbing the nose in it is starting to occur. We're seeing pistols come out from the Angel of the Warp side.
Oh my God! And we may see a real shootout after as a result of this match. We may see it at the next Citizen Con, a full-on bloodbath fist fight between Renegade Squadron and AOTW. They have gone all pistols. Very interesting. And unfortunately, it's working. So.
yes, that's the sad part in this whole beautiful opera of death. We're seeing
up. Nope. Oh, they may get it. They're gonna get the cap. Renegade Squadron, ladies and gentlemen, has gotten their first cap and their first points of the match.
I believe this entire match at this point has become a troll from both sides.
I think it has.
Watched, several Templar 1 spraying randomly at the ceiling with his laser rifle. I think we have some, just fun times happening now.
I think they're both having some fun.
Yeah, having a little fun, letting the clock tick out a little bit.
Yeah.
And, this will be interesting.
Yes.
Some more than others. There might be some bitterness here, I see as well. But
there could be some bitterness. Yeah, that's entirely possible. Renegade Squad just really wanted the D, and so they got it. They got what they wanted. Absolutely. So, and here I think they've turned this now into team elimination, is what it looks like.
It looks
everyone's just going for kills.
Little team deathmatch action.
Yeah. CTFT, of course, dying to his own grenade there. This is interesting. So,
and they're like, all right,
everything's gone to
we're
shit.
gonna stop this. They're recontrolling their zones. Now they're gonna cap everything back again.
No, guys, AOTW really wants the D, actually, and they have gotten the D back. AOTW has secured the D, confirmed.
They definitely, I hear in closed circles that Angels of the Warp live off the D. If they don't have the D, they don't know how to play the game, so maybe that's their secret weapon. Maybe if they don't have the D, they just won't be able to hold on to anything.
It is. That's kind of their momentum builder. Once they hold the D, all is well. And
I think it's important because I think maybe the next strategy for the next group that faces them is if they get the D from Angels of the Warp,
then they can get the C, right?
Then
so
maybe they could get the C. You never know, right?
Yes.
But I think the key point would be you have to go to Angel's Warp, even if it be it on your knees, and get the D as soon as possible early on in the match. And right there we see 3-0 Angels of the Warp as predicted, crushing it. There's not a lot to say there.
There's not too much to say about it, but that was a bloodbath.
Yeah.
So that was an absolute bloodbath.
Crushing bloodbath, and some fair trolley gameplay there at the end, just having some fun with some pistols and whatnot. But hey, do what you got to do. You got to be yourselves, and good game teams. Good teams. That's very
good games. Yes, absolutely. So, can anyone bring down AOTW? We'll see, right? So,
no, we'll see. Well, they've proven it, obviously, in the North American bracket, that is not the case. So, definitely, I think we're going to shift it over now to the other booth. We're going to get some analyzation, some deep thought on that.
Some analyzation. Yes. Much analyzation to happen.
Analyzation. Tell us more about the D caps.
Yeah.
Well, things got very alphabety there. Looking after the B and the A, making sure you hold the D. So that was, again, a shining example of how a well-oiled Marine outfit works. And to be fair, we kind of expected that, right, Greg?
That was the reason I kept saying Juggernaut, and they're a well-oiled machine that just knows how to get in there and take what they want when they want it. Well, depends on what side of the map they're on. Sometimes they get the D first, sometimes the C first, then they work a little of the A and the B, but they're everywhere they need to be and get exactly what they want out of the situation.
Yeah, so Juggernaut, just quickly, for those who aren't familiar with FPS matches, explain quickly what that is.
It's not even with FPS matches. It's any team out there that is a Juggernaut is essentially, they're a powerhouse team. They're a team that is going to charge ahead and smash through any opposition, and you better have a stalwart defense in order to hold them in their place, or they're going to roll right over you, like they've done pretty much every one of their matches here so far. So we're going to see if the EU can bring something on against them. But so far, right now, they are looking unstoppable.
Oh, they are indeed. Now we do have the Mighty Squad in EU, who they gave a great showing. So I reckon that's gonna be a good match between the Mighty Squad and the Angels of the Warp. But it was interesting to see them coming out with pistols and still being very effective. I do know in other esports arenas that some of the pro teams, when they know they're playing against lesser skilled teams, they will literally send out one person at a time go against their opponents, and have that one person fight out against the other team, and then swap out. But essentially, they'd win anyway because of the extreme level of skill of some of these FPS players. It's just really hard to overcome.
And you saw it there, especially on that one EVA across the middle of the map heading towards C, that drop in through the windows. One of the AOTW guys was waiting there, pistol only, went into a perfect crouch and just pop, 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 done.
Yeah,
that is
absolutely
professional level play and aim.
Yeah.
I had no words at that moment. I went, oh, okay, ow, I feel pain for Renegade Squadron right now. I feel some hurt, kind of like after you watch Renegade Squadron and their ships against someone. AOTW did that to them on the ground.
Yeah, and it was beautiful to see from the receiving end as well, just to feel that feeling of the guys who turned around to see the AOTW guy just drop to a knee and pop him straight in the face. It was beautiful to behold. But you're right. I mean, this is something we were talking about while the match was happening. So I think it's spectacular that a game like Star Citizen can has people who are planning such a wide plethora of things in the game, and to have an organization like AOTW that isn't focusing on ship combat or spaceships at all, but they're carving out their niche as FPS Star Marine, or I don't know if they're good or evil, but as mercenaries, purely focusing on the FPS combat side of things. I think that's spectacular.
You're going to need people like that for boarding, for holding ground positions. I mean, when we have outposts and things like that, they're the guys you're going to want to hire, or hopefully pay more than your enemy to unhire them from whatever they took on as a contract, to not have them on your bad side. That is someone you don't want showing up guns aimed at you.
Yeah. Excellent. So just a quick update what's going on with the other matches right now. Currently the EU7 match is happening. So that's Lace's Shipyards against, I believe, it was AIG that won that round against the Wisdom Marines.
Did they?
Yeah, so we currently have AIG Drifters versus Lace Shipyards for the final pre-qualification for the EU round, and then once that's completed, we also bring you the EU group final, which is going to be Mighty Squad against the winner of that match. Yeah, we still need a bit more time. That match is still going ahead. So far today, what's been a standout for you, Brad?
Honestly, the big standout is the level of play from AOTW so far, and how far the skill levels are pushed in Star Marine to this point. You see it in a lot of other FPS games. You see people playing to the top levels. You see a lot of tournaments out there, and to see that coming over into this with people of that skill level just shows you how much further things can go. And it makes it exciting to see who else might come in and show up and bring that level of competitiveness. Also, I'm thinking about the teams out there that could adjust and adapt to some of the new changes that'll be coming up eventually, because the game's in the state it is now, but eventually you're going to have things like the heavy armor coming up and LMGs coming out. Things are going to change with EVA a bit. Stamina is going to come into play, so there's going to be a lot of adjustment for these players.
Yeah, pressure and oxygen as well, like puncturing spacesuits in EVA, and there's a lot that's going to come in and change the gameplay drastically. And also, I know the plan is to have it so that you can be shot and essentially taken down but not be killed. And then you have a situation where you'll be having to retrieve those people, drag your friend into cover, administer aid to try and stay alive, which will change the dynamic significantly from where it is right now, which is a lot more arcadey, where essentially you shoot someone to kill them and then move on to the next person. I think it's going to change things pretty significantly when that happens. But you're right. I hope seeing this level of gameplay is inspiring to people, because this is only the first of the SC4 Star Marine tournaments. And I'm looking forward to future ones. We've already seen the likes of Renegade Squadron, and showing off how high-level gameplay in Arena Commander can be. Now we're seeing that for Star Marine, and hopefully more people feel inspired and want to be involved in future competitions.
Not to mention 11th, who took him down. So
yes, indeed.
There's always someone better out there waiting to knock the top team down. There's always that next team just waiting in the wings somewhere. And like you said, hopefully somebody out there caught this tournament, caught what's going on, and went, yeah, we want to elevate the gameplay of this thing. I think we could do that. And we see those things stepping up, because as that gameplay becomes more intense with better and better teams, it just becomes more exciting to watch. The matches become more intense, more visceral, and that is where it's really, really going to shine.
Yeah. And that's a bit of time. I think it'd be interesting to talk about where things could go in the future. Like, we could have good racing competitions coming in. The racing right now is good, but soon we're going to see racing in the EU, like the track around Grimhex, or racing down on Planetside through canyons. I think some pretty interesting places for people who don't have those combat skills, but are highly skilled pilots to show off those abilities as well. I think that'd be a pretty interesting way to take competition there.
Nox racing.
Oh, Nox racing indeed. That cycle looks glorious. It's like somewhere between the motorcycle from the anime Akira and a light bike zooming across the surface of the planet from Tron. Yeah, no, some pretty spectacular stuff. But I'm just excited in general for the level of play and for the things that the SC4 team can do, pulling these formats together. I think this is early days, but I think it can go some pretty spectacular places.
Yes, there's so much more that's going to be coming out, so much more that's going to be added, that it does give us that. I mean, we have the here and the now with the amazing gameplay and these teams that are really pushing to compete. A little bit of trolling and having fun there at the end of that last match, when sometimes it's kind of over, and you just you gotta have a moment of fun to breathe when you got kicked in the teeth a little bit. It happens. That's just what happens in competitive situations sometimes. So you have a little bit of a good competitive spirit go out there, and you kind of shake hands with a little bit of fun troll.
Yeah, no, it was all in good fun. And we actually know that Angel of the Warp and Renegade Squadron are actually friends within the Star Citizen verse. So it's good to see a bit of fun joviality in there. But it's definitely Angels of the Warp are definitely the favorites for the finals, for the grand finals today. Unless Mighty Squad can show up and do the Europeans proud. I say that I'm pre-calling the winner of the Euro group, but
we never know.
You never know, but so far they're the highest skilled team we've seen on the EU side. So I'm pre-calling my prejudice there.
I want to see Les Sibillard show up. I'm hoping that they come back with that gameplay we saw earlier.
Yeah, you reckon they can?
I think they have a chance.
I mean, this is true. So we did see some pretty good tactical gameplay. We saw them supporting each other, protecting the caps. We saw them, like we said earlier, doing the tactical one-on-one gameplay. So pulling out, using the heals where required, not just standing there blazing your gun and hoping they die before you do. I think it's pretty interesting. But let's talk about Star Marine in general. So right now we have two match modes. We have Elimination, where essentially it's a free-for-all drag fest. And we have Last Stand, which is the game mode we're looking at right now with 4 capture points. What other game modes do you think would work well in this format, and particularly would be good for these tournament formats?
Honestly, I really think a payload would work, because that's been used in things like TF2, Overwatch, Paladins. I really think they could do something where it's a payload push entire map situation, or it's an objective capture to start the payload push and then payload push type map, especially because you could end up in different parts of a map where you could have different mechanics going on, where the payload might go through an EVA section. So now you've got to transition that part of the map, and it can bring up different tactics. So I think there's a lot of opportunities for some really good gameplay based on just very standard, King of the Hill or Payload or any of these other number of established game modes out there. And they're established and have been for so long because they work. That's why everybody uses them. They're fun and they work. You just have to implement the mechanics and design a map around it that actually has good opportunity in gameplay. But those game modes are already out there.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. So there's Payload, which has the kind of moving focal point. Before Payload, there was actually, I think it was a tournament. They had a game mode which was essentially, it was a attack and defend, but each time the attackers kind of captured one of the objectives, the game mode moved to the next stage, which was moved to the next part. So this would be equivalent to
That's 2CP. Yep.
Oh, which one? Sorry.
It's the best known term for it. It's from Overwatch. It's called 2CP, 2 capture point. In other words, you get the first point, and then your spawn moves up to there, and theirs moves back, and now you have to capture the final one.
Yeah, and having it so that you have like you must breach the outer gate, and then you must breach the inner compound, then you must. So having that kind of progression thing, but also something that's works really well. A game modes where you only have one life. When you're dead, you're gone. And then have it as either a hostage type situation or a bomb situation, or basically you have one team defending, one team attacking, one life, and then making it into a very strategic affair. And I think it'd be pretty easy to have a adaptation of this map as a King of the Hill, and then at the start of the game, one control point at random is activated, and then one team must capture, and the other team must kind of recapture that point. So we have a single focus point to focus all the combat.
Yeah, 2 teams fighting over one spot, percentage tick for each side, and like you said, something very Rainbow Six in style almost is.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's a lot of different modes they could implement and play around with. A lot of places this could go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I mean, even getting to the point where I know there was some discussion a while back of having kind of arena kind of game modes that unify the space and the Star Marine style combat. So example being having a space battle to then board an Idris to then capture the Idris. And I think that would be a very interesting setup, particularly if you saw a match between 2 teams like the Angels of the Warp and Renegade Squadron, where Renegade Squadron would likely heavily dominate the space portion, but then would struggle significantly in the onboard portion with the boarding against Angels of the Warp. I think it would mean you would have to have much more diverse teams in that instance.
Yeah, that would require pulling in people from the outside and looking to others that specialize in different things, or changing up tactics. And if you're good in space, maybe aiming for the weak points of the ship to try and reduce the effectiveness of those inside, where those inside might have to adapt a little bit and get better at, say, things like engineering in order to try and keep that ship up, and maybe learn a little turret play and use those FPS skills to track down the shots on the ships. Because whereas flying a ship and shooting doesn't always translate to something like an FPS situation, a turret is very much more so going to translate. Yeah, you've got the 6 degrees of motion out there, but no different than firing at someone in EVA. So they could translate those skills there, and there's going to be some crossover where they're going to have to feel out exactly, how to play a situation like that. I definitely want to see capital ship capturing, though. That one would be an amazing game mode.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and even having arena commander modes that integrate more of the multi-crew. So the larger mid-sized ships, your retaliators, your constellations, and even the slightly larger ones. So potentially having a javelin on each side, or well, not necessarily a Bengal, but an Idris on each side, So you have the combined arms of the larger ships and the smaller ships, of which boarding could be a part, but not necessarily the only way to win. So you could win through air superiority, or you could win through getting a Marine team onto that ship and performing that capture and taking out the ship from within. I think that'd be definitely be a more interesting approach, giving each team the flexibility to play to their own strengths.
Yeah, a large-scale battle situation like that as a game mode definitely provides a lot of avenues to play through it, because there's just so many points of attack and so many ways you could approach those situations. So there's a lot of places this can go. But yeah, in the here and now, we've got AOTW waiting on the results of that, some of those EU stuff to see who they're going to be playing against. Mighty Squad still waiting in the wings as well.
Yeah, I think we may have some results coming through for the latest EU match. It's coming through, and looks like Sib actually did pull it out on the match against the AIG Drifters, winning 3 matches to 1. So they will be going through to the final against Mighty Squad. So this will be a rematch. They fought Mighty Squad in the semi-final. Now they're fighting them again in the group final for Europe, and they got pretty heavily dominated. This is going to be a good opportunity to see if they learn anything from that previous match, and come in with a bit of momentum and confidence from that match against AIG. See if they can turn it around and beat out Mighty Squad for that EU group final. How do you think it's going to turn out, Greg?
I'm really hoping that Lisa Biard there is going to learn from what Mighty Squad did to them, which was the dive zone, as I called it, where they were positioned to dive in over to D, A, or B at any point. They kind of just left C to its own devices, but that gives you a good 3-cap out opportunity throughout the whole match. And they've learned how to counter against it, because if you drop that first guy fast enough and the others go to dive in and you've got the numbers and they're moving in on that EVA, the thing with EVA is you are not going to have the same shot accuracy when you're maneuvering in. It's more for the speed of movement to get to a place. Yeah, you can fight back, but it's not as advantageous as being on the ground. If you pounce fast enough against them and then catch the other 2 off guard, that zone control is completely gone. You've got them on their heels, and now you can spread out. So hopefully they've looked at what happened, they've talked about it, and they're going to play against it now. We'll see if they do.
Okay. Well, I mean, we'll find out soon enough, because it sounds like the match is almost ready to go. So let's head on back over to Texas Skulls and Matauchi and see what they have to say about this match.
What's going on, guys?
All
We
right.
got EU finals going on.
Yes.
Sib versus Mighty Squad. So
Awesome sauce.
rematch, can you, right?
Yep.
We've seen 2 of these now. We just saw one.
Yeah.
Rematch between Renegade and AOTW. Now a rematch between
Yeah.
Mighty and Sib. So
Hopefully this one will be a bit more interesting, though. So we'll see what happens here with these teams.
yes.
What are your predictions? What do you think with Mighty Squad and Lay here on the field? What's going to go down?
You know, I see Mighty Squad as the counterpart to the NA team AOTW. They're the guys, you look at their leaderboard rankings for Last Stand on RSI.com, and these guys hold the top spots. I think they're the EU counterpart to AOTW, and you know, unfortunately, I don't see much of a competitive match. I hope for a competitive match. I want the underdog
absolutely.
here to win, but I think Mighty Squad runs away with it in 3.
Yeah. It's always good to root for the underdog and see something come up, because it gets that much more hype, that much more exciting in all these matches. But Mighty Squad's really put it to the table. They've done some great plays there. We've seen them kind of get a slow chug up start, but I think too they're probably going to pull away on this one. I'd like to see not lay down on this one, so to speak.
Wow,
I think they're going to give
unbelievable.
them a good run for their money, but in the end, I think Mighty Squad will probably squeak ahead with just their gun game.
Wow.
And that's how it'll probably play out for us.
I think so. I think so. But hey, you know what? We won't know until we jump into it. Once again, of note is Mighty Squad is starting with the disadvantageous side of the Marines. So maybe Lay gets a little momentum behind him.
Maybe so.
With the first 2 rounds. So.
And we've seen how often and how critical getting out the gate early, getting on those objectives first, makes all the difference in the world. Let's see if we can get in some action here, and hopefully it'll all be built up for us here, and we'll be able to get a good synced-in game.
Yeah. So earlier we spoke of the North American hamsters that were replaced, and that's why we were able to load. I do not have confirmation if the EU hamsters were replaced or not, so we'll see. It looks like we might have been loaded. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see.
Momentarily here. Momentarily, folks.
Everything well, we're seeing some moves on objectives. Doesn't look like we've lost anybody. I think this is going to be a live game right here.
I think we're okay. Let's get to the action.
Look at this. Hot on the objectives, taking the advice from the booth. These guys are already capping 2 and 2 on the objectives right now.
Here it is. Each team has their home cap pointed 1 wing. So although Mighty Squad coming in for Bravo, he's on fire, excuse me, contesting Bravo as we speak.
Look at Lieutenant Black hitting down 4 people in 5 seconds. Team wiped by 1 man. It's like, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna really hurt. Well, actually, bear in mind, Lay still had 1 person left at Alpha. Oh, they did.
And that one person is dead now. Mighty Squad.
The 1 person we spoke of in that breath died instantly.
Yeah, Mighty Squad put in some work in, so.
Absolutely. Oh, man. Look at this. 4 capped, off the gate, within the first 30 seconds. Zone control set up. Man.
It's painful again, but it looks like they've got that zone control set up, man. I think they're going to run away with this. So they have it locked down. And the key is that they EVA around between that platform outside of Delta and back and forth between Alpha and Bravo. They cover those stairwells. And there you go. You see Z's on fire down over at Alpha, just knocking Lay down.
And you're seeing right there, you're seeing his Angel controlling those choke points so well, but he gets flanked from behind. Nice move, not to run down the deadly funnel and come up from behind and flank. And flanking is so important, working as a team effort to dislodge people from these points. But
it really is. And again, I hope for Lay's sake that they don't fall into that fatal flaw of just trying to hero cap. They need a focused effort here. They need to get back a point. They need a team wipe. If they can get a team wipe or even kill, 3 or 4 of Mighty Squad, they're going to have a fighting chance. And they are over at Bravo right now trying to cap.
Yeah, but we're seeing some converging down on Bravo like you haven't seen before.
Yeah.
Just a waterfall of rain of death for anybody coming outside the box in this one.
Yeah, and that's, again, the unfortunate side effect of playing against a team like this, Mighty Squad, with their coordination and their accuracy shooting. They win the one-on-one matchups, and once they get you 4-capped, they know how to defend, and that's exactly what we're seeing here.
Yeah.
I mean, if you just look at it, it's the kill streak up top.
Yeah.
Just look at the kill feed. It's just, Mighty Squad kills Lay Sib. Mighty Squad kills Lay Sib.
Well, you can say, from looking at the board right there, you're seeing like single kills from only 3 of the members of the Lay team. There's not happening here. They've only gotten 1 kill each for 3 of their guys. And, they're just getting pummeled. They're really getting pummeled. So,
and that's the crazy thing is that these Lay Sib guys, they've got good players.
Yes,
there's some real talent on that team, and unfortunately, it's just that Mighty Squad is that much better.
The difference in talent, though, the broad spectrum of talent, you're having players that normally would rock players like you and me on the field, but when they pit up here against a highly competitive match, these top teams like Angels of the Warp, like Mighty Squad, are so good, put so much time and effort into this game that. Look at that. It's just a crushing victory. 251 points to 16.
They got 2 caps, though, so they put out a better showing than the Renegade Squad in the first round.
This is true.
So they did get the caps.
They did get the caps.
But,
But
we'll
in the
see.
end, all for naught in that case.
Yeah, and like I said, Le Sib has the advantage on the start here, so they are playing from the outlaw side, which is a little bit easier to get the caps on. And still, even with that advantage, they're just unfortunately not able to do anything with it against Mighty Squad, the might of Mighty Squad.
Absolutely.
You do see a couple kills in the beginning though from Makudum and Storide. They're
trying to
have
make that
the lead on
move.
players.
They do. It's 2 caps to 1 right now.
Charlie was contested. Mighty Squad is trying to grab Charlie. We'll see if they can actually manage it. Once again,
I think
Charlie,
they'll pull off this cap and bring it to 2 and 2, but there goes the home base. No.
Well, Delta under control.
Yeah, absolutely.
Le Sib successfully rotates over to Delta and maintains control there.
And we're seeing here on over on Bravo, we're seeing 63. Taitu, he is really good with the shotgun, and he is zone controlling just like he tried to do in the previous matches. So he's really holding down B right now. I think he's going to be able to maintain that control, because you see on the other side of the ball, what we're watching on camera here is Expander and them try to suppress with laser rifle, finally putting down 63, and I think they're going to make a play for the objective right here.
Yeah. Still, though, I got to say, Le Sib, this round, they're in a much better spot. 2 and 2. Only down by 9 points. That's not a deficit at all in the scheme of things.
It's true.
They're holding their own.
Here
they are trading kills.
right here.
There it is.
Going for that B cap. I think he's going to get this one pretty handily too, because he's got support around him.
Yeah, it looks like it. So he's got that cap. He's moving off. He's immediately transitioning. Let's see. Is he going to go back inside, or is he just going to hang out and defend? Are they satisfied with the 3, or do they need to go get Delta too?
I think they're going to fall back to a kind of a zone thing, but Expander's he's going for some heals. He's going to do that. Oh, he's making the breakout.
There it is. Yeah,
he might be breaking for Delta. That might be a death sentence for him, but we'll see. We'll see what happens here.
No, so he peeled back. It looks like they're just going to be. I think they're satisfied right now with this 3 cap. I think that they're not going to be too concerned if they see the opportunity and maybe get a team wipe or 4 down on Le Sib's side. Then maybe they go for Delta, but. Hey, they've got 3
I
and 1.
Smart play on his half, though. Sometimes people get overhyped. They go for that 4 cap. They're all worried about that. I say pad the points up, give your team the lead that you need. Then you can make some chances and make some moves. Because you don't want to really sleep on them. You don't want to go out and make too big a plays, because if they team wipe you, they can flip this entire board really quick.
Unfortunately, though, of course, we see Mighty Squad getting the 4 cap now. And we see all of these guys. They just got 4 more kills over on Le Sib. So this is going to be a tough one to come back from. Yeah. Much closer than the first round. And by no means over yet. But there you go. You see.
But we're seeing Mighty Squad exhibit not only force where it needs to be applied. They're sitting back in the cut, doing zone control. But they're being patient. They're not forcing the D like you see a lot of teams do. When you force the D over there and you lose it, then it goes really raw, really wrong, really quickly. So you got to be careful with all that.
Yeah, absolutely. And something to look at. Look at Lieutenant Pi over here in the team of Mighty Squad. 14 kills, 0 deaths. No captures, but he is laying down that support fire, getting those kills.
He is cleaning the field. Anybody contender coming within his sights, he's putting down quickly and quietly.
Yeah, he is absolutely murdering them right now. Yeah. Unstoppable on Mighty Squad's side, maintaining the 4 cap. Unfortunately, Le Sib unable to pick up any momentum, any ground here. No capture points. This round's going to be over quickly. We'll move on to the 3rd round, where Le Sib will start at the disadvantageous side.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So this one's clearly going to go to Mighty Squad side. We're going to go ahead and just the last few ticks here, going through this thing, and I don't know where did they go wrong in this plot. I mean, it just seems like they started out strong, they had it pretty even, but again, once they lost the 4 cap and they went back to zone, it was pretty much over for them. They never really broke out again.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like it's when you're fighting a good team like this, you have to play very smart, very cautious. Maybe not too cautious, but you got to get those 2 points, right? And then control that. Once you get 4 cap, once you get 3 cap, a good team is not going to relinquish control of that. And unfortunately, that's exactly what happened.
Zone control allows them to free up and go where they want. They don't have to sit on an objective. They can be wherever they need to be and respond to any move you make. So it just didn't work out. But we're seeing here, and Mighty Squad 3-cap in the first few moments, and all that he's walking around with is just C at this moment. This is going to be brutal.
Now, that's interesting to note. So it looks like Mighty Squad just completely forewent going for Charlie. They said, we don't even want it. We don't care. That's a difference in strategy between AOTW and Mighty Squad. AOTW, they always contest C, at least harass. Maybe not attempt to capture it themselves, but they harass. And it looks like Mighty Squad just didn't care. They said, give us Alpha, give us Bravo, give us Delta.
I think it's, again, showing something different here that you don't see from Angels of the Warp. I think you're seeing Mighty Squad be patient. They know they'll get C, secure their zones, put the other teammates down as they come at them, and do that. And we'll see if patience supersedes the aggressiveness of Angels of the Warp, I predict, here in the coming matches. Because right now, this is where we're at.
Are you writing off LeCib already? I mean, man, they've got a shot.
I mean, I don't think you can sleep on them, but I think they're showing so much patience with Mighty Squad here. It is going to be really hard. You're not going to bait Mighty Squad in. They're resisting any bait moves. They're not going to be drawn in on the objective hot. They're playing their points, and they're putting targets down as they present themselves, and it's a smart play.
No, they definitely play with some patience that we certainly see patience out of AOTW, but Mighty Squad, it's going to be an interesting matchup.
It will be.
Unfortunately, we're kind of talking as if it's already written off, but hey, LeCib, as good and valiantly as they fought here today, they're already down 2 rounds to 0 and quickly losing the third here.
At this point, you got Lieutenant Pi just like wrecking people coming out of the spawns, especially above the Charlie area on the back lot there. There's all kinds of different elements happening here, but really, I think this is strong showing. They have no contention back. They have no contention plan for this, and they're getting capped in. They're trying desperately to flank out of spawn, unsuccessfully at every time.
You see, you see Storai doing what he can, and he gets 2 kills on the Mighty Squad players.
Yeah,
then of course
there's
bonus
definitely
1K.
kill exchanges happening, but not enough to get them out of their spawn at this point. They're trying to group. They're trying to come up with a play.
Well, because bonus 1K immediately follows that up with the shotgun blast. And
I honestly would go. I would go
so.
suicide grenade all day on this one personally, just to try to break out some of the
Drones
campers.
move.
Dr. Drones is in the playbook, and I would do it all day. Because
it
is sometimes that builds you out. You're not worried about points at this stage of the game, even though it has to be in the back of your mind. You're worried about trying to get the enemy out the field so you can get out of your spawn. And we are seeing some breakouts here. Here's a move.
I think at this point in the game, if you're LeCib, you're just worried about when is that timer going to tick down, or when will they reach 250. Let's just end this, please. So, we saw some great matches and some great play out of LeCib. But unfortunately, they're just no match for Mighty Squad. Will AOTW be a match for Mighty Squad? We'll see, right?
Yeah, I think it'll. I still favor that AOTW is going to take it all, but I think Mighty Squad might have some shocker moments here. Might give them a little run for their money. Especially with the patience. I think Angels of the Warp is baited into very aggressive gameplay, and in Mighty Squad being very familiar with their game style, they could seize advantage on it if they play their cards right. So we'll see what happens. But
we'll see. But there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. 3 rounds to 0, Mighty Squad over LeCib. And that sends Mighty Squad on to the overall finals to face off against AOTW in their aggressive North American style.
Now officially, definitely. So they've definitely taken the entire EU bracket, champions there. But we'll see who overs the global winner of SC4 here coming up, guys, in just a couple minutes. So
and here we have something special from the booth. Here we might have something special from the booth in a little bit, but I don't know. I mean, it's a shame to see LeCib go down like that when they performed so valiantly earlier in previous.
And I feel like even in that match they did perform admirably. They did very well on what they could do, but again, it's about who gets that initial 3, who gets that initial total board wipe of all the grabs. And once they lost that one round, I think that just the momentum was taken out of them from that point down, and it was all downhill from there.
Let me ask you a question: Is that up, guys? And onto the booth.
Onto the booth, guys.
Okay, and we are back. There we have it. So the winner of the group final, Mighty Squad, with a dominant victory and now they're going to face off against the winner of the North American group, the Angels of the Warp, in the finals in a little while. But before then, we have a special treat for you. We have the one and only Jared Huckabee, Disco Lando, in, who's going to have a little bit of a chat with us. How you doing today, Disco?
One and only. God help us all if there were more than one.
Very true, very true. So you've caught a couple of matches. How are you rating the skill of some of these players, Disco?
The Agents of the Warp. Gee, that's what they're called, right? Agents of the Warp?
Yeah,
Angels.
Angels of the Warp, geez, sorry. Angels of the Warp, geez. I had never actually seen them play before today. So watching them, I was only made all the more aware of my own woeful inadequacies playing Star Marine. I don't think anybody has to feel bad about losing to Angels of the Warp.
No, not at all. I mean, they're showing an extreme level of skill and cohesiveness. I mean, it's all going well being a good FPS player,
Yeah.
but if you're not used to playing with the people you're playing with, you can't ever reach that level of skill.
Yep, and that's so important with Star Marine. It's Star Marine is as it is right now, and whether that'll be how it remains in the future, we'll see. But as it remains right now, it's such an objective based game mode. It's when we were doing our own internal tests, if you watched like when we did with the anniversary live stream last year, we won those matches not because we were the best FPSers, not because we were the best shoot people in the face and make them dyers. We won our matches because we captured the points and we controlled the points and we responded to what was going on in other areas of the map. It's teamwork cannot be understated. And as you mentioned earlier in the broadcast, when things like stamina come online and all the other additional PU mechanics get integrated into Star Marine, it's going to become a far more tactical and far more strategy-based experience. So people who are already have that step up, who already realize that now, are going to have a heck of an advantage going forward.
Oh no, absolutely. I know it's not a big factor right now because we have all the out-of-game communications, but I think once we have those in-game comms in there as well, it's going to change the game for a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. In-game comms, you'll always have that choice to pass them and use Discord or whatnot. So I don't know how big in-game comms are going to affect things, but definitely the stamina system, definitely the medic and the revive systems and stuff like that are going to change the ebb and flow of the game. And as more weapons come online, close quarters weapons like shotguns and melee weapons and stuff, it's going to drastically change the type of gameplay.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely see that. So is there any plans to enhance the number of different game modes that are available in Star Marine, or is the focus more on PU?
Well, the focus right now is on the PU. That's not to say that there aren't some people that still work to maintain game modes like Arena Commander and Star Marine. It's just there is a definite concentrated focus on the PU at the moment as we approach the release of 3.0. When 3.0 is out, there will of course be, just like there always is, we'll see what the response is, we'll see what needs to be iterated on immediately, and 3.01, 3.02, however is necessary. But at some point the wheel does, the wheel comes back around and focus will come back to Arena Commander and Star Marine. This is just one of those challenges of running a live environment in the middle of game development. We can't have everything that we want to do all at once.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think anyone can fault you guys for your priorities right now. I mean, everyone's so excited for 3.0, and we, thanks to the depth of the shows you guys plan with ATV, we really understand how important getting these ground foundations are. And then once those are in, you guys can start building, and then we can see more of the side things like Star Marine kind of expanding. Yeah,
I'm very much looking forward to the day when the Star Marine and the Arena Commander experience kind of merge. You were talking about it earlier, with the long discussed capture the Idris mode. I don't know if it's going to be capture the Idris. Maybe it'll be capture the javelin. Maybe it'll be whatever, however it manifests when that time comes. But I've always been looking forward to, as a fan, and I was a fan first, that day when the dogfighting and the first-person combat become one, and it'll be worth it. I imagine in those days we'll see a group like Renegade Squadron, flying their ships, and in the holds there'll be the Angels of the Warp, and it'll be up to Renegade Squadron to deliver the Angels to their targets, and then watch Angels do what they do best. So. I'm looking forward to those days.
No, absolutely. Those combined arms efforts are going to be spectacular. And it's like the fan movies we've seen coming out, which show those combined arms. It really gives you that cross section of what Squadron 42 is going to be, and a large portion of what's going to be in the main Star Citizen game as well. But no, it's cool to say. I mean, a lot of people don't realize that you did actually come into Star Citizen as a fan. You used to make videos, I believe. Star Citizen. I
used to make really off-color attempts at making the dev team laugh. Yes.
Yeah. So that's where you came from. We've also had Bio of Red, one of our own streamer buddies, who ended up working for CIG, I think, Corellian recently. A lot of the team were fans of the project before they got into it, so it definitely is a project of passion, which is it shows through what's been happening. So with the two teams we have right now, we have Europe. They're being represented by the Mighty Squad, and we have North America being represented by Angels the Warp. Do you have any leanings either way on who might pull this one off?
Based on what I've seen, just today, I would find it very hard to bet against Angels of the Warp. The way that they respond to the way that the game starts, and they seem to be preternaturally already at every capture point and capturing them. The way that they have their individual skill in their ability to defend those capture points, and then the way that they roam around and the effectively respond to every the second a capture point gets taken, you can just see them all like a group of locusts. You swarm to the next capture point to take it out. I would be hard pressed to bet against them.
No, absolutely. And here's the critical question: do you think that you have some guys inside CIG who are at the level that they could go against a team like Angels of the Warp and defeat them?
No, I honestly don't know. It's because I only have eyes on one of 4 studios most times, as far as the internal playtest and stuff. So I have no idea about the skill level of QA members and development members in other studios. So I actually couldn't answer that question, not with any accuracy.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. But I would love to see a future one of these tournaments, be it the Arena Commander or the Star Marine, to see a CIG org team of some of the QA tests to see if they can prove their mettle against the community. I think that'd be an interesting.
I don't see any problem as you guys as the competitive combat club continues to evolve, and as the game continues to evolve to better support the efforts that you guys are doing here. I don't see any problem at all with us fielding a team and testing our mettle against the community.
I think it'd be very interesting, even if it's just a spectacle match. I think it'd be a fun thing to watch. But Grakis, what do you think about this final match?
This final match, well, now I'm thinking about the CIG fielded team and the analysis that we could go into for each and every one of their QA people. Just do a real rip or dive onto their skill level, because that would just be amusing. Since we know they have the data on all of us, we get to return the favor for once. But the final here.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say I want it to be Mighty because Angels are a juggernaut, but my gut says Angels because they're a juggernaut.
Yeah, no, it's a better story. It's a better story if it's Mighty.
It is.
If I gotta wish for anybody, I'm gonna wish for Mighty. If I gotta put $5 down though, what's up, Angels?
Yeah. No, I have to agree. As a European myself, I want to support the home team. I love the underdog story, but honestly, even though Mighty Squad, they are extremely skilled, and against any other team, they'd probably remain dominant. As we saw in the last match, they were extremely dominant. But against a team that's both dominant and essentially just a finely oiled machine, I don't see it going any other way. But we can hope. We can absolutely hope. So I think they're still setting up the next match. It's going to be pretty interesting. So of the new weapon types coming up, which do you think is going to make the biggest impact on the paradigm? Setting aside all of the new stamina mechanics and stuff, purely on the new weapons, because we're getting LMGs and railguns and things coming through.
Knives.
Knives, indeed.
Probably the one I'm looking forward to most are the shotguns. I was always I've never been the biggest FPS player. My days go back to Quake 3 and Tribes 2. Those were the highlight. Those were the heyday of my FPS days. I've fallen off since then. But I was always a shotgun player myself. So I'm looking forward to that shotgun. I do much better when I can come around a corner and see a surprise enemy and just go ah and throw some buckshot in their face and go, I won. Okay, I'm still alive, and move on to the next thing. So that's my personal game style. So I'm looking forward to the shotgun. The railgun's an interesting thing. It's going to be. I don't know how the railgun is going to play in Star. I don't know that the railgun is going to be available in Starmine. When I'm saying I don't know, I mean I don't know that if the railgun is going to be available in Starmine. I know it's going to be available in the PU. It would. I'm trying to imagine how it might be used in Star Marine, and it may not be used effectively, but it might be used humorously.
Absolutely. Yes. Yeah, because the railgun is, for those who don't know, is a ground-to-air weapon. Essentially, it's a shoulder-mounted weapon. With primary aim is to give you a way of laying down effective fire on a spaceship when you're not in a spaceship. So,
okay.
I'm curious, actually, what you think, Disco, is going to happen with the change up in armor coming in more so, because we don't have the heavy armor in Star Marine right now, and that means we don't really have people able to play tank classes. It's a little bit more sprint in, and we know stamina is going to make it more tactical and other things are going to do it. But what are your thoughts just on armor even coming into play in this situation?
Armor is going to make a big difference, because it's not just about the different classes of armor. It's going to be about you being able to mix and match the pieces between your armor. So, I can foresee a lot of people going around with, light armor pants, light armor arms, and a medium chest and a heavy helmet. And it's in a basic, tier 0 theory crafting, to try to get the most protection to headshots and stuff. But it'll be interesting to see the way that people mix and match their armor types, because we don't have gigantic, hitboxes that extend past the player. It'll be interesting to see how they mix and match, not just for the level of protection, but for the size footprint that they present in the game map. I'm really looking forward to the tactical decisions that are involved, not only just armoring your character, but in armoring your group, because then you can have a guy fully kitted out in heavy armor, and he leads the way behind two guys in light armor, that can fan out behind him and take out the enemies. So it'll be really neat to see the way that this all plays out over time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then of course, a feature that hasn't arrived yet, I think is still in planning, is the gadgets. So your portable shields, yes. your mines, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know what the timetable on the gadgets are. I don't think we should expect them before stamina, before armor, or even at the same time in them like that. But yes, they will definitely. There will be another thing that opens up Star Marine beyond just the current gameplay that it already is.
Yeah. So all these many layers are going to make Star Marine such an in-depth game on its own, even though it's just a small part of the wider Star Citizen. But thank you, Jared, for being with us for this little interview. I think we're ready to move over to the finals right now. So this is going to be the final between the European champions, Mighty Squad, and the North American champions, Angels of the Warp. I think it's going to be a pretty interesting match. Hopefully it'll be close. So let's head over to the studio and see how they go.
Good luck, Mighty.
All
What's
right,
going on, guys?
This is it. This is what we've been waiting for. The whole tournament's all about this final match. Who's going to come on top? Will it be the North American Angels of the Warp, or will it be the EU Mighty Squad? Yeah.
We have two behemoth teams here, two teams that have absolutely just set their enemies on fire throughout the tournament. And we've seen absolute domination in each bracket from each of these teams. And so this is the Clash of Titans right here. And I'm excited for this match, and I hope you guys are as well. So I'm ready to see some competitive gameplay between these two guys. And let's see what happens. So
Absolutely.
What do you think, Mitachi? Who's going to win?
Oh, man, I want to, kind of like what Disco's talking about. I root for the underdog. The better story would be Mighty Squad, and I really want to root for them to do it to it. But Angels of the Warp, their supremacy is hard to deny. Let's see what happens. This is going to be good.
Yeah. Well, much like Disco, I actually put money down on on Angels of the Warp here, and Mighty Squad's going to throw it so that I, and split the winnings with me. So yeah,
Absolutely.
I mean, that was between you and I, Mitachi. my mistake.
Absolutely. I don't know. I would pick cash down, obviously, on Angels of the Warp, but Mighty Squad, I really want them to show good. And we'll see what happens right here.
We will, and
I think we might get a reset off the jump. I think
the hamster died again.
The hamsters cannot handle the epicness of this amazing match.
New hamsters, please.
New hamsters, fresh ones. Fresh ones for each champion tournament. I think it's required.
Like I said, guys, bear with us through this. Fortunately, it's usually a matter of once we actually get into the game, once we get through that lobby phase, things are great, and we get through all 4 rounds from there. But hey, yes, new hamsters. New
hamsters, as many as we can get, as many states you can shove in.
Yes, new hamsters on the way, people. They are arriving now. They are being taken out of their cages and loaded onto the wheels. The server should be spooled up soon. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, hey, we've come a long way though. With the party system, it used to be almost impossible to get a full, lobby here, and what we got, we're able to make do for sure. So
I remember days of, like many people point out, where we had no guns spawn in and we had to do melee only and all that stuff. The game's come a long way, so it's been really good. There's some sync issues here and there, but it's amazing when you get in here with the right group of people. When Star Marine plays well, it is an amazing game. I'm excited to see what the changes bring, though. Like we were talking earlier in the other booth about the mechanic plays with stamina and those things. So we'll see how those play into these type of tournaments moving down the road.
It's going to change things. It really is. And, there's only one truth and one thing that is static throughout all of this change, and that's space be crazy,
Space be crazy.
Space be crazy, man. That's, through all the change, space be crazy. So, Pluto. All right, here we go, guys. We've gotten through the lobby. We're loading into the game. Barring again any technical difficulties, we should be back in the action momentarily here. So we'll
make sure everything syncs up well. Hopefully, we'll get it.
I think we might have a successful start, ladies and gentlemen. So momentarily,
looks like our match is good, and we're getting underway. Right there, right off the bat, B and C getting captured by opposing forces.
And there goes Delta. Okay, I was waiting on Delta. I was waiting to see when that one falls. Surprisingly. Yeah, okay, so see...
Lieutenant Pi with the first kill, right?
Yeah, well, this is what I talked about earlier, though, is that Mighty Squad doesn't seem to really contest Charlie. Renegade, AOTW able to easily come out there and cap Charlie right away. There's some heavy contention over Alpha, though. We'll see how this one plays out.
Oh, this is getting interesting even off the jump right here.
It is. And hey, that's the interesting thing. I see Reebok right there from AOTW running around with the shotgun, clearing out Bravo, and now on the hack at Bravo. This is it.
This is
Alpha
pretty
is
good right now.
still a challenge, though.
Still challenge on Alpha, but it looks like again, Angels of the Warp are flipping it on its head. They took the 2-to-1 ratio that Mighty Squad was enjoying and flipped it back on. Now they have both B and C, with Mighty Squad only holding Delta, I believe, at this point. So,
and here you go. This is exactly what we're going to see between these two powerhouse teams, a full-out assault versus Alpha. And the question is someone going to sneak in? There it is. They're doing it. Bravo right there being capped by Mighty Squad.
Awesome flanking maneuver on that. Definitely change it up. Not getting tunnel vision down on the objective and being very situational aware the whole field as a whole. So now
look at this. Look at this. Dead tie.
Step in step. 41-41. Just looking up the board. 2v2. This is a lock in first round so far. This is crazy.
Control point contested.
Yeah. Really good stuff. Look at the gunplay.
I know, absolutely. I mean, and you see kills being traded back and forth. So finally, we see that true competition. We see each of these teams that have had such an easy time throughout this tournament thus far. We see them now fighting tooth and nail just to maintain a deadlock lead. Of course, AOTW coming in for Bravo.
There it is. Yeah, they're making the move on the B. Oh, man.
Nelrath gets taken out.
Nice.
Yeah, that was a great defense over there by Mighty Squad and HRTG Expander. So, not to mention 2 more kills to immediately follow that up. They're down. They've got 4 down on their team.
Can the heart of Mighty Squad prevail as they move on A? They're trying to make a move here. They're going for the cap 3/4 of the way through it. Almost got it done. And
they're going to get it because they just had a big respawn. Yeah.
Nice. Great respawn timer work there. Got 3v1. Seeing them pull away from Angels of the Warp. This is impressive gameplay here.
This is what's happening here is you're seeing Mighty Squad win some of these one-on-one matchups. HRTG Expander is getting some kills one-on-one against people, and that's going to hurt them. That's really going to hurt them throughout this match if AOTW cannot win any of those 1v1s. And right now, 3-1, they're pulling away.
This is crazy. I mean, right now you're seeing maybe have they found the fatal flaw? They've discovered Angel of the Warp's secret sauce. Are they going to come in here and take them head-to-head on these 1v1s that they're not used to?
Yeah. Well, now, unfortunately, you see over at Bravo, you see Madwin and Nelrath getting some kills over on some Mighty Squad guys.
But stopped.
Very much stopped. Well, there you go. Nope, there you go.
No, here goes
down Expander. A and B dropping, absolutely.
Oh, stopped at A again.
Well, they're going to get Bravo. I think he's probably going to die because Nelrath did just fall to bonus 1K at Bravo. There you go.
So you're trying to go with the triple on D, but coming right back on Bravo.
Well,
maintaining the healthy 40-point lead, though. I mean, this is really good right now.
If they stay in this deadlock throughout this round, then the round's going to fall to Mighty Squad. Of course, there's still plenty of time left. There's still 100 points needed for a win and 250 on the clock. But
but maintaining almost a 40 to 50 point average, Mighty Squad is holding the boards, playing from the heart, trying to keep this lead in there, and they're making a move on D. Oh my gosh, this is good. This is really good, guys.
Mighty Squad is putting in some work in this round
to
get a 3-1 lead. And you know what? I take that back. They are playing from the Outlaws. It's a little bit easier, so there is of course.
They need to capitalize while they have any advantage. To be honest, any advantage they need to capitalize on right here, because either of these teams, especially Angels of the Warp, if you sleep on them, they will utterly destroy you. And they are putting in work. Mighty Squad is putting in heavy work against Angels of the Warp right now, and it is paying off big time.
Yeah, absolutely. So with this
almost
3-1 cap
points up
in the game, yeah, I know it's going to be very difficult, I think, for AOTW to come back this round. I almost expect sort of a, hey, Mighty Squad's going to win their home matches as the Outlaws, right?
Oh wow.
And then maybe AOTW wins their 2 home matches, and we go to points at the end. We'll see. But this round is the one thing that this round has proved thus far is that these guys are definitely matching up much better against each other. We're no longer seeing these 3 rounds to 0.
I'll tell you what, right here, they're proving that Angels of the Warp is not a god. They are not untouchable.
Yeah.
They can break it. Now, the big question remains as this closes out in the last few moments, how does Angels of the Warp deal with defeat? Will it kill their mojo? What will happen now?
It's a good question. I feel like they're going to be able to come back from that one. I feel like they're a good enough team. They've got good enough teamwork and communication and a good enough rapport with each other that I think they're going to be able to come back from that one. But the question is, can they steal an away game? Right now, they're away. Can they steal it? We'll find out. So
absolutely. Let's see what happens here.
Get into the action.
Absolutely. Okay,
All
right off the bat, we're seeing B and C and also contention on D again. Ooh, shut down at B, though.
You know what? And again, C.
Yep.
You saw it. So AOTW did grab Charlie.
Heated battle here on all objectives. C and D, only thing secured. Looks like, oh my gosh. Mighty Squad might get a 3-cap in the first 15 seconds.
There it is. Yep.
Holy
They've got
shnikes, boys. Right here, we're looking at it. 3-cap Mighty Squad. Can they hold on to this enough to make it matter? They have to capitalize this and make it mean something. What will happen
It's
here?
so interesting to see the difference, though. You know, like I said, AOTW always going for C, right? Always harassing, and Mighty Squad just completely ignores it. They went out for the wings instead, focus on Alpha and Bravo, and they got that, and that gives them an immediate 3-cap. That's an advantage. That's going to help.
Here comes Angels of the War back, capturing B, trying to level the playing field a little bit. It's 2v2 now. It's going to come down to a heavy gun game right here. Some zone control play we're seeing across Bravo, trying to maintain that 2v2. We'll see if somebody flanks out and grabs the snags a little cursory cap here, though.
Yeah, so what we've got over here, though, is over on Alpha, we've got Nillarath and Madwin, and it looks like they're taking a pretty good control over this area. So I think that, yep, AOTW is hacking Alpha. They've got pretty good control over this area.
I see Mighty Squad getting ready to make a strong push on Bravo, though, and a save on Alpha by Lieutenant Pi. Look at that.
Yeah, well, they also have some sniper coverage from up top at Alpha, denying the hack of Alpha while maintaining and hacking Bravo.
Play.
Absolutely.
So smart to play. No, pulling off Bravo. They're going to game. Oh, yeah, they're denied at Bravo. They might pull off the A-cap here. For
no, he didn't.
Again.
The headshot.
Again.
On fire. Takes
denied.
The headshot from Silent 331.
Oh, my gosh.
They're going for it again. We have Nellarath now on the hack. Can he actually get it? This is cursed. Alpha has just not been playing well with AOTW this match. There he goes.
Again, just rocked over at A. Right now, Mighty Squad telling them what is up over at A. Just putting them down repeatedly over there. They will not be denied. Here they go for a B hack. Nope, pulling off of it to fight the fight. Let's see what happens.
And you know what's interesting to me, though, is that AOTW hasn't adapted and changed their strategy yet. I'd really like to get that inside look into their comms right now and see what's going on.
I think they're falling into a pattern, and they're really trying to recover now. They've worked this against every team they've come up against in this tournament. Now that Mighty Squad's throwing them some different looks, beating them on the 1v1s, they don't know what to do with it. They really don't. They're trying to answer, though.
I'll tell you, I've played with a lot of these AOTW guys before. They are capable of changing and adapting their strategy.
Absolutely.
So we get to see it. I wonder what they're going to do. They're probably talking it through in comms right now. Let's see if they can actually do anything. Let's see if they can make a difference here.
Oh my gosh.
They're going for Alpha again.
Yeah, we're seeing Mighty Squad really spread the wall, though. They're doing well. They're responding to zone issues while maintaining at least a 2v2 cap. So points wise, they're doing well. I think focusing on A may be a slight mistake by Mighty Squad, though. They're getting baited.
So I'll tell you what happened,
the work game.
You've got two AOTW over at Alpha. They were able to get that cap and get kills on two Mighty Squad players, giving them a very distinct advantage. That allowed them to easily rotate, get that 3-cap. Mighty Squad taking over Bravo, but AOTW taking Delta right back too.
Delta in the background, yeah, absolutely. I see it right now, and right now I think Mighty Squad's starting to feel a little bit more pressure. They're starting to get a little bit antsy. They need to calm down, focus on their game, keep playing their gun game, take the matchups that they can win, and keep capping these things, and they can walk away.
Yeah, there you go. And what we're also witnessing too is Nellarath is sitting over here at Alpha, and he is just camping that hallway, ready to move on Delta if he needs to, ready to rotate. But he has a solid defense game right now of Alpha. AOTW maintaining this 3-cap, taking back the lead 159-157. This is a great round.
A great round. Angels of the Warp really feeling the pressure in the first round defeat and bringing it to them right now in the second round.
Yep. And there you go. You see Nelarath once again over at Alpha, battling it out in that stairwell, trying to maintain control through that choke point. Maduin gets the kill, so Alpha will remain in AOTW hands for the foreseeable future. Let's see, can Mighty Squad do anything here? Can they actually come back and take this round?
Like they might be trying to sneak a peek on Charlie here.
Nope.
Oh, nope. He's got to pull off. He's got to pull off.
Yep.
He's dealing with the fight. He's dealing with the fight, but no, he's going to be defeated back there on the back end to see.
Yeah, and so what you see though is that we saw a couple AOTW players rotate over to Bravo while Mighty Squad was distracted at C and try and grab Bravo. They were unable to do so and lost a couple players to that.
But they slept them on D. They've got the 2v2, but really, I don't know if even a 3-cap will do it here. They need a 4-cap, and a 4-cap against Angels of the Warp is hard to come by in this regard.
It's not happening, yeah. You know exactly what's going through Mighty Squad's head right now, and they're saying, nope, not this round. Let's get him on the next one.
I see some flanking happening as we have people moving over towards Charlie, but no.
They're trading kills at this point.
Yeah,
this round is going to fall squarely to AOTW. We're going to go into the third round 1-1.
Especially with this 3rd cap, and right here, they're trying to clean it up. Looks like Angel of the Warp trying to make a statement on the board saying, we are the 4-cappers, you are not, my friends.
Yes.
And they will end the round with all 4 objectives.
Statement delivered. AOTW was answered from the previous round. They said, Mighty Squad, not today, not again. We let you have one. We're not letting you have 2. So,
all right, let's see what happens here. 3rd round coming up. Both teams tied. Let's get into the action again.
Now, here's the bold prediction for this round. AOTW, they have the advantage of the outlaw side here. I think they're going to run away with this one. I think we're going to see a 3-cap and then a 4-cap pretty quickly. So, Mighty Squad, there you go. You see AOTW's strategy. They immediately harass and contest. Charlie, do not allow Mighty Squad to cap it. Denied it. While they cap D, Alpha, and Bravo were battling it out.
Absolutely. I think
that's their strategy.
They are, and if you focus on C, and I know it's only been a few seconds of the match, but they make squads focus on Charlie so much, they will get the rest of the field while you're back sleeping on your home objective.
Yep.
And that's what we're starting to see play out right here. Yes, was Mighty Squad able to get C? Yes, but they're working on A, but it's just not happening yet. We're seeing what's going on.
And it's so easy because Revok, what we saw him do right there is he just EVAs in through those broken windows, tosses a grenade up to Charlie, and then turns and immediately pays his focus and attention to either Bravo or Alpha. So it's a very easy harass at Charlie, and then you can easily rotate to one of the wing capture points. Also, Revok going with the shotgun here. You see him running around.
Yeah, he wants some guaranteed kills, not relying on his gun handling, going straight for the shotgun moves.
Yeah.
Just making
it's going to give him A.
Yeah.
It's going to give him A. If Mighty Squad can't come over here and contest, and there you have it. Revok holding it down at A, taking it, giving him the 3-cap, 5 to play, 20-point lead.
Yep. And starting to stretch and grow larger here. And with C, I mean, C's all nice to have and all, but you need something more. Will he make a play for D, or are they going to try to just end around here? Looks like Mighty Squad trying to make a play on the backside of B real quick. Can they pull it off without getting shot in the butt? I don't know.
We'll see. They're 75% of the way there.
And he pulls off at last second.
Wow. Literally the last second.
Oh,
We saw Nelarath rotate over there. It was bonus 1K doing the hack, and Nelarath
so worried about that competitive 1v1 that they pull off without just getting the cap and eating some lead. Sometimes you got to do that to get the points.
Yeah, absolutely. So, oh my God, dude. Look at this, the 4-cap. Hey, I predicted it. I told you they have the advantage.
4-cap has come down on him. Will Mighty Squad be the first team to break the 4-cap zone dominance of Angels of the Warp? We'll find out in the next few seconds, or else this round will be a wash. This
one's going to be tough to come back from. Again, it's early. We still have 4 minutes left. They're only at 130 points. They need 120 more, but a 4-cap, it's tough.
Well, they're trying to do it right here. They've broken through on C, but
they got C. Yeah.
Here comes Bravo. Let's see. Bravo's the big hangnail here. I don't know if they'll be able to pull it off or not.
Nope.
No.
Shotgun.
Right
Reebok said, not today. No Bravo.
Bonus 1K put down Reebok, though. Will they make another play for it?
No, they're making a play for Alpha instead. But
yeah,
again,
good play move. Spreading the field wide, going after multiple objectives at once, making Angel of the Warp play their game instead of vice versa.
Yeah,
right.
And see, that's the difference right there between a good team and a great team. They're able to come back from that 4 cap and at least get it to even 2-2.
But here's a total squad respawn on Mighty. Let's see if they can come back here. They couldn't save A in time. Will they get it back though?
No, I think they're still sitting at that 3 cap. It's going to be very tough. They're going to need a full team wipe, a 4 cap. They're going to need to maintain that 4 cap throughout the rest of this round to win. Otherwise, they have no shot.
Down. There's Bravo play again. Oh, they're almost got Bravo. Will they pull it off? They got Bravo 2v2. They have to go 4 cap.
They have to. There's no other way. You cannot win with the 3 cap in this case.
Not enough time left if you can't pull a 4 cap. And with Angel of the Warp going back to their playbook and just hitting C, pounding C.
You got Reebok. Yep, Reebok snuck in and he grabbed it. He's doing the hack. He's got it. That's the 3 cap. That's going to be the
on their
nail.
heels and stopping all force projection and killing everyone in these choke points. They're losing momentum quickly. My squad is just trying their damnedest, but I don't think they're going to be able to pull this.
So look what you have here, and he died. Lieutenant Pi got Reebok eventually, but Reebok did manage to kill bonus 1K, sitting outside of their spawn zone with the shotgun, one-shotting Mighty squad as they run out. Fortunately, Lieutenant Pi was able to put Reebok out of his misery, but with the 4 cap, that's going to be the round.
That's going to be the round here. So
yeah.
Even though Mighty Squad coming out early with round 1, taking it, looks like Angel of the Warps are sitting back in their groove and they're taking the next 2 rounds. This is it right here, folks. This is the round that's going to end all. Mighty Squad would have to totally dominate this round to have any hope. We'll see what happens here coming up.
Mighty Squad has absolutely got their work cut out for them in this round. And again, this is not insurmountable. Mighty Squad can do it. They're absolutely capable. They've proven that to us in this tournament thus far, but they're going to have a hell of a time doing so against an AOTW team.
And I would say, just reflecting on the current player total points we are looking at, they're not terrible on points right now. I mean, the teams are both pretty close. So a victory by Mighty Squad could result in an upset here. We'll see what happens, though. We'll see what happens. Two grabs right out the gate, though. 2 grabs right out the gate. They got A and C. Heavy contention on Bravo right now. Lots of gunplay.
That's that's the interesting point is they were able to get C, which is not common against an AOTW team. And hey, finally AOTW is managing to get Bravo right now. It's 2-2, but Mighty Squad's got a small lead.
The real challenge you're going to have in trying to maintain C, though, Texas, in this regard, is you're going to have one man sweep through C every time you respawn, because you never know when you got that sleeper back there. The one guy hanging back on Charlie, waiting for you, and then he's just going to grab it, like we're starting to see right here, and then it makes half your squad pull back and try to defend it every time, and it takes you off the objective.
It does, and unfortunately, it's just it's grenade hell up at Charlie. It's so easy from so many different areas to lob a grenade right into Charlie. It's in the middle of everything, and here you're gonna see Reebok go ahead and successfully hack and capture Charlie, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is a 4 cap on behalf of AOTW.
Yeah. Charlie is a lot easier to defend when you have it than do anything else, and a lot of
100%.
Yeah, a lot of teams have made the mistake of, when they have Charlie, they don't do what you see Sabian doing here, where they play in that zone right between Charlie and Alpha on the 2nd floor. You can run over, defend at the railing on A, or you can come back and defend Charlie pretty well in that area. And when you make those mistakes, you pull off that objective and you leave that zone open. Angels of the Warp is going to decimate you every time in that area.
See, right there, you have exactly that. Reebok once again did his signature move. He EVAs in from the broken windows, tosses a cooked grenade up to Charlie, gets the kill on the capper, maintains control of Charlie for his team. And that is why AOTW always rushes Charlie and harasses that in the beginning, because Charlie is so much easier to hold than it is to take.
Absolutely. Well, and that's kind of translates all through the Damien map. If you think about it, when you talk about the Echo map and differences there, Echo, you cannot really zone control it. No objective is close enough to another where you can kind of play a halfway zone. You have to fully commit forces to it, flank out, and go other places. Whereas Damien, being a much smaller map, you can respond zone-placed forces a lot easier to each objective. And right here, as we see, Angels of the Warp are just masters of that. They do it so well.
You have that no man's land, that EVA central and that platform outside of Delta Point, and it's so easy to rotate and to get to any one checkpoint from that area very quickly. And so that's what it is. When you get this 4-cap situation like you have here, good teams are going to hold it and maintain it and make you pay. And that's exactly what we're seeing here, unfortunately. You know, Mighty Squad, they put up a fight, but
they're still trying to fight here. They are. But I mean, it's one of those things. 4 caps are required at this moment. I mean, they could not pulse it out.
Ladies, gentlemen, Reebok with the pistol headshot on Angel Dust while he was capping Alpha.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Angel.
Pretty brutal stuff.
Yeah. Reebok's gone full shotgun mode too, and
some of the elements that we saw early in the first round that made Mighty Squad so successful really required them to get on those objectives early and defend them. That sniper rifle action on A that we saw, so critical in their initial gameplay. They can't do that from behind. You cannot do that defensively when you don't have the objective. So it translates to basically nothing here. And we're gonna see it. There we go, guys. Final winners of the whole kit and caboodle, Angels of the Warp.
No. This is best of 3, my friend.
Was this a best of 3?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is best of 3. So this is the first round.
3?
yes.
All right. Well, we'll see.
We've got another one. At least one more coming up.
At least one more. All right. We'll see here what happens.
So, you know, now it's a matter of Mighty Squad sitting back and discussing amongst themselves. What is our strategy here? What do we need to change? How can we avoid the 3 and the 4 caps from AOTW?
And they need
that's so critical.
They need to take what happened in that first round, bottle it, and just reapply it again, because they were able to kind of put Angels of the Warp on their heels initially, kind of made them a little bit disjointed. They weren't ready for that type of loss type ratio, and it translated and carried through really well even into the second round. The second round we saw some good maneuvers. Unfortunately, eventually Angels of the Warp got enough momentum and they just toppled them quickly. And the third round was a wash. But really taking that game into their own power and their own hands at the beginning, Mighty Squad, if they can do that again, they have a chance.
Yeah. You know, unfortunately, like I said, it's once you start from that, you know, basic outlaw side, there really is an advantage there. Right? And the good teams capitalize. And so we saw some really competitive games in the beginning when AOTW started out at the disadvantage side. But as soon as the side swapped, we saw 4 caps, maintain 4 caps against Mighty Squad. So Mighty Squad's really going to need to shake up something, shake up that strategy. And you know, I don't have the answer to it because, you know, if I had the answer to it, I'd be on Mighty Squad playing right now for these guys, right? And they're going to have to figure out something. They need to maintain that competitive balance at 2. So
absolutely.
You know, we'll see what they can do. Guys, I think we're just forming our lobby for our next round. Like I said, this is the best of 3. That was the first. And we will play, well, we have at least one more round, if not 2. Hopefully we'll see it go to 3, right?
Yeah, so. It would be so awesome to see it go to a full 3 game matchup of all of this. But we don't know. We don't know what will happen here. Really, they're going to have to kind of talk about it, and they're going to have to commit to, you know, doing some different dynamic gameplay, kind of like what they did in round 1 there for Mighty Squad, in order to kind of shake this thing up. I don't have the perfect answer for them for that C defense. That C defense is so rough, you know, because even let's say you're not successful in what Revlock and the other guys do so well on C, it's still it breaks the mold. It makes you defend that. If you don't respond to it, they're gonna cap it. So by the whole fact, if you don't go to that, you lose it. It puts you a man down across the field everywhere else. And then these very tight, contentious 1v1s, it makes a huge difference when you're playing teams in this professional grade.
really does. And
So
you know,
important.
something interesting to point out from that previous round too is Revok. He quickly climbed to the top of the leaderboard on his team. You know, the moment that he switched over to that shotgun full time and simply ran around and just murdering
Yeah.
Mighty Squad with that shotgun, they're going to need to control those engagements against him.
Absolutely.
They need to find a way to shut down Revok because he was kind of on fire that
You know,
round.
he was
did
on
something
fire.
right.
You know, but again, that fire doesn't come out when you see to that type of aptitude until Angels of the Warp goes that zone control. You cannot let them get dominance and get into zone control because then they're just focused on murdering you. And if they're there to murder you, you're going to fall by the wayside like wheat to the sickle. So you need to make sure, don't let it get to that level. Make them play your game. Try to get objectives early and often. Keep that shifting offense around. And then you aren't back on your heels in defense so much.
Yeah.
And it seemed to work out round one, but once it went the way of Angels of the Warp, that was the end of that. So we'll see what
you
happens.
simply cannot give up a 4 cap. It's so critical. And once you do, against a team like AOTW, you have your back against the wall the entire time. And you're playing defense and you're not playing your game, your strategy. So Mighty Squad really needs to do a better job of at least maintaining that competitive spirit throughout the games and not giving up the 4 cap. We'll
Back
see.
against the wall in a
Coming up.
firing squad. That's basically what that
yes,
translates.
yes, a firing squad of Revok and his shotgun,
Man,
which is
brutal.
never a good end of his shotgun to be on. So,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Very,
Guys, we
very
should be in the
brutal.
action momentarily here, and then we'll get you a great finals round 2.
Yep, absolutely. For the whole kit and caboodle, that's what we're talking about.
Bragging rights.
Bragging rights.
much bragging rights. Yes,
A
exactly.
handcrafted bottle of awesome sauce.
Mhm.
And it looks
And
like
free
it's a
javelins
reset.
for every
Looks
member
like
of
it's a
the team.
reset right off the bat.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's okay. Got to work out the bugs in these. We want good, clean rounds all the way around, so we make sure that all this pans out correctly. It's the best for everybody. So
It happens, you know. Like I said, those damn hamsters. They don't always
hamsters.
work with us.
very unforgiving creatures there.
Those bastards. So
All right.
there we go. But you know, it's tough to think of what Mighty Squad can do differently. Dare I say it? I think that they might be simply outclassed here. I think that the AOTW guys might just
There's
be
no
too
doubt.
good.
There's
It's
no
too
doubt,
good.
Texas, that I think that, you know, overall, probably the player skill is slightly higher over with Angels of the Warp. But again, the best way to take a professional player or somebody who's really good at something off their game is not to play it the way they want it to. And I think that's what Mighty Squad did in round 1 of the last match. Again, they need to find some way to repeat that type of action. Don't let them go to sea on that. Make sure you're rotating well on those objectives. Win those 1v1 fights. And it really threw a wrench in Angels of the Warp game plan in that round 1. But once they got it back together, it was a done deal from round 2 on.
Mhm. It was. It really was.
All right.
So
we'll make sure we get all this stuff. Hopefully, I mean, either way, exciting match. Very, very close laid until they got put down. The best contenders I've seen against Angels of the Warp so far.
yeah.
You know.
And that's the exciting thing, you know. You always hope for good finals like this, and throughout that was always exciting. You always felt like Mighty Squad could at any moment turn the tide of that game and really pull
definitely.
it back, and that makes for an exciting final. And I'm very excited to check out what happens in round 2 of these final USA versus EU.
Oh yeah.
We shall see.
That's
So
fair.
yes, the good rivalry, the cross pond rivalry.
It's a good
So,
time.
Yeah. Also, I think I just won $10. We had a bet, right? Was that what it was? We bet $10 on that, and I won.
Yeah, I think it was. I was betting that
Yeah.
the Warp was going to win. You were betting on Mighty Squad, so yeah.
Wait. No. I bet AOTW. You've got me all wrong. I won my $10.
I think you might be slightly confused, my friend.
So-
But anyway,
There we go, guys. We are in the game. We should have the action to you momentarily. There we go. Revok with first blood on fire. Quickly takes Revok back out, though. Delta captured by AOTW. However, each other point remains untaken.
yep. Lots of contention on C. This time, I think we had Mighty Squad. They started on the lower tier, didn't they, on this one? I think so.
Yes.
Yeah, they did. And right now we're going with... Oh, they're trying to cap Charlie. No! Here comes that Revok grenade. Yeah.
There he is.
So-
Oh, no.
No?
He failed. He misses his shot on Angel Dust. Angel Dust takes down Reebok. We have I think we had a 4-player respawn there on the side of AOTW. So
Yep.
that should give
Can they
Mighty Squad
capitalize on it
some
right
breathing
now?
room.
Mighty
guess
Squad
what?
has not secured anything yet. They're trying to get
Nope.
something. They're looking around the field. They're trying to grab A. They're hopefully going to grab C. But you got to watch it. Angels of the Warp are going to be right on their heels here in moments.
Yeah. They're going to grab A, but unfortunately, Angels of the Warp is right there, right on top, ready
Yeah.
to respond. I have a feeling we're going to see an AOTW cap of A pretty quickly here.
Yeah.
Once again, though, they're putting pressure on Charlie. They are not letting Mighty Squad get
there was
any
a
ground
moment
on
of hesitation by some of the Mighty Squad guys on C, and I think they paid for it really badly there. They did not get the C cap. There's a lot of just
Actually,
camping
no,
on
scratch
C
that.
right now.
Sabine was camping. Sabine from AOTW was camping Charlie. He got shot in the back, taken out, opening the door for Mighty Squad to actually cap Charlie. Mighty Squad taking control of Charlie.
Absolutely.
So we're deadlocked right now. We've got 2 and 2.
Still a 23 deficit to the wonderful Angels of the Warp, having over 70 points now and ticking up on this. So don't know. They need to get a third position. Really kind of got to play it. Looks like every team's kind of slowing down, pacing it out, being tactical, how they want to do the rest of this gameplay here.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what. Look at this. Expander gets 2 kills. Bonus 1K follows it up immediately with the kill on Silent. So they've got an advantage. You know what? They had the advantage. They went for Bravo, but they were unable to capitalize on the team deficit of AOTW. Remains 2-2 deadlock. 40-point lead for AOTW.
Yeah.
They're going for Alpha, AOTW. It looks like they attempted a hack briefly, but were unable to actually secure that. And, really both teams are just trading kills at this point. We're not really seeing too much movement one way or another. But that 40-point lead.
It feels like Mighty Squad's really trying to hold back and defend C a little bit more than I'd probably recommend at this point. I mean, given you don't want them to break your chains, you don't want them to get in that. But without a third objective, you're not going to come back at all on this fact.
Yeah,
here.
they're really not overcommitting to anything. Although Reebok gets a kill on the back against bonus 1K, and guess what? Alpha is about to be hacked by Reebok unless the Mighty Squad has an answer, and it does not look like they do. It is now a 3 cap with over 40 points advantage for AOTW.
And I think we're starting to see some stuff around C start to fall a little bit. We're seeing more pressure from Angels of the Warp on Charlie, but it's so distracting to Mighty Squad. They're really not able to break out of their home spawns and their shell to get out there and get on the other objectives, and they're paying for it in the point totals right now. They're over.
They are.
Yeah, they're halfway down from where the other teams are, and they're just
okay. So watch this.
Back.
Watch this though. Mighty Squad going for Delta and Alpha at the same time.
But they have to, because it looks like Into the Warp responding with a C cap on them.
There we go. AOTW capturing C.
Yeah.
That is gonna hurt. That is really going to hurt.
They have found a sore point in Mighty Squad's armor, and they are just pressing their thumb deep into it here with C. They're just not allowing them to hold that. But,
They have, but I'll tell you what. AOTW, they lost a couple people. They were not set up to properly rotate, unable to respond to the recapture of C in time. So, Mighty Squad now with a 3-point lead. I don't know
is
if
3 enough? Is 3 enough? I don't know. I don't think it is in this case. I think that really, unless
mathematically it is, but realistically, it's not.
Holding
gonna happen,
it is so required. There is some gun battle going back here.
Yeah. It's mathematically possible, but with 2 minutes to play and against AOTW, I don't think this is going to happen. All AOTW has to do is contest.
They are drawing ever so close. Look at the points. The point lead is just shrinking there for ATW, though. They are closing in, but there's a delta cap happening.
Yeah. And keep in mind, AOTW started this game with the advantage from the standard outlaw side.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, that is going to do it right there. We still have a minute and a half. There's still time, but they're probably going to need a 4 cap at this point if they want any chance of winning.
Yeah, it's pretty. Or a squad wipe. Some sort of really good squad wipe right now. Yeah. Anything's got to translate to a 4 cap to really pull this back off. Stop them gaining points, gain them back yourselves is going to have to be the way they go.
It is. It is. So, Mighty Squad, they put a mighty effort in at the end there, but AOTW regaining that 2-2 tie as far as capture points go, I think that's going to go ahead and seal this round for them as we draw in under the last minute of this round 1 of 4. Yep, that's gonna hurt right there. Mighty Squad losing 2 more players,
It's
including
still plausible. I think they'd have to do something in the next 19 seconds. So I mean, really, this is not going to happen unless they can do it.
There's no capturing. They're at too much of a deficit, at least for this round.
And with with their teammates falling every 10 seconds, it's not going to happen right now.
But
Very close effort, though. Good effort. 20 seconds left.
It is. But you know what? This is what they showed me. Playing from the disadvantage, Mighty Squad showed that they are and can and are ready and willing and able to compete against AOTW in this game. So maybe this is, maybe this is the kick in the ass. The last round was the kick in the ass that they needed, right? And maybe they can steal the game right here in this next round. We'll see.
We'll see. That's just round 1. So we'll see what happens here in the next blocked rounds out. Yeah.
And one thing that's interesting to note is in that round, Reebok was actually 5-11. He did not perform nearly as good as he did in the last rounds.
I think they learned with the Reebok with the shotgun play off of him a little bit, and it really negates the power of that shotgun when you're not in a close quarter battle. So it's very smart. Let's see if they're a little faster on getting on C here, which it appears they are. You have to get on C so quickly to negate that whole anti-C maneuver from ATW. But again, there it is.
They contest. Yep.
They contest. They drop the guy capping it, Charlie. It's just rinse and repeat when it comes to that. I'd almost not play C, to be honest. In the beginning thing, let them feed it and then try to go to the wings at this point, because it just seems to be a rinse and repeat losing a guy there.
It does, and it just highlights the huge difference between essentially what you consider your home point, where Delta is so much easier to capture for that outlaw side versus Charlie for the Marines. And it really does make such a difference. So it'll be interesting to see what they, sort of address as far as map balance updates, in later passes. But it is an advantage, and
it's an advantage that both sides, when they're on that side of the map, have to take advantage of. Because if they don't take advantage of it when it is their turn to have the closer objective and have the more defendable spawn of D, then it gets really, really challenging for everybody else. But again, we can't negate the player skill here. I mean, they have how to clean off C down in this thing.
They do.
They just know how to do it. And there you go. But they are capping now.
And I see there are no AOTW players close enough to contest C at this point.
No.
So they are all lower on the wings. My guess, they roll over towards Bravo. I'm sorry, Alpha.
Or they're back defending Delta right now, because there is some Delta action going on as well.
Yeah, so they're hanging out kind of in the middle of the map right now. I think what they're trying to do is figure out a plan and figure out a solid strategy going forward. They're at a 2-2 deadlock. They've got a very tiny lead, but they're probably figuring out what do we need to do to secure this round. Are we going to grab Alpha? Charlie, there's some point again.
What do you think would be their best point of strategy right now for Mighty Squad to try to press forward on this?
I think Mighty Squad needs to get a solid team kill. I think that they need, 4 or 5 AOTW players dead, and I think that then they can really push and maintain a 3-1 cap lead, and then try and maintain that throughout the rest.
And temporarily they have a 3-1 there, but you can see again Angels of the Warp responding with immediate cap of A, so they have it back to a 2-2. But I agree with you. I think Mighty Squad, if they pull their stuff together, they can do the gun game. They have the skill and talent to be able to go with these guys, mano a mano, and just try to knock them down off their perch and try to get the gun game going, and then they could go after that 3 and 4 cap. I think there's a lot of hero play we're seeing here, and I don't think it's going to do it for them, unfortunately.
Yeah, exactly. And basically what you see here is when they just took that point, they had 3 or 4 players from AOTW all running around that point, ensuring that they capped it and got that 3-1 advantage, and of course they do secure it. They now lead by more than 30 points. So and are securing the 4 cap.
Yeah, they're going for that 4 cap right now, and this might bury them here on the round. Looks like a little life on A though. We'll see if it translates to anything.
Yeah, but the unfortunate side effect here is that at Charlie, you can very easily make it to A, and there you see it. Nellarat taking down Angel Dust, denying the hack at Alpha.
that constant zone control we talk about between Charlie and Alpha is just insurmountable. And then Revlock coming in with his shotgun and resecuring C, giving him no chance to recap that. The 4 cap remains as a handcuffed lock over the Mighty Squad guys. I don't know.
Yeah. Again, you know.
Okay, we're getting word from operations up top that this match will be an incomplete because it sounds like we got some disconnect issues and whatnot. So they're just kind of playing it out here, but I think they're going to have to make some adjustments, possible do-over in the mix here on this one.
Yeah, so maybe that explains it, Lieutenant Pi. One of their 8 shots over there on the Mighty Mouse side, apparently disconnected, unfortunately.
Yep.
Yeah, you know, it's unfortunate, guys. It does happen, though. This is, you know, the nature of the game here. So.
Yep, nature of the interwebs.
Yes, yes, exactly.
So we'll see as we get more information from the booth if they're going to redo the entire series, if they're going to redo the round, or what they're going to do here. So, okay.
All right, guys. So yeah, basically this is going to be 2 games then this round, I believe, instead of the standard 4. So what we're going to do is we're going to roll through into the switch sides here, and I believe play only one of them. I'll have to get confirmation from the booth, but I believe that. Okay, scratch that. We are instead restarting the entire game.
Okay.
So
seems like the easiest solution to me too.
Yeah, a solution enough. So,
yeah.
But man, it's exciting gameplay between these two.
It is.
For sure.
Well, the stamina of Angels of the War pulled out. You know, it's like they've been doing well. So,
got it.
So
guys, we're playing 2 rounds AOTW up 2-0. That is what we're playing.
All right.
So I imagine we're switching sides here. Yeah.
Yeah.
That you know, that's it's unfortunate. So dead air. Sorry, we're getting word from the
yeah,
booth.
I just got to listen
in my ear.
to the booth action,
Hello?
but we're good.
Yeah. Technical difficulties, you know, once again, internet disconnects, alphas, things like that. But momentarily we are reforming the lobby, and then we should be back in the action of this exciting grand finale of Star Marine Tournament on SC4.
Absolutely.
So, brought to you by Coca-Cola.
Not really. Not really.
Oh.
Yeah.
Apologize, guys. I'm getting word from our production manager. We are not, in fact, sponsored by Coca-Cola. My apologies. So I misspoke too soon.
We are, in fact, sponsored by Awesome Sauce. The sauce of awesome spread around the universe.
Wait. Nope. We are sponsored by Pepsi. Pepsi has stepped in and sponsored this channel.
There we go.
Guys, we are just reforming the lobby. It should just be a moment here. So.
Yeah. Some good gameplay there. Great gun game on both sides. Again, that whole contentious point of C objective seems to be a game breaker for anybody involved against Angels of the War. They're so good at coming in there and digging into your main home objective of C that it's just a game changer. And we haven't seen the other side of the ball on that on this game though, right? We haven't seen them be able to go to the good side for Mighty Squad. So we'll have to see if that plays out for us or not.
We're gonna find out. So we're gonna find out right now, guys. We are launching the match. We should be in the action again momentarily here, assuming no technical difficulties. But you know, I mean, that's the thing. Like I said, it's a very it's a huge fight, and it's a big battle. And if you're on that Marine side and you can capture C right off the bat, you're saving yourself a world of trouble. And you need to properly watch those windows. So, guys, we had some disconnects, so we are going to have to once again reform the lobby. We appreciate your patience, of course, in standing by as we work through these technical difficulties. So,
we'll get through it.
We should be okay momentarily.
We just want to ensure the best match we can, that we can maintain connection all the way through and do all those things. Because it's so important that we give all these main contenders the best operation field we can, so that way they can give you the best show possible.
Yes. In the meantime, I'm going to get the whip and bad hamsters. Bad hamsters.
I think we might need to upgrade to guinea pigs.
Guinea pigs? I see.
Guinea pigs may be the way to go with this one. Something a little more firm and stout. You know, we'll have to get some analysis on the hamster versus guinea pig stuff. after we conclude this match from the
What
boys up
about
top. We'll
crotch
see what
spiders? Just a thought. More legs.
Hmm.
Can they spin the wheel faster?
happens. That's a good question.
Yeah.
I don't know.
May-
What about flat cats?
Flat cats, that's also
Yeah.
entirely possible too. Space
It's
whales.
possible. We could go with those. We'll have to look into that. We'll get with CIG and see how their server upgrades with the different animals is
Yeah.
available to us. So that'd be interesting.
Yes. I actually heard that CIG's top IT ops person recently came over from PetSmart. If I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah.
So
Well, that makes sense.
very, very expert of the field, absolutely.
So-
Yeah, or wild prairie dogs too. Those also work. So
We'll have to see if
Um,
he is the cause for Star Kitten, maybe. So we'll have to have a private conversation.
Oh,
after the show
gosh.
on that.
so
All right.
we should be moving along here once again.
Mm-hmm.
Fingers crossed for no disconnects, guys. Hopefully we can get the show on the road and get you some more action real soon here. So
Yeah.
Mighty Squad AOTW grand finale. This is where it counts.
Absolutely.
Yep. So, what do you think? What do you think, Mitachi? Do you think Mighty Squad stands a chance here? They are starting from the good side. They're starting from the
No,
side. that
I'm
has
wondering.
the
I'm starting to
advantage.
wonder if Mighty Squad didn't poison the hamsters to get some rerolls going on here, so they can get some more opportunities for this. So we'll see, though. I think they have the talent. They have the
Yeah.
I think they just have to pull it together, and they just have to be able to move forward with it. And again, we're having all these constant disconnect issues right now, and it's hard to get something going for them momentum wise.
Yeah.
We'll see if this is a cooler play. This might be one of those things like we have in football where maybe they're icing the kicker a little bit here. Maybe these disconnects aren't real disconnects, you know?
Is this
Maybe-
where they like pull the power to the stadium to turn out the lights and just so they
Right?
can have a breather for a little bit, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's it's
man.
like, oh no. Don't be
Is there some
icing the
collusion
kicker.
going on behind the scenes between one of these teams and CIG?
You never know.
Yes.
Never know. Disco's trying to
hang on.
secure his
Hang on.
winnings.
Breaking news. CIG's underscore himself is actually turning off the servers on behalf of Mighty Squad. Wow. Unbelievable.
Mm,
Underscore is going to kill me.
yep, sounds like it.
So,
Sounds like it.
yeah, but we reform here. But I mean, man, I it's like you want to see AOTW taken down, right? It's like the guys that you gotta hate because they're too good. They run around, they murder you, and then they switch to pistols in the final round. Just
It's kind of like
wait
Disco
for
said, though.
outcome.
It's a better story, right? When the underdog wins,
It
and
is.
then it's also to topple a giant, then watch them try to come back, build up some champion teams that have that type of dynamic and rivalry between them. So I think it's a better story. But in the end, just dues. If you're the best on the field, you should walk away with the win. I mean, that's just how it should go. So we'll just see what it translates to. We should not, even though we poke fun at Angels of the Warp, we should always say they do put in the hours, they put in the time to
They do.
get that good. So, and it's not like we just see them instantly come in and be that good. They've risen through the ranks and done it.
The one thing that I'd like to bring up, though, kind of circling around the rumor mill, though, is do you think that AOTW is kind of caught up in this whole PED scandal of esports lately? Do you think that they're using PEDs? What do you think?
That's an interesting thing. I don't know.
Mhm.
I mean, are we if this sport grows big enough for Star Marine, are we gonna require testing for such things?
Yeah.
And it's gonna be there. I mean, if so, who collects it?
Exactly. Who are the officials? I mean, is it SC4? Will there be a sort of governing body of Star Citizen esports?
Are physicals required? I mean, we don't know where this could go. This could go all the way to the top. I mean, I don't know.
It could.
Yeah.
Revoc, for instance. We've heard it before. We've been in this booth before, and we've heard talk of Revoc using PEDs for esports.
Yep.
So.
And a bigger question is the cutting of drummer Dan, is that the reason? Maybe there's some behind the scenes stuff. Maybe somebody on the team was fine pushing some stuff that needed to get out of there, and maybe they're cleaning up their act now. So we'll see what happens moving forward.
Exactly.
In this tournament. So,
Exactly, guys. We're launching it now. Again,
fingers
all
crossed.
watching. Fingers crossed that we
Let's do
can
this
actually
thing.
launch.
All right, come on.
Ladies, gentlemen, I think we may have action here. We have no disconnects thus far.
I think we're good.
I think we're successful. I think we've got a round. I think we've got some
I
action,
think we
guys.
do. Okay, guys, here we go. right off the bat, we're seeing objectives captured all over the board, stopped at their home objective of Delta. Oh,
And again,
recapturing now.
Mighty Squad, no harassment at Charlie, freely allowing AOTW to capture Charlie Point.
But by not paying that extra pressure on Charlie, they have gained both Bravo and Delta. So now it's a 2-to-1 cap right now. The high contention's over at A again. We're seeing
That's very true.
Of that
And
first
guess
round
what?
win.
Guess what? HRTG Expander kills 2 players at Alpha. Mighty Squad is going to take Alpha here. They're going to get it.
This is their zone. Maybe he's pulling off to deal with some harassment there. Looks like he deals with that one. I don't know. Is he going to be able to hold it down?
Yep.
He's capping again. He's going for it halfway, 50%, 75% on it.
He's got it.
He's got it. He's got it on lock on A. Now let's see what happens from the play moving forward here. Do they contend with Charlie? Do they hold their ground? Are they going to go back to a zone?
You know what? What we're seeing though is they're winning the matchups here. Mighty Squad
winning the matchups.
is winning those kill matchups.
Yep. And I do see several players on Mighty Squad are running a shotgun setup for that close range battle, playing a good zone formation that we don't see from a lot of other teams that have faced Angels of the War.
Yeah. I think they got very tired of Reebok and his shotgun shenanigans, I should say.
Shenanigans,
and,
for sure.
They are trying to combat that and counter that with their own use of shotgun shenanigans.
Yep. Seems good. Low contention over there on Alpha. Will Angels of the Warp be able to take Alpha? It looks like they will.
I think they are. They're going to finish that, and they're also moving on to Bravo.
Bravo here. Yep.
Wow.
Shifting the momentum back. So yeah, so we're being told by the booth up top that this is, if we have Angels of the Warp win this match, it is for the whole kit and caboodle because they have 2 rounds down that they have already won. So really, Mighty Squad hoping for victory is what's going to happen here. They're going to have to put all their pressure on this and pull this out in order to stay in the game, so to speak.
Oh no. Here it is. Here it is. That's the 4 cap. AOTW, the 4 cap.
There's lots of time still. Technically, Mighty Squad has a lead still, although it being
they have that lead. That
quickly.
lead is going to disappear quickly.
It will disappear if they have to respond now. There is no time to wait.
Delta's the easy play on behalf of Mighty Squad. It's the one closest to their spawn. Very easy to get to. You can defend against it. They've got it.
Do they go after the typical Bravo, fight back and forth there, or are they going to go and maybe make a Charlie move, something you see Angel of the Warp usually do, and try to get that one? They're already capping B. I don't see any other objectives moving. I think you're going to have Angels of the Warp collapse on B before they'll be able to cap it.
Yeah, and you saw exactly that. You know, usually what I like to see out of these good teams is once they've got their home point, so that either Charlie or Delta point, and the other team's got the 3 cap on them, I like them to see, I like to see them push one of the wings and focus more on the matchup, the killing matchup. Again, get that distinct advantage in numbers, kill 3 or 4 or all 5 of the other team, then cap the point. You can safely leave one person behind to cap that point while the rest of your team can rotate in and go get Charlie or go get Alpha if you got Bravo. But it looks like what we saw there out of Mighty Squad is they left a player completely exposed in the middle of the firefight to do the hacking, lost him immediately, and then lost the rest of their guys in a firefight. Here they are, down 1 point to 3, almost 50 points back.
And the real question is, it looked on some of the player screams from Mighty Squad that B may be bugged now. So we'll have to get official word on that. But if B is bugged, then that might be a big problem for Mighty Squad because it's securely capped under Angels of the Warp bracket. So we'll see. But Mighty Squad holding down A and D firmly.
Control point contested.
Well, we haven't heard anything official yet about Bravo being bugged.
No, it's cleaned up. They're back on Bravo. It's fine. So it looks good. They're capping it now. Will they pull it?
They're going to go for the 3 cap. I mean, they're going to try. They got it.
They have time. And
they do. 100% they do.
They have to win these matchups, though.
How quickly does AOTW respond, though? That's what I want to know. How quickly can they get back here? Can they do anything about it? because they're gonna. I mean, it's gonna come down to the wire here if they maintain this 3 cap.
Yeah, they got to win these matchups. That's just
Yep.
what it boils down to. Like you said earlier, these 1v1 matchups, all these things are going to be so critical in order to actually maintain these caps, come back the rest of the way. It's still
But-
30
And you
point
see it.
difference.
You see Angel Dust taking out 2 AOTW players right there.
Yep.
At a beacon. Right there. He is defending successfully. They are maintaining the 3 cap.
Oh man.
They've almost recovered all this ground here. This is going to be an amazing comeback if Mighty Squad can pull this off. Guys, unfortunately we have had another disconnect on the side of Mighty Squad though at the end here, but they say finish the round.
Yeah.
Sorry,
We'll see what
AOTW.
happens.
They say play the round.
They're gonna play it
So-
through, folks. So we're gonna. This is still live. This is still good. This is still going for right now.
Look at that. Look at that defense right there. With less than 45 to play.
Oh,
Mighty
and they're gonna
Squad.
pull ahead. They're
Lead
gonna
back.
pull ahead right here.
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
AOTW can capture A all they want.
Remaining.
Defense at D right there. That's going to do it. That's going to give Mighty Squad the victory for this round. So Mighty Squad lives to fight another day.
Control
But
point
wait.
Granted, there was a disconnect, but
Wait.
well, it's over. It's done.
Is it though?
Is
it though?
Wait, is that a deadlock tie? 250-250?
That's a deadlock tie in a round right there.
At the last second.
At the last second to
AO
tick
Oh my
through.
God.
Holy crapperoni.
new round.
You
Wow.
don't see that. You just don't see that happen, folks. That was really crazy. I was like, I saw him going back for Delta, and I'm like, if he caps this, it is going to stair step exactly at 250 apiece.
Wow.
And the question is, Texas, what do they do if Mighty Squad wins this
Well-
next round? I am at,
Hang on. So because that's a draw, the best that it can be is 2 games to 1 tie.
Respawning.
So that is actually going to give the victory.
it's game
AOTW.
over. It's- math is hard, but yes, this is
math
gonna
is
be
pretty
crazy.
hard. Yeah. That is a victory for AOTW. Wow, what a
Holy
round!
crap.
I mean, if they would have hesitated on that cap 1 extra second, Mighty Squad would have won that round, forcing at least 1 more game. Wow.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Congratulations to AOTW on the victory. That was amazing. Yeah,
So
that was amazing. So
Yeah,
of
that was
course,
crazy.
big props to Mighty Squad. They played their hearts out there.
yeah, absolutely. So I mean, you see in the end, I mean, it was so crazy. I got to see a rematch of those 2 groups because that was really good. It's the best team I've ever seen play against Angels of the Warp. Yeah, I don't know. I still have questions, so many questions about those last matches there that hopefully we can answer in the end. But yeah, in the end, it looks like Angels of the Warp, right, are gonna handle all this and take this home. So,
They remain the kings of Star Marine for now.
yeah,
So,
we'll have to see
I
like
think-
an expo match here though between these guys at some point here in the near future because this is
yeah, absolutely. A couple things to note. One, I think that Mighty Squad absolutely proved though that they are contenders in the Star Marine play, serious contenders, not to be taken
For
lightly.
sure.
But I think AOTW just has that slight edge over them in terms of skill and teamwork and strategy. And I
Yeah.
think that smallest sliver of an edge that they have turns into things like getting 3 capped and 4 capped, which is then just kind of a snowball from there in a map like Damien, where it's so easy to spread out and defend any point so quickly and so easily. But one thing to really keep in mind throughout this thing is, what are the effects of ping here, right? We're playing games on EU and US servers and this and that. Maybe Amazon, takes a boat, drives it out into the middle of the ocean, separating the EU and the US, and then hosts a Star Citizen server from there to eliminate the issue of ping.
that would be
Amazon?
kind of crazy.
Are you listening?
I'd like to see some, channel, some Twitch currency betting, different things like that on this.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of potential here. But let's also talk about what the future holds for these groups. You know that Angels of the Warp, they've been around for a while. They're going to continue to probably dominate and continue to practice. But it's good to see other groups pulling together and starting to come up. And now that we're getting out there in a more official capacity with SC4, are we going to see more of these tournaments? We're going to see a lot of new contenders come down the pipe. You know, you never know. And I'm really excited to see what the future holds for this as an esport.
Absolutely. So, you know, I mean, especially with things like 3.0 coming up, right? And you'll get a, you know, potentially massive influx of new players. Maybe, you know, the Call of Duty players, right? The ones who excel in FPS and, you know, do they flock over to groups like Mighty Squad and AOTW, or do we see completely new contenders rise up? But I'm definitely interested. I was exceptionally excited to watch that gameplay there. And you know what's really interesting to see though is how seemingly easy AOTW handled Mighty Squad, even though, you know, they were both playing their hearts out and it was actually closer than it might have seemed. And then compare that to Mighty Squad just dominating the competition up to that match, right?
Yeah.
And
well,
so
the same thing for Angels of the Warp in their brackets, right? It's like before these two top contenders came head to head, each team had a relatively easy time with their own brackets. So that way they did that. But once they brought it to a head, it was very, very tight race, very contentious. I mean, obviously Angels of the Warp coming out in the second and third rounds dominating there, but really Mighty Squad gave it their all. They showed that the Angels of the Warp were not invincible. They were able to defeat them in that first round matchup, and it really got good.
Mighty Squad match. Yeah, Mighty Squad got some licks in there, but unfortunately they just weren't able to get the full job done. So, you know, again, congrats to AOTW. So, yep.
Okay. So I think that, you know, we're going to see in the future also, like with some of the other gameplay that CIG has planned. They've even mentioned maybe a whole contentious stuff. But let's go over to our analyst up in the booth, see what they have to say about this awesome matchup and all the good things that happened for both teams and how they could both improve and how the breakdown all went for the rest of the time. Guys, what's going on? Yep.
Now that was a hell of a way to end the match. They may not have pulled the victory, but that last push, I don't think I've ever seen a 250-250 dead draw match result before. Have you, Braggies?
Once or twice in matches I've played, but oh man, I did not expect that at all. Even if Mighty had gotten that round, though, it was somewhere in the neighborhood of just over 200 points they'd have to make up for and win out that fourth round. So they put their hearts into it, but the Juggernaut was the Juggernaut for a reason.
Yeah, but still, they made a great showing for themselves, though.
Oh hell yeah!
I mean, both of those teams deserve to be in the final. They both put on an amazing performance, and just for viewing. That was such an exciting match, that last one. In fact, all of the ones in this final were pretty damn exciting. So I'm pretty proud of the guys and my European brothers. Sadly. So the next time we run a Arena Command tournament, it's probably going to be after 3.0. So this is going to be interesting because it's going to include a lot of the new mechanics that we were talking about with Jared earlier. So the stamina, for example. I mean, how much do you think that's going to affect things for this? Because there was a lot of like fast movement involved in these matches.
Well, how much it's going to affect an Arena Commander tournament, I'm not sure, because, you know, spaceship flight next.
Oh, but, yeah. But I mean, for the next Star Marine,
when we get to Star Marine, when we get into the Star Marine stuff, I think we're going to be seeing a completely different game, a different style of play. Hopefully, these teams are ready for it and ready to practice, which is with essentially a new game. I mean, you're going from a very fast-paced run and gun style now to something that's going to be more tactical. You're going to have a lot more decisions to make about your loadout, what you're going to be using possibly. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that could come into play here that they're going to have to be ready for and adapt to. But that's the big thing with these teams that we're seeing. The the ones that are really rising up and the ones that are putting everything into it, they can adapt to new situations, and that is going to be the key.
Yeah, absolutely. So the next tournament will be an Arena Commander tournament. Now our blah, blah. Yeah, my brain has gone. This has been a long day of matches and some pretty intense gameplay. But Renegade Squadron will see going back into their comfort zone for the next Arena Commander tournament, assuming they take part. Who is it who won the last tournament again, Grakis?
11th took it last time. The team of 11.
And I recall they were extremely dominant all the way through as well. So. Also, we've been told that AOTW actually do hug matches on what day of the week was that? On Sundays. So if you want to go and train with objectively the best Star Marine players in Star Citizen, should definitely go check out what they're doing every Sunday. So get some training in how to be so dominant in these matches.
Or just enjoy getting your face shot off by a jumping shotgun from around a corner.
Indeed. Those jump peaks seem to be so effective.
Am I still alive?
You are, yes.
Oh.
Yes.
I would just like to thank Matachi and Texas Skulls and Flint and Grackies and Astropub and all of you guys for putting together such an entertaining broadcast today.
Thank you, Garrett.
It's definitely our pleasure to do this for the community, to showcase all of the amazing gameplay and wonderful skills of the competitors, and just to get the game out there more and show off what it can do and what everyone can do with it.
Yeah, I mean, who knew we could get over 6 hours of entertaining footage out of Vaporware? It's crazy.
Oh God!
But seriously, it has been. It's always a pleasure to do this with you guys, and for us as obviously massive fans of the game to see, because we're fans. We Grakis and I, we stream, same as Matauchi and Texas Skulls. But we're not amazing at the game. We know that. So it's awesome for us. Yeah, thank you.
You're really not.
So it's awesome for us as well to see the highest end of gameplay. And only through tournaments like this can that happen. Now, if you think you are up to snuff and you're thinking, no, they're not that great, I can do better, put together a team. Get together and get yourselves into the next tournament. Come and prove to the world that you are able to do this thing. But yeah, no, that was a lot of fun. Any highlights for you, Grakis?
I honestly, it's just a blur of images of amazing shots and moments of just grenade explosions and death. And I honestly, there is one major highlight still stuck in my brain. The what did you call it?
The murder flop.
Murder flop. The
murder flop. Just
landing. The new murder flop meta. I'm saying it. Murder flop meta. That is going to become a new tactic. Yep. New tactic in the game. Murder flop meta.
Indeed. Any highlights for you, Disco?
I want to put it out there that if Mighty wants to send me a shirt, I will wear it at Gamescom, because Mighty acquitted themselves very well throughout the competition. They didn't win in the end, but I will happily rep Mighty when I'm in Gamescom in August if they want to send me a shirt. But the thing that stood out to me was Revlock and that shoddy. When Revlock decided, he was, I don't know if he was listening to us on commentary. It was like, he's like, more shotguns. All I need is the one shotgun I got, and he just decided in those final matches to go around and just. He was everything that I wish I was when I played.
Excellent. And for me, it's just the intensity of those games, particularly in the latter matches where teams were so well balanced. It literally one mistake and the whole thing switches, and the intensity of that was fantastic. And also for the shoutcasting. Again, I got to give props to Texas Skulls and Matauchi, really bringing the energy to the commentary today. So some fantastic work done by those guys. And as always, got to give props to the Astropub for producing this whole thing. and getting all the scenes and everything working and all the transitions nicely. And the guys on the back
I'm
end,
going to cut in and say, can I get Kappa checks in chat for all these wonderful casters who took their time out for their Saturday to spend this time with you guys putting on a great show. So let me see them Kappas in chat for these casters.
Yeah, and we also have the officials. So let's see who the officials were. So Napa and Malagos doing all the background work, herding cats, as it were, getting people into matches and getting things up and running. I think everyone did a fantastic job today, and I hope you guys were entertained. I know we had a lot of fun. Cool. So that's the end. The end is here, unfortunately. No more matches played today. We have our victor. And like I say, we'll see the next Arena Commander tournament just after Gamescom or around Gamescom. So keep an eye out for that. Get yourself a team together, get some practice in, and we will see you all next time. Thanks for tuning in. Good night, everyone.